Hi guys, part 8 is already here. If you want the next part to come out faster, leave comments and hit the like button. Enjoy watching.
Cannot afford to offend. Hearing these 4 words, Luo Qiu and the others completely didn't take it to heart. The group exchanged glances, as if they had heard some kind of funny joke. Ha ha, did you hear that? Boss Jia said that the person inside is someone we cannot afford to offend. What a joke! It's possible that we can't afford to offend them, but is there anyone in this world the Luo family can't afford to offend? I'm afraid he's just being stubborn. Boss Jia, I bet after you die, your whole body will go limp, and only your stubborn mouth will remain. Jia Yu saw that this group of people was completely unaware of the danger. He appeared rather helpless. He took a deep breath, and lost his patience. At this moment, outside the entire club, people started to gather from all directions. They were all wearing black suits, holding clubs in their hands. Their aura was menacing. Leading the group were the elders of Wang Lei and the others. Normally, they wouldn't dare cause trouble at the Black Gold Club. But today was different. They were working for the Luo family's eldest young master. If this matter was resolved, it would be equivalent to climbing the ranks of the hidden noble Luo family. So what if they offended Jia Yu? No matter how wide Jia Yu's connections were, he was just an individual businessman. When real trouble arose, those who usually called him brother wouldn't step up to help him. To speak plainly, who would dare to offend the hidden noble Luo family for a mere Jia Yu? That would be courting death. Soon, the crowd surrounded the entire club. Standing at the forefront was Wang Lei's father, Wang Fuchuan. Next to him stood Lian Chengfeng, chairman of the Rhine Group. Mo Tianyun, minister of military supplies. Xiao Hu, the head of the Zhao family. The group approached Luo Qiu. Young Master Luo, it's been a while. Young Master Luo, now that you've come to Shengjing, why not pay Uncle Mo a visit? Lian Chengfeng, chairman of the Rhine Group, greets young Master Luo. Luo Qiu graciously responded with a smile, "Uncles, I'm troubling you. I've just arrived in Shengjing and didn't expect how much this place has changed over the years. It seems my Luo family holds no authority in Shengjing anymore. Anything dares to block my path." Mo Tianyun instantly became furious. As the Minister of Military Supplies, his status was naturally high. He roared, "Who dares to block young Master Luo? They must have a death wish." Lian Chengfeng turned to Jia Yu, took a deep breath, and said, "Jia Yu, kneel down and apologize to young Master Luo now, and perhaps you'll have a way out. Otherwise, starting today, there's no need for the Black Gold Club to exist." Faced with their pressure, Jia Yu felt a hint of stress. These people were all prominent figures in Shengjing. If not for the presence of those with unparalleled influence in the private room, Jia Yu might have had to yield. But by comparison, he understood. Although these people were powerful, in front of Lord Yi, they were nothing at all. So, Jia Yu couldn't back down today. He stood at the forefront and shouted loudly, "You want me to apologize? That's absolutely impossible. If you want to go in, it'll be over my dead body." No one expected Jia Yu to be so fearless. Normally, with just these few people present, Jia Yu would have given them face. After all, the combined power of these few individuals was not to be underestimated. Mo Tianyun had already lost his patience. He sneered and said, "Fine, since Jia Yu refuses to give face, don't blame us for being impolite." Mo Tianyun waved his hand. He was about to order the demolition of the Black Gold Club. Jia Yu stared at Mo Tianyun. Although Mo Tianyun was the Minister of Military Supplies and held significant authority in the War Department, it had to be known. The people in the private room today included even the 4 great war gods. Jia Yu took a deep breath and said, "Mo Tianyun, don't be reckless. If you dare act today, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Mo Tianyun chuckled coldly, full of disdain. "Someone who can make me regret it hasn't been born yet. Do you, a mere businessman, deserve that? Enough talking. Go ahead and tear down the Black Gold Club. If anything happens, I, Mo Tianyun, will take full responsibility." Boom! As soon as Mo Tianyun finished speaking, at the critical moment, a figure walked out slowly from inside the club. His face was stern. He stood silently beside Jia Yu. Seeing this person, Lian Chengfeng, chairman of the Rhine Group, couldn't help but gasp. It's Zhang Baiqi, the CEO of Baiqi Group, the third-ranked megacorporation in Shengjing. What's he doing inside? Lian Chengfeng's exclamation shocked everyone. Baiki Group. A renowned powerhouse. Could it be he was hosting a banquet inside? No wonder Jia Yu dared to oppose them. Mo Tianyun's face also changed slightly. But soon, he snorted coldly. After all, he was from the War Department. Although Zhang Baiki was wealthy, he wasn't intimidating enough to cause fear. Does Jia Yu think Zhang Baiki can protect him? What a joke! No matter how strong Baiki Group is, does he think Mo Tianyun, would fear them? As soon as Mo Tianyun finished speaking, 2 more people walked out of the club. Seeing these two, everyone gasped again. Li Zhangling. Li Zhangling from the hidden noble Li family. Bo Bufan, captain of Xingjing's sacred guards. The appearance of these two made even Mo Tianyun gasp. After all, Li Zhangling, as a member of the hidden noble Li family, had power comparable to that of the Luo family. To offend the Luo family for the Li family, this made them all feel it wasn't worth it. Luo Qiu's face also turned grim. He hadn't expected someone from the Li family would appear here. If he continued being arrogant, would this escalate into a conflict between the Luo and Li families? Luo Qiu exhaled deeply. However, as he was debating whether to save face, a cold voice echoed from inside the club. Quite lively here today. Then, 4 faces that made people shiver with just one glance appeared. Seeing these 4, Mo Tianyun's mind instantly exploded. His entire body trembled uncontrollably with fear. Thud! He was the first to collapse under the pressure, falling to his knees. His voice trembled violently. Greetings to the 4 great war gods. Boom! Mo Tianyun's words shattered everyone's composure. The 4 great war gods. The legendary, mysterious 4 great war gods. The highest commanders of the War Department. Why were they here? Even more shocking, the people following the 4 great war gods grew in number as they walked out. Each name uttered made everyone's hearts tremble. Thud, thud, thud. Lian Chengfeng, chairman of the Rhine Group, knelt down. The head of the Zhao family knelt down. Wang Lei and his father knelt down. Everyone was trembling in fear, except for Luo Qiu. He stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Although the Luo family was a hidden noble family and indeed powerful, the force in front of him was enough to make his heart quake. Especially the 4 great war gods. They represented the millions of soldiers of the Dragon Nation. They were the embodiment of the state apparatus. No matter how strong the Luo family was, they wouldn't dare challenge them. Luo Qiu's heart sank into despair. He was filled with boundless fear. What rotten luck! Trying to show off but ending up scared out of his wits. Luo Qiu was arrogant but not a fool. No matter how powerful the Luo family was, they dared not offend so many forces at once. Not to mention the 4 great war gods. Even just Li Zhangling from the Li family was enough to make him bow. Let alone, among the people present, Li Zhangling wasn't even the most outstanding. At this moment, the atmosphere had become unbearably tense. Mo Tianyun was drenched in sweat. As a member of the War Department, seeing the highest commanders of the War Department standing before him, and recalling his earlier arrogant words, fear filled his heart instantly. Everyone lowered their heads. The 4 great war gods remained cold and silent. After all, the matter for which Chen had summoned them could not be revealed. War gods, we didn't know you were here. Please forgive us. We were wrong, it was all Luo Qiu who instructed us. Yes, it was the Luo family. The people kneeling on the ground hurriedly pushed all the blame onto the Luo family. Hearing this, Luo Qiu's expression turned as sour as if he had swallowed a fly. Bastards! These scoundrels! They were obviously trying to make the Luo family bear the wrath of the 4 great war gods. Luo Qiu stood frozen in place, stiff and unable to move. At this point, he had no opportunity to argue and could only await judgment. The atmosphere was suffocating. After a long pause, one of the 4 great war gods spoke coldly, "Leave." As soon as the word fell, Mo Tianyun and the others seemed as if they were granted amnesty. Thank you, war gods, for your generosity. We'll leave immediately. Everyone turned and led their people away. Luo Qiu, who was already terrified out of his wits, fled in a panic. As if lingering even a second longer would bring about the end of the world, Luo Qiu ran desperately. When he came, he had driven a Ferrari and acted recklessly. When he left, he was utterly disheveled, like a stray dog. Back at his residence, he collapsed weakly onto the bed. His body was still trembling and limp from fear. For a long while, Luo Qiu squinted his eyes, his expression heavy. This time, he had truly kicked an iron plate. Although there were no consequences for now, who knew if they wouldn't come back for him later? Damn it! Luo Qiu cursed. He had originally planned to trouble Yi Chen but ended up bringing disaster upon himself. That brat Yi Chen was truly lucky. A mere waiter dared to meddle with his woman? At this moment, Luo Qiu was convinced that Yi Chen was just a waiter at the Black Gold Club. After all, no one but the staff was allowed inside the club at the time. He couldn't possibly have guessed. Yi Chen's identity was even higher than that of the 4 great war gods he so feared. The only reason he hadn't been pursued was that Yi Chen didn't want to alert his enemies prematurely. Otherwise, with just one word from Yi Chen, the entire Luo family would have been utterly destroyed. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door startled Luo Qiu. When he opened the door, he saw the old patriarch of the Luo family standing outside. "Grandfather, what's the matter?" Standing at the door was none other than Luo Lei, the head of the Luo family. "Xiu'er, tomorrow we'll be visiting the Chang family. This time, regarding the marriage alliance with them, you don't have any objections, do you?" Luo Lei asked. "Grandfather, I have no objections. I've seen Chang Shiyu's photo. She's beautiful, and I understand that the marriage is for the sake of the family's future." "Grandfather, I won't mess this up," Luo Qiu said earnestly. "Good, it's reassuring to hear that. Xiu'er, you've grown up and matured. The future of the Luo family will rely on you." Luo Lei valued Luo Qiu greatly. However, Luo Qiu was clearly distracted. He dared not speak further. If the old patriarch knew that today he had simultaneously offended the 4 great war gods and more than a dozen powerful families, he'd probably vomit blood in anger. Most of what Luo Lei said afterward didn't even register with Luo Qiu. Although Luo Lei found this odd, he didn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already returned to the Chang family residence. Until his engagement to Chang Shiqing was officially annulled, the Chang family had no choice but to let Yi Chen stay. After all, getting Yi Chen to annul the engagement with Chang Shiqing was now the Chang family's top priority. Just after arriving, Chang Xiuqi called out to Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at him and asked, "Uncle Chang, what is it?" Chang Xiuqi looked at Yi Chen and said, "Tomorrow, we'll have important guests visiting the Chang family. I can ignore the nonsense you've said before, but let me remind you, our guests tomorrow are of high status. Either go out and entertain yourself, or stay in your room. Just don't cause any trouble, understand?" Yi Chen shrugged, his face indifferent. He had no interest in the so-called important guests. He merely replied calmly, "Got it." With that, Yi Chen returned to his room. Lu Mei, observing Yi Chen's attitude, expressed her concern. "Recently, I've noticed Shiyu getting close to Yi Chen. Do you think there's any chance of trouble?" Chang Xiuqi laughed. "What trouble could there be? Don't worry, Shiyu has high standards. Only a true genius like Luo Qiu, the Luo family's eldest son, could catch her attention. As for trash like Yi Chen, once his engagement with Shiqing is annulled, we'll kick him out of the Chang family." Hearing this, Lu Mei relaxed. She shared the same belief. After all, with Yi Chen's status, he wasn't worth mentioning in the eyes of a true noble family. There was nothing to worry about. Just as Yi Chen returned to his room, there was a knock at the door. Yi Chen opened it to see Chang Shiyu standing there, pouting and looking upset. "Brother-in-law," Chang Shiyu called out coyly. "What is it?" Yi Chen asked indifferently. "Brother-in-law, you promised me before that no one would force me to marry if I didn't want to. But now, the Luo family is coming to the Chang family tomorrow. You can't abandon me," Chang Shiyu said, frustrated. "Don't worry. That so-called eldest son of the Luo family, I saw him today. He's just a typical playboy, not worth mentioning, and definitely unworthy of you." Yi Chen shrugged. "Really? I knew it. My parents only care about family status, not character. But I don't want to marry someone I don't love," Chang Shiyu said. "Relax. Since I promised you, I'll make it happen. You just do what you want. Whatever happens, I'll handle it," Yi Chen assured her. Hearing this, Chang Shiyu felt completely at ease. Although she didn't know Yi Chen's true identity. Over time and through her quiet investigations, she felt she had glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of his background. At the very least, if Chen dared to promise her something, he surely had the confidence to deliver. Satisfied, Chang Shiyu left with a skip in her step. The next day, the Chang family residence was brightly decorated, and everyone was busy. Especially the family head, Chang Shochi, and his wife, who were waiting outside early in the morning. Because the Chang family was welcoming important guests today. They were members of the hidden noble Luo family. If today's matchmaking succeeded, the Luo and Chang families would form an alliance, which would be a tremendous benefit to the Chang family. Very soon, the Chang family awaited Luo Lei, who arrived with Luo Qiu. Chang Xiuqi straightened his posture. He quickly stepped forward. Elder Luo, it's been a long time. Your presence at the Chang family today is truly an honor that brightens our humble home. And this must be the young master of the Luo family, Luo Qiu? So talented and outstanding at such a young age. Please, come in. Chang Xiuqi was extremely excited and appeared very humble in front of Luo Lei. From the moment the group entered the door, Lu Mei fixed her eyes on Luo Qiu. She looked at him as if a mother-in-law were sizing up her son-in-law, growing more satisfied with each glance. Whether it was his demeanor or family background, he was 10,000 times better than Yi Chen. If Chang Shiyu married into the Luo family, Lu Mei's status among the noble women in Shengjing would undoubtedly rise. Once everyone was seated, Lu Mei pulled Chang Shiyu over. Shiyu, come greet Elder Luo, and meet Luo Qiu. You're about the same age, so you should have many things in common, Lu Mei urged. However, Chang Shiyu looked quite unwilling, sitting still in her chair. She pouted. This made the atmosphere awkward. Luo Qiu, however, didn't seem to mind. He stood up, looked at Chang Shiyu, and smiled. Hello, Shiyu. I'm Luo Qiu. The reality far surpasses the reputation. Miss Shiyu is even more stunning than in the photos. Chang Shiyu rolled her eyes and retorted, young Master Luo is even more glib-tongued than I imagined. Luo Qiu was momentarily embarrassed by her response. But in his heart, he felt a surge of displeasure. There was no denying that Chang Shiyu was beautiful. But to openly disrespect him in front of everyone? This infuriated him. However, he didn't show it outwardly. He secretly vowed. Once he had secured Chang Shiyu, he would ensure she understood who was in charge. Chang Shiyu's blunt words terrified Chang Xiuqi and the others. After all, this was someone from the Luo family. If Chang Shiyu's disrespect offended Elder Luo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sure enough, when everyone looked at Luo Lei, his expression had subtly shifted. However, he didn't show anger, merely letting out a light chuckle and saying, it's understandable for young people to have a temper. Little girl, do you know why we're here? Chang Shiyu wasn't afraid at all. She had no intention of going along with the arranged marriage to Luo Qiu. Under different circumstances, she might have reluctantly agreed out of fear. But now, Yi Chen had already promised to help her. So, she didn't take Luo Lei seriously at all. In a calm tone, Chang Shiyu said, of course I know. Luo Lei chuckled. Good, as long as you understand. I hope you also realize one thing. Our Luo family's visit is a courtesy to the Chang family. I'll overlook this once because you're young, but there won't be a second time. Hearing Luo Lei's words, Chang Xiuqi and Lu Mei, along with the rest of the Chang family, felt chills run down their spines. This was a direct warning. Chang Xiuqi quickly spoke up, Master Luo, my daughter is ignorant and reckless. Please don't be angry. I'd beg for your forgiveness. Lu Mei also quickly grabbed Chang Shiyu and scolded her, Shiyu, stop being foolish. Do you want the Chang family to break ties with the Luo family because of your recklessness? Do you understand what that would mean? Chang Shiyu took a deep breath. She turned her head away, clearly defiant. Luo Lei saw this and finally spoke. Sure, this is your marriage. Discuss it directly with your Uncle Chang. Luo Qiu nodded, walked up to Chang Xiuqi, and smiled. Uncle Chang, as per my grandfather's wishes, our family's marriage alliance should be brought to the forefront. A union between our two families would be a strong alliance. Once Shiyu and I are married, the Luo family will fully support the Chang family's development in Shengjing. Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi beamed with joy. Of course, of course. I also think the marriage should be held soon. My daughter marrying young Master Luo is truly a blessing for her. Chang Xiuqi nodded enthusiastically. Luo Qiu smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, but we must follow proper customs. This visit is primarily to discuss the formalities, such as the bride price and other matters. Chang Xiuqi laughed heartily. Young Master Luo, you must be joking. There's no need for a bride price between us. As for the ceremony, we'll follow the Luo family's traditions. If the Luo family agrees, you can take my daughter back with you this very moment. Hearing Chang Xiuqi's words, Chang Xiu looked utterly shocked. Her eyes widened. Her face was filled with humiliation. Not only did she not want to marry Luo Qiu, even if she were willing to marry him, as the bride, was she nothing more than a commodity? To be handled entirely at the Luo family's discretion? No bride price, no matchmaking process, no ceremonial customs, just take her away? Simply because the Luo family was more powerful? Did her father think so little of her? Did he have to be this subservient? Chang Xiu felt deeply upset. Meanwhile, Luo Qiu was pleased with Chang Xiuqi's attitude. Truthfully, in their eyes, Chang Xiu marrying Luo Qiu was already a step up, since it was an elevation in status. How dare they make any demands? It was already fortunate for her to marry into the Luo family. Chang Xiu's feelings held no weight compared to the interests of two great families. Luo Qiu took a deep breath and said, Uncle Chang, there's no need to rush your response. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. The Luo family will do its best to meet them. However, I have a few suggestions. May I bring them up? Chang Xiuqi smiled. Please, go ahead, young Master Luo. Luo Qiu began, if Xiu marries into the Luo family, she must dedicate herself to her duties as a wife and mother. Without the Luo family's permission, she cannot return to her maiden home. Additionally, she must adhere to traditional virtues and never disgrace the Luo family's reputation. Should she violate this, the Luo family will enforce family law without notifying the Chang family. Lastly, the resources your eldest daughter, Chang Shiqing, receives from the War Department should be shared with the Luo family. These are my 3 suggestions. What does Uncle Chang think? Luo Qiu's words left the Chang family in silence. Especially Chang Xiuqi, who appeared hesitant. Seeing this, Chang Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did the Luo family truly think so highly of themselves? They even demanded she adhere to archaic traditions. What a joke! Seeing her father hesitate, Chang Xiu thought he might actually care about her. For a moment, she felt touched. After all, even a tiger wouldn't harm its cubs. Who would want their daughter to suffer in another family? But just as Chang Xiu thought Chang Xiuqi would refuse, Chang Xiuqi took a deep breath and said, Young Master Luo, the first 2 suggestions are no problem at all. However, the third suggestion might need further discussion. Boom! Those words struck Chang Xiu like lightning. Her mind went blank. She had thought her father hesitated because he cared about her well-being in the Luo family. But now she realized. She was too naive. In Chang Xiuqi's eyes, only the family's interests mattered. He didn't care at all about his daughter's life or death. Luo Qiu also knew not to press too hard. He smiled slightly and said, Of course, further discussion is possible. If there are no other issues, shall we finalize the marriage? Chang Xiuqi nodded. That would be ideal. After speaking, Chang Xiuqi turned to call Chang Xiu forward. But what he saw was Chang Xiu's tear-streaked face. Her expression was full of anger. Chang Xiuqi's face darkened, and he scolded, Xiu, stop this nonsense. Come forward now. No matter what, this marriage must be settled today. By now, Chang Xiu could no longer suppress her fury. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed in rage, I won't marry. Even if I die here today, I will never marry into the Luo family. Upon hearing Chang Xiu's words, the Chang family was utterly shocked. Lu Mei slapped Chang Xiu hard across the face and angrily said, Xiu, I always thought you were sensible. Who taught you to behave so rudely? Your marriage is decided by the family, not by you. Chang Xiu's face turned red from the slap. She stared in disbelief at her usually gentle mother. Mom, I'm your daughter. Not a commodity to be sold, nor trash to be discarded at will. Chang Xiu shouted in rage. You ungrateful child. Do you even know what you're saying? Marrying into the Luo family isn't just your fortune, it's the honor of the entire Chang family. How many families in the entire Dragon Nation are more powerful than the Luo family? How many young men are more outstanding than young Master Luo? Chang Xiuqi also erupted in anger, shouting loudly. Ha ha ha. You don't even see me as your daughter. Didn't you hear the demands they just made? Adhere to 3 obediences and 4 virtues, to be dealt with at their discretion. Does that mean they could kill me without even informing you? And you call them a noble family? The Luo family is nothing but scum, a bunch of shameless bastards. Chang Shiyu was furious and showed no restraint in her words. These remarks enraged the Luo family. Elder Luo Lei's face darkened, his expression icy. His cold gaze swept over Chang Xiuqi as he said in a chilling tone, "It seems that the eldest daughter of the Chang family looks down on our Luo family. Do you think this shameless old man is here to force a marriage? Or do you believe that my Luo family can't find a wife for our sons?" From Luo Lei's words, Chang Xiuqi could feel an overwhelming killing intent. He knew all too well. Luo Lei was truly furious. If this continued, the severance of friendly ties between the Luo and Chang families would be the least of their worries. If the Luo family bore a grudge, the Chang family would find it nearly impossible to survive in Xinjiang in the future. Terrified, Chang Xiuqi hastily waved his hands and said, "Elder Luo, please calm down. My daughter is ignorant and speaking nonsense. I'll make sure she apologizes to you." With that, Chang Xiuqi turned sharply, his gaze icy as it locked onto Chang Shiyu. His eyes seemed to flash with murderous intent. Chang Shiyu was frightened by her father's gaze. She had never seen her father look at her this way. Instinctively, she stepped back. Suppressing his seething anger, Chang Xiuqi said in a cold tone, "Shiyu, I've tolerated your willfulness and mischief in the past. But now, this concerns the future and development of the Chang family. I won't allow you to mess around. Right now, kneel before Elder Luo and beg for his forgiveness, or I'll break your legs." Chang Shiyu, overwhelmed with fear, burst into tears. "Dad, why are you forcing me? I just don't want to get married. Why are you doing this to me?" Chang Xiuqi replied, "You were born into a wealthy family. You've enjoyed a life of luxury, free from worry, and basked in the glory the family brought you. Now that the family needs you to give back, you have no right to say no. Do you want to bring the entire Chang family down with you? Dad, you..." Before Chang Shiyu could finish her sentence, Chang Xiuqi took a step forward and roared furiously, "Shut up and kneel." Everyone could feel the rage inside Chang Xiuqi was about to explode. As the head of the Chang family, he carried immense authority. At this moment, all members of the Chang family held their breath, not daring to make a sound. "Shiyu, don't be foolish. Listen to your father. Quickly apologize to Elder Luo, or he'll really break your legs." "Yes. Sister Shiyu, what's wrong with marrying into the Luo family? It's your good fortune. Stop being stubborn and kneel already." The Chang family members all began urging her. The Luo family members stood tall with pride, especially Luo Qiu, who looked at Chang Shiyu with disdain. No matter how fiery Chang Shiyu's temper was, in the face of absolute power, she had no choice but to bow. She had no room to resist. If the Luo family were truly enraged, even if they couldn't destroy the Chang family, they could ensure the Chang family's future was bleak. Tears streamed down Chang Shiyu's face. She looked at her relatives, one after another, criticizing her, forcing her. Her heart sank into despair. "Shiyu, we raised you to this age. Can't you listen to your parents? Are you really going to act like an ungrateful brat? Are you going to watch the Chang family fall because of you? Kneel now. If you don't kneel, your mother will kneel before you." Seeing the coldness in her family's eyes, Chang Shiyu felt utterly hopeless. How could a mere girl like her resist? At that moment, Chang Xiuqi took 2 steps forward, grabbed Chang Shiyu by the neck with his large hand. He pushed her toward Luo Lei and Luo Qiu. Then, he pressed down forcefully, trying to make Chang Shiyu kneel. Chang Shiyu clenched her teeth and resisted with all her might. Refusing to kneel was her last shred of dignity. But no one cared. Perhaps, for the sake of the family's interests, even if she knelt to her death here, no one would bat an eye. At this critical moment, suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the doorway. "Stop! Who dares to force Shiyu? Chang Xiuqi, do you even deserve to call yourself a father? You're willing to lay hands on your own daughter just to grovel before the Luo family like a dog?" The voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was filled with contempt. Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi froze. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. At this moment, someone dared to speak up, and even compared the head of the Chang family to a dog. Who was bold enough to do this? Everyone looked. A figure slowly walked in through the doorway. It was Chen. All the Chang family members stared at Chen in disbelief. Earlier, Chen had said he would help Chang Shiyu. But no one had taken his words seriously. After all, in their eyes, Chen was just boasting. No one expected Chen to actually step forward. Chen! Chang Xiuqi's face filled with anger. He roared coldly, "Who gave you the right to speak? I don't have time to deal with you right now. Get out immediately, or I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Completely unbothered by the threat, he calmly walked to Chang Shiyu's side and smiled. "Are you okay?" Chang Shiyu, overwhelmed with fear, rushed into Chen's arms, crying, "Why did you come so late?" I sob. This scene was a direct provocation. In the eyes of the Luo family, Chang Shiyu was already their daughter-in-law. But now, she was in the arms of another man. And right in front of them. Luo Lei's eyes burned with rage as he said coldly, "Head of the Chang family, what is the meaning of this? Does your family truly think my Luo family is so easy to bully?" Luo Qiu blared at Chen with intense killing intent. Chen? Just a lowly waiter. And now, he dared to openly hold his woman? He must die. Today, Chen must die. The scene instantly turned extremely tense. The Chang family trembled in fear, knowing that Chen's appearance had pushed Luo Lei, who was already on the verge of rage, to the brink. This was truly terrible luck. That damn Chen! Of all times, why did he appear now? If Luo Lei were to lose his temper, the entire Chang family would be doomed because of Chen. "Master Luo, please calm down. This boy, Chen, is not a member of the Chang family. He has nothing to do with us." "Yes, Chen. If you have any sense, get out now. If you anger Elder Luo, you're finished. Do you have a death wish?" The Chang family scrambled to explain to Luo Lei while angrily berating Chen. Chen remained unfazed. With a calm expression, he scanned the room. He had never held a good opinion of the Chang family. As a child, Chen had lived with the Chang family for a few years. He had a first-hand understanding of their selfish and self-serving nature. Now, they were even willing to sacrifice their daughter's happiness and marriage for the sake of the family's interests. As the crowd berated Chen, Luo Qiu stepped forward with a calm demeanor. "Chen, I do know you." Luo Qiu spoke with a cold smile. Hearing this, everyone in the Chang family froze. Luo Qiu knew Chen? How was that possible? Even Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't remember anyone named Luo Qiu. In fact, Luo Qiu had encountered Chen before at the Black Gold Club. He had intended to cause trouble for Chen, but Chen hadn't paid him any attention. Naturally, Chen wouldn't remember someone like Luo Qiu. "You know me?" Chen squinted his eyes and asked, puzzled. "Of course I know you. We met at the Black Gold Club. I must say, you're quite bold for a mere waiter at the Black Gold Club, daring to meddle in matters between my Luo family and the Chang family. Don't you think that's laughable?" Luo Qiu sneered, looking at Chen with disdain. He carried himself with an air of arrogance. "With your status, the gap between us is too great. Crushing you would be as simple as stepping on an ant." Hearing Luo Qiu's words, the Chang family stared at Chen in silence. They knew Chen had struggled in recent years, but they never imagined he had fallen so low as to become a waiter. And yet, this lowly figure dared to involve himself in the Chang family's affairs, using his engagement to Chang Shiqing as leverage. "Chen, you better understand your position. This is no place for you to act out. This is hilarious. Chen, at least when you stayed with the Chang family, you didn't go hungry. But after leaving, you ended up as a waiter? How pathetic. I don't know how highly you think of yourself. Do you really believe a few words from you can prove your worth?" The crowd jeered one after another. Chang Xiuqi, ever shrewd, immediately noticed Luo Qiu's clear disdain for Chen. It was only natural. After all, Chang Shiyu was about to marry Luo Qiu. In a way, Chang Shiyu was already Luo Qiu's woman. Seeing her in Chen's arms was an insult no man could tolerate. Chang Xiuqi smiled slyly and said, "This boy, Chen, has always relied on the relationship between our family and his father to borrow the Chang family's influence and cause trouble everywhere. Today, I declare that the Chang family will no longer protect Chen. Young Master Luo, I leave his fate entirely in your hands." Hearing this, Luo Qiu was clearly satisfied. He slowly walked toward Yi Chen, looking down at him and said, "Boy, don't test my patience. Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I might spare your worthless life. Remember, you have 3 seconds. 3, 2. Luo Qiu had long held a grudge against Yi Chen. He could have easily ordered someone to kill him, but he chose not to. He wanted to humiliate Yi Chen in front of Chang Shiyu. He wanted Yi Chen to kneel like a dog and beg for his forgiveness. The crowd watched with amusement. After all, this was exactly what they expected to happen. Who was Yi Chen, anyway? To stand up at this moment was nothing short of seeking death. Seeing that Luo Qiu intended to humiliate Yi Chen, no one present spoke up for him. "Yi Chen, young Master Luo has offered to spare your life. Why aren't you kneeling in gratitude?" "Exactly. Don't you realize you've offended the hidden noble Luo family and their young master, Luo Qiu? If you dare say no, you'll die a horrible death today." The mocking voices were sharp and grating. Just as Luo Qiu was about to count down to 1. Suddenly, Yi Chen took 2 steps toward Luo Qiu. The crowd assumed Yi Chen was finally about to comply, and their faces lit up with smiles. However, in the next instant, their smiles froze on their faces. They watched as Yi Chen walked up to Luo Qiu. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. Smack! A loud slap landed squarely on Luo Qiu's face. Boom! Luo Qiu was sent flying from the force of the slap. He slammed heavily into the wall behind him. Instantly, blood sprayed from his nose, and half his face swelled up like a pig's head. The room fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at what had just happened. Did they see that correctly? Yi Chen slapped Luo Qiu so hard he flew? How was that possible? How could he dare? While the Chang family was stunned that Yi Chen dared to strike Luo Qiu, what shocked them even more was that Luo Qiu was from the hidden noble Luo family. And his martial skills were nothing to scoff at. Among his peers, he was considered one of the best. Yet now, Yi Chen had sent him flying with a single slap. What was going on? Was Luo Qiu careless? Or was Yi Chen actually stronger than Luo Qiu? Everyone stared at Yi Chen in disbelief, their breathing quickening. Sitting at the head of the room, Elder Luo Lei's eyes narrowed sharply. A violent aura erupted from his body. At that moment, he resembled an erupting volcano, and everyone felt the suffocating pressure radiating from him. That's right. Elder Luo was enraged. Truly enraged. Elder Luo was ready to kill. After all, it had been ages since anyone had dared to so openly provoke and humiliate the Luo family. Yet Yi Chen had done just that. All eyes turned to Yi Chen, but he acted as though he had done something trivial. He calmly walked up to Luo Qiu and said in an indifferent tone, "You want me to kneel? Are you even worthy?" Boom! Those words hit everyone like a thunderclap. Their minds went blank. What? Yi Chen not only hit Luo Qiu, but he also humiliated him like this. And Luo Qiu was the young master of the Luo family. Yi Chen's actions were tantamount to trampling the Luo family's dignity into the ground. Luo Qiu, having never suffered such humiliation, clutched his throbbing face and screamed in rage, "Grandfather! Kill him! Kill him for me! I want him dead! Ah!" Endless rage. Luo Lei, the patriarch of the Luo family, had never encountered such a situation before. Right in front of him, someone had dared to hit his grandson. This was something he never could have imagined. What made it worse was that the one who hit his grandson was a lowly waiter. "Attack! Kill him!" Luo Lei roared furiously. Immediately, 2 men standing by Luo Lei erupted with overwhelming force. Boom! A powerful aura burst forth. These were 2 highly skilled martial artists. Judging by their energy, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. After all, as protectors of a member of a hidden noble family like Luo Lei, their skills couldn't possibly be weak. In almost an instant, they launched an attack on Yi Chen. Swish! At the same time, both men unleashed a torrential force toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood motionless, as if oblivious to the impending danger. In everyone's eyes, Yi Chen was doomed this time. However, just as the 2 martial artists were about to crush Yi Chen's skull with their fists, Yi Chen finally moved. His figure flickered suddenly. Bang! Bang! With a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, Yi Chen struck. 2 dull thuds echoed. The crowd watched in shock. The The two elite martial artists of the Luo family were sent flying like cannonballs. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Chang family's hall fell deathly silent. How was this possible? The Chang family stared at Yi Chen in disbelief, their hearts filled with shock. When had Yi Chen become so powerful? Even the elite fighters of the Luo family were no match for him? And to think he had defeated them so easily? This realization left Chang Shochi stunned. He realized he had severely underestimated Yi Chen. Luo Lei, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. You're a martial artist too. Luo Lei exclaimed in shock. Now you know, but it's too late. Yi Chen replied calmly. You brat, don't get cocky. Being able to fight doesn't mean much. The Luo family is filled with powerful warriors. Not to mention those who walk the path of divine strength, even several of the top 10 ranked in the dragon list belong to my Luo family. Do you really think you alone can stand against the entire Luo family? Luo Lei roared, his overwhelming anger clouding his judgment. His gaze turned as sharp as a blade, fixed on Yi Chen. Good. Very good. It seems the Luo family has been too low profile for too long. Any random person now thinks they can trample on us. Hearing Luo Lei's words, Chang Shochi and his wife were already paralyzed with fear. They never imagined Yi Chen would be so reckless. He even dared to attack someone from the Luo family. Although Yi Chen's skills had indeed left them in awe, what could personal strength achieve? How could one man possibly contend with a family that had centuries of influence and power? They had already severed ties with Yi Chen. But now, this was happening in the Chang family home. Luo Lei's rage would inevitably implicate them. Thud. Chang Shochi fell to his knees before Luo Lei. Elder Luo, this has nothing to do with us. Nothing at all. It's all Yi Chen's doing. We don't even know him. Yes. Elder Luo, please don't take your anger out on the Chang family. If you want revenge, take it out on Yi Chen alone. Do whatever you wish with him. At this point, Luo Lei ignored Chang Shochi and the others entirely. Luo Lei stood up from his seat. He looked at Yi Chen and gritted his teeth. Boy, killing you would be too easy. You are the first to dare lay a hand on the Luo family. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Looking at Chang Shochi kneeling on the ground, he mocked, just a mere Luo family, and you're all this scared? You brag so much about how powerful the Chang family is, but what a disgrace. The Chang family members felt their scalps tingle at his words. Disgraceful? That was the Luo family, a hidden noble family with immense power. Who wouldn't be afraid? They didn't dare respond, fearing Yi Chen's recklessness might drag them down with him. Yi Chen turned his gaze toward Luo Lei and said, Make me wish I were dead? I doubt you have the ability. Patriarch of the Luo family, do you think you can leave the Chang family alive today? Luo Lei snorted coldly and said, Boy, I admit you have some skill, but no matter how strong an individual is, they're nothing but a paper tiger before a powerful family. To kill you, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I'd only need to give the order. Hearing this, Yi Chen laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then you've been giving orders for a while now. Why am I still alive? These words made Luo Lei's face stiffen instantly. As the head of the Luo family, he wasn't stupid. If Yi Chen could slap his grandson away and defeat his two guards, it meant Yi Chen was also a martial arts expert. However, Luo Lei hadn't anticipated such an encounter, so he hadn't brought many people with him. While his own strength wasn't weak, due to his age and old injuries, he couldn't possibly defeat Yi Chen. Thus, he had resorted to so much talk with Yi Chen. Luo Lei knew he couldn't stay here any longer. He could only issue a warning. Narrowing his eyes, Luo Lei said coldly, Young man, you have guts. I'll remember you. With that, Luo Lei helped his grandson, Luo Qiu, up. He turned and prepared to leave. A wise man knows when to retreat. Luo Lei suppressed his rage, knowing that once he left the Chang family, he would have countless ways to kill Yi Chen and even destroy the Chang family. However, just as he took 2 steps, Yi Chen's voice rang out. Did I say you could leave? Luo Lei narrowed his eyes, turning back to face Yi Chen, his tone cold. What? Do you really intend to keep me here? Yi Chen's lips curled into a smirk. You can leave through that door, but only if you and your grandson kneel before Shiyu and beg for her forgiveness. If she forgives you, you may go. Hearing this, Luo Lei felt his scalp tingle. He stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. This boy wanted him to kneel before a woman? What kind of humiliation was this? Luo Lei's voice trembled with fury as he said, "And if I refuse?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly, his tone scornful. "As the head of the Luo family, you're surely a man of integrity who wouldn't abandon his pride for survival. If you refuse, I'll kill you." With that, Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. In the stunned gaze of Luo Lei and Luo Qiu, his figure flickered and appeared before them. A terrifying aura, cascading like a waterfall, enveloped them. Both men felt as if death itself was staring at them. He really dared to kill. The overwhelming sense of impending doom consumed the Luo family's patriarch and his grandson. In an instant, thud. Neither of them could bear the fear any longer. They both dropped to their knees before Chang Shiyu. Luo Lei gritted his teeth. As the aged head of the Luo family, he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. But now, he knelt before a young girl. This was a disgrace he'd never forget. Rage filled his heart. All he could think about was leaving here alive and mobilizing all the resources of the Luo family. Kill! 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 Only blood could wash away this humiliation. At that moment, the entire Chang family froze like statues, unable to move. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The patriarch of the Luo family, a man who wielded immense power and could shake Xinjiang with a single word, had knelt before Chang Shiyu. Even Chang Shiyu was stunned. She stammered, Please, don't kneel. Get up." But her words had no effect. Luo Lei and Luo Qiu remained motionless. They could still feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. As Chang Shiyu's voice faded, suddenly, the pressure disappeared, leaving them feeling light. Yi Chen's icy voice rang out. "Leave." At this moment, Luo Lei's face was as dark as it could get. He was the patriarch of the hidden noble Luo family. No matter where he went, he was always a figure who commanded respect and stood above others. From the moment of his birth to becoming the head of the Luo family, he had always been held in high esteem. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Rage, pain, hatred. Luo Lei was teetering on the edge of an outburst, held back only by the sliver of rationality he still possessed. In this world, the poor fear the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Luo Lei's only concern now was, if Yi Chen took advantage of the situation and killed him, then, no matter how great Luo Lei's resources and connections were, none of them would matter. His sole priority was to preserve his life, so he could later marshal all his power to annihilate Yi Chen, destroy the Chang family, and repay this humiliation 100-fold. Hearing Yi Chen's cold command to leave, Luo Lei and Luo Qiu, supporting each other, fled in disgrace. Today's encounter would likely haunt them as a nightmare for the rest of their lives. It would remain an indelible mark of shame. As the two of them fled far from the scene, Luo Lei could no longer hold back. His voice roared like thunder. "Fine. The humiliation I endured today, I will repay 100-fold. Yi Chen, Chang family, just wait. Within a month, I will make sure you are wiped from the face of this world." With that, Luo Lei's figure vanished into the distance. Back in the Chang family hall, the entire Chang family collapsed to the ground in fear. Originally, today's planned marriage alliance could have elevated the Chang family, solidifying their position in Xinjiang. But everything had been ruined by Yi Chen. Not only was their future destroyed, but the Chang family had also forged a deadly enmity with the Luo family. Yi Chen was doomed. But why did the Chang family have to suffer with him? After a long pause, the crowd finally recovered from their shock. All of them turned their furious gazes toward Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, are you satisfied now? You've doomed the Chang family to ruin. You're insane. You actually dared to make the head of the Luo family kneel. Do you even know what kind of power the Luo family wields? What now? You may die, but what did the Chang family do to deserve this?" The entire Chang family berated Yi Chen in anger. Chang Shouqi, looking as though he had aged decades in an instant, gazed coldly at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, is this your revenge against the Chang family for all these years? Back then, you did suffer some grievances while living with us, but at least we fed and housed you for years. Why would you drag the Chang family into this?" Yi Chen shrugged, his face full of disdain, and said, "It's just the Luo family. If they dare come, I'll make sure they die. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for this. With that, Yi Chen raised his head and walked toward the exit. A few members of the Chang family tried to block his path, but the sharpness in Yi Chen's gaze startled them. Remembering what had just happened to Luo Qiu, they instinctively stepped aside. Under everyone's unwilling stares, Yi Chen left. Once Yi Chen was gone, the Chang family fell into chaos. Sighs and groans filled the room. They all understood. If the Luo family sought revenge against the Chang family, no matter how hard they resisted, it would be futile. Even if the Chang family's status prevented them from being completely obliterated, they would still face severe oppression, perhaps even sink into obscurity. Chang Xiuqi let out a long sigh and said, "What now? Can someone tell me what we should do?" No one in the Chang family dared to speak. In the face of such a dire situation, they all felt helpless. But Chang Shiyu stepped forward and said, "Dad, what's there to worry about? Brother-in-law said he'd take full responsibility. There's nothing to fear." Hearing Chang Shiyu's words, Chang Xiuqi almost exploded with anger. What kind of spell had Yi Chen cast on his daughter? Yi Chen? Take responsibility? With what? It was true. Yi Chen's strength had surprised Chang Xiuqi. He even admitted he had underestimated Yi Chen. But so what? Even if Chang Shiqing was now ranked first on the potential dragon list, individual strength alone was meaningless against a family, especially a hidden noble family. Chang Xiuqi shouted angrily, "Shut up! Take responsibility? With what? Do you even know how many truly powerful martial artists the Luo family has? Let me tell you, the Luo family has no fewer than 800 masters of the human god realm." Lu Mei, her face full of worry, said, "I think we need to come up with a plan quickly. When the Luo family retaliates, we can't afford to be caught unprepared." As the head of the family, Chang Xiuqi quickly regained his composure. He began giving orders. "Someone follow Yi Chen immediately. Don't let him escape. Notify Shiqing right away, her position in the War Department is high, and we'll need her to mediate with the Luo family. And most importantly, lock Shiyu up. From now on, she's forbidden from seeing Yi Chen again." Chang Shiyu protested, "Dad, why can't you listen to me? I refuse to be grounded." Chang Xiuqi roared, "Listen to you? If we listen to you any longer, the entire Chang family will be buried with you. Get to your room now, or I'll kick you out of the family and cut ties with you." Although Chang Shiyu was unwilling, she didn't dare argue further after seeing how angry her father was. She was frustrated. To her, this wasn't a big deal. Since Yi Chen had stepped in, no matter how strong the Luo family was, Yi Chen would surely handle it. She thought her parents were overreacting. However, for now, she had no choice but to comply and accept her confinement. Meanwhile, Yi Chen arrived at the Black Gold Club. The club's owner personally attended to him. Yi Chen sat on a sofa. Standing before him was the Reaper, Zhang Yi. At the moment, Zhang Yi was reporting information to Yi Chen. "Master, it seems that your father disappeared after learning that your mother was still alive. Based on my investigation, your father visited the Yun family after sending you to the Chang family. However, the exact reason remains unclear." Hearing this, Yi Chen murmured, "The Yun family? How coincidental." The Yun family had deep entanglements with Yi Chen. From the beginning, Yun Haoge had been involved. It was Yun Haoge who caused Su Zixuang's death. Now, as Yi Chen searched for his parents, the Yun family was once again meddling. It seemed they were always up to something. Back then, Yi Chen had spared Yun Hai's life, because he wanted to personally visit the Yun family one day in Xinjiang. Now, learning that his father's last known destination was the Yun family, he felt even more compelled to go. Yi Chen nodded and said, "How interesting. The Yun family isn't particularly strong, but they seem deeply involved. I suppose I'll have to pay them a visit." Zhang Yi quickly asked, "Master, should I handle them in advance?" Yi Chen waved his hand. "No need. Keep pursuing your investigation. I'll deal with the Yun family myself." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Understood." With that, Zhang Yi disappeared. Yi Chen slowly stood up. He left the private room. The Black Gold Club's owner knelt on the ground. "Farewell, master." A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, and he set off toward the Yun family. Late night. The sky was oppressively dark as Yi Chen walked slowly along the main road. Soon, he arrived at the gates of the Yun family estate. As soon as he appeared, the Yun family guards spotted him. Immediately, several guards stepped forward to block his path. "Who are you?" The guards glared at Yi Chen, their voices sharp. "Yi Chen," he replied with a faint smile. "This is the private estate of the Yun family. Regardless of who you are, leave at once." The guards barked coldly. They looked at Yi Chen as though he were a fool. In Shangjing, who didn't know this was the private estate of the Yun family? Without permission. No one dared to loiter here. Otherwise, it could cost them their lives. "I know this is the Yun family. That's exactly why I'm here." Yi Chen smiled faintly. Hearing this, the guards frowned immediately. "What's your purpose here?" one of them asked. "To kill," Yi Chen replied coldly. Instantly, the guards reacted, and one of them reached to alert his companions. Unfortunately, no matter how quick their reflexes, they weren't faster than Yi Chen. The moment Yi Chen finished speaking, his fists shot out like lightning. 2 punches. And the guards' chests caved in under the force. They were hurled through the air, landing heavily on the ground. The commotion instantly alerted the rest of the Yun family's guards. In mere moments, dozens of guards surrounded Yi Chen. The noise was so loud. Even the Yun family members took notice. Inside, Yun Feng was in his room preparing sausage casings when the racket startled him so badly that he almost fell ill. Furious, he stormed out of the estate, cursing loudly. "Damn it! Who the hell has a death wish, causing trouble at the Yun family's place? Do you want to die?" Yun Feng pushed his way through the crowd. The moment he saw Yi Chen surrounded, he opened his mouth to hurl more insults. But upon seeing Yi Chen's face, Yun Feng froze. Then he let out a terrified shout, "Yi Chen, it's you!" Yun Feng was genuinely startled. Some time ago, in Jianzhou, Yi Chen had humiliated him severely. The memory still burned, filling him with frustration. He had initially planned revenge, but Yun Hai had stopped him. To his shock, Yi Chen had the audacity to show up at the Yun family estate. Yi Chen smiled faintly at Yun Feng, his tone calm. "It's been a while." Yun Feng's face darkened. At that moment, Yun Hai walked out slowly. Seeing Yi Chen, his expression also turned grim, though he was calmer than Yun Feng. Yun Hai knew Yi Chen was strong, and that he had considerable influence overseas. However, he had never expected that Yi Chen would dare to charge into the Yun family estate alone. Even Yun Hai couldn't help but think Yi Chen was insane. If Yi Chen had brought his overseas assassin organization, it might have caused trouble for the Yun family. But for Yi Chen to come alone? Did he think the Yun family was defenseless? Yun Hai took a deep breath, his tone icy as he asked, "Yi Chen, in Jiangzhou, my brother and I already lowered our heads to you. Why have you come to the Yun family now?" Yi Chen shrugged and said, "I came to ask your patriarch a question. Answer well, and we'll leave it at that. Answer poorly, and today, I'll destroy the Yun family." Destroy the Yun family? Such arrogance. With a single sentence, Yi Chen enraged the entire Yun family. In Shangjing, the Yun family was, at the very least, a first-rate family. Forget Yi Chen, even the top-ranking families in Xinjiang wouldn't dare to claim they could destroy the Yun family. Yun Hai gritted his teeth and growled, "Yi Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think the Yun family is so easy to bully?" Yi Chen's gaze turned icy, and a faint smirk appeared on his lips. "Yun Hai, I'll give you 2 choices. First, let me into the Yun family estate and gather all the direct descendants in the hall for me to question. Second, I'll force my way in and question them one by one." Seeing Yi Chen's domineering stance, Yun Hai naturally wouldn't concede. If word got out, how could the Yun family maintain its standing in Xinjiang? More importantly, this was the Yun family's territory. With so many skilled fighters present, Yun Hai felt confident. Taking a deep breath, Yun Hai said, "Yi Chen, stop being arrogant." Yi Chen sighed, his patience wearing thin. "Since that's your choice, then die." As Yi Chen prepared to act, suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the air. "Let him in, higher. I want to see what gives him the audacity to question my Yun family." The voice was loud and commanding. The Yun family members were visibly shaken. The speaker, clearly someone with immense power. It was the Yun family patriarch. At his words, no matter how upset Yun Hai and Yun Feng were, they had no choice but to step aside. Their eyes glared at Yi Chen with hatred. In Zhengzhou, they had lost face before Yi Chen. Now, in their own home, they were forced to bow to him again. This filled them with immense frustration. Yi Chen, however, paid no attention to their resentful gazes. He strode boldly into the Yun family estate, entering the main hall. At that moment, the hall was filled with over 30 people. Sitting in the center was a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an extraordinary presence. This was the Yun family patriarch, Yun Buhui, the one who had spoken earlier. Seated around him were martial experts of the Yun family. The moment Yi Chen entered, an oppressive and violent aura filled the room, bearing down on him like a tidal wave. Clearly, they intended to intimidate him. Yet, Yi Chen was entirely unfazed. He walked in casually. Facing the overwhelming pressure from dozens of human god-level experts, he remained utterly unshaken. This scene made Yun Buhui take a sharp breath. He immediately sensed that this young man before him was no ordinary individual. However, he didn't take it to heart. He merely glanced at Yi Chen and said calmly, "It's been many years since anyone dared to cause trouble in my Yun family. You're the first. Young, and bold too." Yi Chen pulled up a chair and sat down. In a calm voice, he asked, "You're the Yun family patriarch?" Yun Buhui smiled faintly. "I am." Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, "Good. Today, the life or death of your Yun family depends entirely on you." Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Yun Buhui's eyes. If not for his deep composure, he might have already ordered Yi Chen's death after his first sentence. But he held back. Yun Buhui chuckled and asked, "It's been a long time since anyone has dared to speak to me like this." "Young man, what's your name?" "Yi Chen," he replied coolly. Hearing the name, Yun Buhui's expression changed slightly. He exclaimed, "You're from the Yi clan?" Yi Chen shrugged and said, "Yi clan? What's that? Are they worthy?" Yun Buhui froze. "Not from the Yi clan?" Looking across all of Xinjiang, Yun Buhui couldn't think of anyone outside the Yi clan bold enough to act this way toward the Yun family. Smiling faintly, Yun Buhui said, "I hear you want to ask me something?" Yi Chen nodded. "That's right. I have just one question. Your answer will determine the Yun family's fate, so think carefully." Yun Buhui smirked dismissively. "You're young, so I'll give you this chance. Ask." Yi Chen took a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he spoke directly. 18 years ago, Yi Hichu came to the Yun family. What was he looking for? As Yi Chen finished speaking, boom! It was as if thunder had struck the entire hall. The Yun family members froze, their minds reeling. The atmosphere became deathly silent. On every face, there was nothing but shock and terror. They stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes. Yi Chen clearly noticed a trace of shock on Yun Buhui's face. Everyone stared at Yi Chen. It was as if the name Yi Hichu had struck them with immense impact. Yun Buhui was visibly stunned for a long moment. Then, gritting his teeth, he muttered coldly, "Yi Hichu. Yi Chen. Yi clan." Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, looking directly at Yi Chen. "You're his son?" Yun Buhui's expression darkened to the point of appearing blood-red with anger. Yi Chen's face remained calm as he replied coldly, "Right now, I'm the one asking the questions. You only need to answer them." Crash! Yun Buhui erupted in rage. It was as though the name Yi Hichu was an unending source of humiliation for him. He laughed angrily. "Ha ha ha! Nearly 20 years! I never thought you father and son would be the same. Do you really think my Yun family is defenseless?" Yun Buhui's fury nearly boiled over. At that moment, Yun Feng stepped forward. His gaze was sharp as he glared at Yi Chen, shouting angrily, "Yi Chen, don't be so arrogant. This is the Yun family, not a place where you can do as you please." Back in Zhengzhou, Yun Feng had already been unhappy with Yi Chen. He wasn't the type to swallow his pride easily. Now, seeing Yi Chen acting so brazenly even at the Yun family estate, how could he tolerate it? Yi Chen didn't even glance at Yun Feng, keeping his unflinching gaze fixed on Yun Buhui, the Yun family patriarch. This sight felt like a massive insult to Yun Feng. He took a step forward, releasing a powerful aura from his entire body. Yun Feng narrowed his eyes, his tone cold, his energy surging. "In Zhengzhou, I spared you some respect. But I never thought you'd push your luck. Today, I'll kill you and show you what happens to those who offend the Yun family, death." Yun Feng prepared to attack. None of the Yun family members tried to stop him. In their eyes, no matter how strong Yi Chen was, this was the Yun family, home to countless skilled fighters. Yun Hai was slightly concerned. But his worry was about Yi Chen's overseas backing, not Yi Chen himself. If this were outside the Yun family estate, Yun Hai might not want to antagonize Yi Chen. But Yi Chen had come to their territory to flaunt his power. How could they endure such a provocation? Yun Feng stepped closer to Yi Chen, his face full of anger, shouting, "Yi Chen, this is your last chance. Kneel before me now and beg for the Yun family's forgiveness." Kneel. Down. Yun Feng's roar echoed like thunder. There was no denying. The Yun family had ambitions, and Yun Feng, while not the most talented, had reached the semi-human god realm. For most people, facing Yun Feng would be terrifying. But unfortunately, Yun Feng was facing Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen remain motionless, Yun Feng could no longer hold back. He stomped his foot, launching himself into the air with incredible speed. Crack! The sound of air splitting erupted. His speed reached its peak. A blur of shadows appeared as he swooped down like an eagle diving for its prey. Witnessing this, the Yun family members collectively gasped. Patriarch, it seems Feng's strength has reached this level. Though he appeared idle, he's clearly been diligently training. Indeed, Feng has exceeded my expectations. Someone like Yi Chen dares to cause trouble at the Yun family? Today, Feng will put him in his place. The Yun family members watched coldly. To them, Yi Chen, being so young and lacking any notable family background, was likely nothing more than a discarded member of the Yi clan. Unworthy of any attention, Yun Buhui's anger hadn't subsided. Ever since hearing the name Yi Hichu from Yi Chen's mouth, he had been unable to remain calm. But the thought that kept him composed was the certainty that Yi Chen would die today. The son of that man would be brutally tortured to death. Yun Buhui sipped his tea, hiding the trembling in his heart caused by rage. The humiliation inflicted by Yi Hichu years ago was something he could never forget. Perhaps he would never have the chance to exact revenge on Yi Hichu, but he could channel that hatred and repay it 100-fold to Yi Hichu's son. To Yun Buhui, Yi Chen was like a trapped beast, destined to die in the Yun family. There was no need to rush to kill him. If Yun Feng wanted to show off, Yun Buhui was happy to let him use Yi Chen as a sharpening stone. Everyone watched the impending showdown. They were curious. Would this battle be thrilling? But just as everyone expected Yun Feng to cripple Yi Chen with a single move, suddenly, their eyes widened in shock. Because Yi Chen, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished. In an instant, the 10-meter gap between him and Yun Feng closed. He was now directly in front of Yun Feng. Yun Feng was stunned. Before he could react, he felt his breath catch as a steel-like hand gripped his throat, cutting off his air. What was happening? Yun Feng gasped, a wave of terror washing over him, causing his hair to stand on end. Everyone noticed. Yun Feng hadn't even had the chance to make a proper move before Yi Chen grabbed him by the throat. Such speed. Such reaction time. Everyone realized. Yi Chen was far stronger than Yun Feng, and not just by a little. Crash. Yun Buhui reacted first. Slamming the table, he roared, "Yi Chen, let him go. Don't you dare kill my son." However, no matter how quickly Yun Buhui responded, he couldn't outpace Yi Chen. Yi Chen paid no attention to Yun Buhui's words. He simply tightened his grip. Snap! He twisted Yun Feng's neck with ease. Yun Feng's arms fell limp, his eyes wide open, the light in them fading rapidly. Moments later, he was completely dead. Even in death, Yun Feng couldn't understand why he had lost so miserably. Despite appearing as a spoiled rich kid, Yun Feng had secretly dedicated himself to martial training, striving to surpass others. But now he was dead. Killed as easily as an ant. This scene plunged the entire Yun family hall into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock and disbelief. On one hand, they were astounded by Yi Chen's power. On the other, they were terrified that Yi Chen had dared to kill in the Yun family estate, killing none other than the second young master of the Yun family. He was insane. This man was utterly insane. It was as if the entire hall had been petrified. Eyes quivered, pupils contracted, and breaths halted. The room fell into absolute stillness. Fear, shock, boundless terror. Every mind seemed to have turned to mush, unable to think clearly. Even Yun Buhui was overwhelmed with disbelief. He had never imagined someone would dare kill his son right in front of him. Was the sky falling? I warned you, you only have two choices: answer my question, or everyone here dies. Remember, don't test my patience. In the silent hall, Yi Chen's calm yet icy voice echoed. It sounded like the call of death from the depths of hell. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. He tossed Yunfeng's lifeless body onto the ground like trash. The gruesome sight shattered the Yun family's composure entirely. Yun Hai stood frozen in place, his body stiff and cold sweat dripping down his back. He had always known that Yi Chen had influence overseas, but he never imagined Yi Chen's personal strength would be so terrifying. It was clear. Yun Hai himself had little martial talent. But his younger brother, Yun Feng, had exceptional potential. Despite presenting himself as a hedonistic playboy in public, Yun Hai was well aware that the family had been secretly nurturing Yun Feng for years. But now, Yun Feng had no chance to resist in front of Yi Chen. He had been killed just like that. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This person could not be allowed to live, otherwise, he would become the Yun family's greatest enemy in the future. It took a long time for everyone to recover from their shock. Yun Buhui's face twisted with rage as he stared at his son's corpse, his entire being consumed by madness. He rushed to Yun Feng's body. Ah! Yun Buhui let out a mournful roar, his eyes bloodshot, overcome with grief. He had been proud of both his sons. His eldest, Yun Hai, though lacking martial talent, was shrewd and resourceful, showing great promise as a strategist despite his young age. His youngest, Yun Feng, possessed extraordinary martial potential. While not top tier, he was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding talents of his generation within the Yun family. Now Yun Feng was dead. Killed in the Yun family's own home. Unbearable. Absolutely intolerable. After mourning for a moment, Yun Buhui abruptly lifted his head, his gaze icy and piercing. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "Do you realize what you've done?" At this moment, Yun Buhui's hatred for Yi Chen had reached its peak. His eyes seemed to radiate tangible killing intent. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have been riddled with 1,000 arrows. "I killed someone," Yi Chen replied indifferently, his tone as casual as if he were talking about stepping on an ant. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yun Buhui's entire body trembled with rage as he began laughing maniacally through blood and tears. "Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. My Yun family has not been humiliated like this in decades. 20 years ago, it was the same, and now it's happening again. Yi Hichu, Yi Chen, you father and son are truly remarkable. Do you really think the Yun family is defenseless?" Yun Buhui roared in fury. As his rage erupted, martial experts from the Yun family began pouring out from all directions, each exuding overwhelming energy. They surrounded Yi Chen completely. Yi Chen could clearly sense this Yun family was no ordinary household. They had been concealing many martial experts. A quick assessment revealed over 20 semi-human god level experts and 7 or 8 full human god level masters. Such martial strength would be enough to intimidate even the most powerful figures in Xinjiang. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Hearing Yun Buhui's words, he was secretly surprised. Could it be that his father, Yi Hichu, had once stormed the Yun family as well? This only reinforced his suspicions of a deeper connection. He had to uncover the truth. Outside the hall, the sound of more martial experts approaching grew louder, each step resonating like thunder. Yun Buhui's face was grim. His throat, dry from grief, let out a sharp, piercing voice. "Boy, tell me, how do you want to die? With you lot? You're not worthy of killing me," Yi Chen said calmly, his tone dismissive. "Often, surrender is the only path to survival. Don't bring about your own demise." Yun Buhui took a sharp breath. Yi Chen's arrogance was boundless. Indeed, Yi Chen was undeniably strong. This had taken Yun Buhui by surprise. But he had to remember, this wasn't a one-on-one battle. Yi Chen was facing all the Yun family's martial experts. The combined might of the Yun family's centuries-old foundation. What could Yi Chen possibly use to resist? Arrogant. In that case, I'll ensure your corpse isn't even left intact. Yun Buhui growled, his eyes blazing with endless killing intent. With a single command, the Yun family's martial experts would reduce Yi Chen to ashes in an instant. Yun Buhui's hatred for Yi Chen was fueled not only by the murder of his son, but also by the lingering resentment from Yi Chen's father, Yi Hichu. Yun Buhui had thought Yi Chen would be easy to deal with, hoping to humiliate him thoroughly. Instead, it had cost him his beloved son. Now, he had run out of patience. Yun Buhui's gaze locked onto Yi Chen. Then, with a wave of his hand, he coldly ordered, "Kill him. I want him dead. Tear him to pieces." As Yun Buhui's command echoed, boom, 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 dozens of martial experts surged forward from all directions. The crowd moved as one, the air filled with violent and sharp energy, creating a cacophony of piercing sounds. A single semi-human god expert was already formidable. But dozens attacking at once? The sheer momentum alone could crush an ordinary person to dust. Dare to cause trouble in the Yun family? Die. Kill. Avenge the second young master. Die. The Yun family's martial experts were consumed by hatred for Yi Chen. They attacked with lethal intent, convinced that with so many of them closing in, Yi Chen had no escape. Every possible retreat had been sealed. There was seemingly no way out. The only question now was who would land the first strike and claim Yi Chen's head. As the angry roars resounded, 7 of the foremost martial experts closed in on Yi Chen. Without hesitation, they unleashed their deadliest techniques. From all directions, attacks converged on Yi Chen. The violent energy caused the entire hall to feel on the verge of collapse. The power was overwhelming. Chairs nearby disintegrated into powder under the immense pressure. Even Yun Hai couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Though he was over 20 meters away from Yi Chen, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming aura released by the Yun family's experts. He stared icily at Yi Chen. He admitted, earlier, he had been frightened by Yi Chen. That fear had emerged from deep within, making Yi Chen his nightmare for a long time. But today, that nightmare would end. Because, surrounded by so many Yun family experts, Yi Chen was doomed. There was no chance of survival. Die. With a roar, the first Yun family expert to reach Yi Chen's side wore an expression of triumph. He had seized the lead, and under the eager gazes of his peers, the expert's violent punch landed heavily on Yi Chen's head. It connected. Everyone's eyes widened. Such a powerful punch, striking the head directly, no matter how strong Yi Chen was, his skull should have shattered instantly. However, before anyone could celebrate, their bodies froze. Because the punch, which seemed to have landed squarely on Yi Chen's head. The next moment, Yi Chen's figure shimmered like an illusion. The expert's fist passed straight through Yi Chen's body. As everyone looked again, Yi Chen was no longer standing where he had been. The punch had only struck empty air. The expert's eyes narrowed. A surge of fear overwhelmed him. He froze. After image. He gasped, uttering the words in disbelief. In the next moment, the expert felt a tearing pain in his body. Looking down, he saw Yi Chen's hand had already pierced through his torso. Boom! A violent force erupted. The expert was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. At that moment, everything seemed to freeze. Yi Chen's figure vanished and reappeared in an instant. With each reappearance, blood splattered into the air. In the span of a single breath, the Yun family's martial experts fell one by one. This scene thoroughly terrified everyone present. The remaining martial experts instinctively retreated, their faces pale with fear as if they had seen a ghost. They were completely shaken by Yi Chen. Everyone in the room felt as if their throats were blocked, unable to utter a single word. Yun Buhui's face darkened to the point of dripping blood. What was going on? These were the Yun family's strongest assets. Each of them was at least a semi-human god-level expert. In smaller cities, any one of them would have been an unrivaled force. But now, they were being cut down by Yi Chen like weeds. In the blink of an eye, more than half had fallen. Everyone stared at Yi Chen in horror. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. This man was no mere human. To face dozens of experts alone and still kill with such ease, it was beyond comprehension. Yun Hai felt his scalp go numb. Despite how submissive he had acted toward Yi Chen back in Jiangzhou, as the eldest son of the Yun family, he harbored deep resentment toward Yi Chen. He had thought that Yi Chen's intrusion into the Yun family today would inevitably lead to his death. But he never expected that Yi Chen's strength would be so fearsome it inspired dread. While all the Yun family members were stunned by what they had witnessed, Yi Chen remained unfazed. He began walking slowly toward the Yun family's patriarch, Yun Buhui. A few remaining experts, sensing Yi Chen's intent, quickly stepped forward, blocking Yun Buhue from harm. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Yun Buhue. In a cold tone, he said, "I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. Since that's the case, I'll wipe out your entire Yun family." Yun Buhue's eyes burned with boundless fury. As the head of the Yun family, he could not afford to show weakness. Even now, he knew Yi Chen was powerful, but he firmly believed that no matter how strong Yi Chen was, he could not stand against the entire Yun family. And anyone who dared to offend the Yun family must die. This was his bottom line. Yun Buhue stood tense, watching Yi Chen approach step by step. When Yi Chen entered within 10 meters of him, Yun Buhue's eyes widened abruptly, and his body erupted with an explosive surge of energy. At that moment, his full strength was revealed for all to see. A human god realm expert. No one had expected that the Yun family's patriarch would also be a human god-level warrior. Moreover, his aura seemed even deeper and more formidable than the other Yun family experts. Die! Yun Buhue roared, his body springing forward like a cannonball. A violent surge of energy erupted within him, veins bulging on his arms. He charged forward like a tiger descending a mountain. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to shatter with explosive sounds. As he moved, the Yun family's remaining experts followed closely behind. At that moment, the Yun family resolved to use their combined strength to utterly destroy Yi Chen. Boom! 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 The air was filled with deafening sonic booms, and a hurricane of energy swept through the hall, reducing the surrounding furniture to dust in an instant. The Yun family experts had unleashed their full might. The sheer force of their combined assault was enough to annihilate anything in its path. With Yun Buhue leading the charge, the Yun family's confidence soared. The fear that had gripped them earlier disappeared entirely. Only anger and bloodlust remained. In a matter of moments, the Yun family surrounded Yi Chen, leaving him no room to escape. From all directions, there was not the slightest gap left unguarded. The terrifying aura alone was enough to crush an ordinary human god realm expert in an instant. Yi Chen, you deserve death. Yun Buhue roared, closing the distance to Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Chen stopped walking. He stood motionless, coldly staring at the Yun family members. To him, the Yun family's actions were nothing more than a futile struggle. If they insisted on charging headfirst into a wall, Yi Chen had no intention of showing mercy. The battle erupted in an instant. As the Yun family's experts attacked from all sides, Yi Chen advanced instead of retreating. Suddenly, Yi Chen's energy surged like an infinite ocean, a mighty waterfall cascading outward. In an instant, a domain-like aura seemed to form around him. In the blink of an eye, one of the Yun family experts, leading the charge, felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Before he could react, as he leaped toward Yi Chen, it was as if an invisible force descended upon him. Thud! One by one, the Yun family's experts, unable to approach Yi Chen, dropped to their knees like startled birds, completely subdued. Thud, thud, thud. All of them knelt, struggling in vain to rise. With every step Yi Chen took, the pressure on them grew heavier. When Yun Buhue saw this scene, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He froze in place, staring in disbelief at what was unfolding. He was utterly shocked and furious. How was this possible? In his mind, the Yun family's combined might should have been able to take down Yi Chen in an instant. No matter how strong Yi Chen was, he couldn't possibly withstand the simultaneous attack of so many experts. Yet the reality before him shattered his expectations. Yi Chen hadn't even made a move. And yet his sheer presence had subdued the Yun family's experts one by one. What kind of power was this? Yun Buhue swallowed hard as Yi Chen stepped up to him. With a slight smirk, Yi Chen gestured with his hand and said coldly, "You're not bad. I'll give you one chance to attack." Yun Buhue's face turned an even deeper shade of grim. He was the patriarch of the Yun family, a human god realm expert. In his everyday life, he stood above all, looking down on others. But now, even the act of attacking was being granted to him as a favor by Yi Chen? This level of humiliation drove Yun Buhue to madness. Years ago, he had been humiliated by Yi Hichu. But now, facing Yi Hichu's son, he felt the same invincible sense of dread. This feeling was enough to make him lose his mind. Aha! Yi Chen, you've gone too far. Yun Buhui roared in madness. His aura surged to new heights, and with a single motion, a flash of cold light appeared. A sword materialized in his hand. This sword was the Yun family's treasured heirloom. Forged from celestial iron, it was named Emperor's Descent. Gripping the sword, a dragon's roar seemed to echo as its aura reverberated. The sight was awe-inspiring. As everyone else looked on in astonishment, Yun Buhui attacked with all his hatred. The trembling sword emitted a sonic boom as he unleashed his most powerful strike, aiming directly at Yi Chen. This strike carried the force to split the heavens and earth. It could slay gods. This was Yun Buhui's ultimate move, rarely displayed to others due to its overwhelming power. Even using it would result in a backlash, leaving Yun Buhui weakened for years. But he was confident. This move would end Yi Chen. It was terrifying. Thunderous. In the next moment, Yun Buhui's sword hurtled toward Yi Chen. For a brief second, time seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes widened. They were awestruck by the overwhelming aura of the attack. Some Yun family members even showed glimmers of hope. Such a devastating strike meant Yi Chen's death was certain. Yet amidst the collective shock, in the silent hall, a faint sound echoed. Ding. As they looked again, all the terrifying momentum dissipated in an instant. Yi Chen, who should have been slain, had casually raised 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the terrifying sword strike. The atmosphere shifted entirely, from tension to overwhelming dread, evoking nausea and fear. Some felt an urge to vomit. Yun Buhui's sword strike, imbued with world-ending power, was effortlessly neutralized by Yi Chen. 2 fingers. With just 2 fingers, Yi Chen pinched the blade and stopped it midair. This scene left the Yun family utterly stunned. Yi Chen's calm gaze fixed on Yun Buhui. With a twist of his hand, crack! The legendary Emperor's Descent sword shattered into 3 pieces. The resulting force backfired instantly. Yun Buhui was sent flying like a cannonball, hitting the ground hard. Yun Buhui's face turned pale as if drained of all blood. His expression was frozen in disbelief. At that moment, a chilling sensation crept up his spine, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. His entire body trembled uncontrollably from fear. As the Yun family patriarch, it had been years since he last felt fear. But now, he felt the crushing weight of an insurmountable power. He couldn't fathom it. Yi Chen, a younger man, no matter how early he had begun training, couldn't possibly be this strong. This level of power was comparable to the true experts of the dragon rankings. Yi Chen looked coldly at Yun Buhui and suddenly barked, "Kneel." Yun Buhui froze in place. Swallowing hard, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Were it not for the last shred of dignity he clung to as the Yun family patriarch, he might have already crumbled in terror. "Yi Chen, I admit you're strong, but you underestimate the Yun family. Leave now, and I won't pursue this matter further. Otherwise, you will become the sworn enemy of a family willing to exhaust all its resources to kill you. Do not overstep." Yun Buhui struggled to maintain his stance, gritting his teeth against the command to kneel. "Standing here, I fear nothing. Do not test my patience," Yi Chen replied coolly. "You dare kill me?" Yun Buhui narrowed his eyes. Even now, Yun Buhui refused to yield. He believed the Yun family's deep-rooted foundations were far greater than what had been revealed so far. No matter how strong Yi Chen was, the Yun family's centuries-old legacy could not be trampled by one man. "Killing you is too simple. My goal is the complete annihilation of the Yun family," Yi Chen said with unwavering calm. "Ha ha ha. Fine, fine. Years ago, your father wreaked havoc in my Yun family, and now you've come to surpass him. You've truly enraged me." Bloodshot tears filled Yun Buhui's eyes. The hatred from 20 years ago, compounded by today's humiliation, pushed him to the brink of madness. With a sudden movement, he turned and fell to his knees. Thud! A heavy, mournful sound echoed as Yun Buhui wailed. "Buhui has failed. I have brought the Yun family to the brink of destruction. Today, I beseech the Yun family's ancestor to take charge and destroy this intruder." "We humbly welcome the ancestor." As Yun Buhui's voice fell, everyone in the Yun family gasped audibly. They followed suit, dropping to their knees. All of them cried out in unison, "Welcome, ancestor! Welcome, ancestor!" As their voices rang out, an imperceptible ripple of air emerged. A figure devoid of any semblance of life slowly materialized. The figure was gaunt and emaciated, appearing almost skeletal, with sunken cheekbones and withered skin. The moment this person appeared, the temperature dropped sharply, plunging to an icy chill. Even the younger members of the Yun family were stunned. The Yun family ancestor? He was still alive? And his terrifying entrance filled everyone with shock and awe. What kind of unimaginable power could achieve such an entrance? Regardless, to the Yun family, the appearance of this powerful ancestor was their salvation. No matter how strong Yi Chen was, he couldn't possibly match the Yun family ancestor. Seeing the elder arrive, Yun Buhui immediately kowtowed, saying, "Ancestor, you've come. Buhui has failed and brought the Yun family to the brink of destruction. Please, ancestor, destroy this enemy and save our family." The elder's thin lips moved slightly as though his speech lagged behind his movements. Finally, he spoke. "Trash." Yun Buhui kept his head pressed to the ground. "Buhui is incompetent." The elder ignored him. Turning to Yi Chen, his voice was cold as he said, "For 100 years, I'd been in secluded cultivation, detached from the world. I did not expect to encounter such a remarkable young talent." Impressive, truly impressive. The elder did not strike immediately. His gaze toward Yi Chen carried a hint of admiration. But then his tone shifted as he continued, "Your talent is extraordinary. Kneel, pledge loyalty to me, and serve as a death guard for the Yun family." The elder's voice was calm, as though Yi Chen was already beneath him. He didn't want to kill Yi Chen. Instead, he sought to make Yi Chen a slave and a loyal servant of the Yun family. "Understand this. I am not negotiating. I am commanding you," the elder said menacingly. To everyone watching, it seemed Yi Chen's only option was to submit. But under their watchful eyes, Yi Chen chuckled disdainfully. "Old man, half your body is already in the grave, and you still refuse to rest? If you had stayed hidden, you might have eked out a few more years." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Yun family ancestor grew furious. Though his withered face showed no expression, it was clear to all that he was enraged. Without wasting words, the Yun family ancestor waved his sleeve. Instantly, a chilling, bone-piercing energy surged forth like a storm. Everyone in the Yun family felt a terrifying sense of doom, as though the end of the world had arrived. With just a casual wave, the ancestor had conjured a scene of apocalyptic fear. Terrifying. Unimaginably terrifying. "You will die," the ancestor growled. With each step he took, it seemed as if the space around him folded. The Yun family ancestor moved as though traversing vast distances in an instant, leaving everyone awestruck. "Father, what is the ancestor's level? How is he this terrifying?" Yun Hai stammered, gulping in fear. "Humph. The ancestor's strength is unfathomable, touching upon legendary realms. With the ancestor here, our Yun family will prosper for another 100 years. Yi Chen is doomed." Yun Buhui sneered. Indeed. No one refuted Yun Buhui's words. Because no one believed Yi Chen could triumph over the Yun family ancestor, their ultimate trump card. The next moment, the Yun family ancestor prepared to strike. He extended a hand, instantly summoning a sort of pure spiritual energy. His cultivation had surpassed the realm of physical force and entered the domain of spiritual mastery. "Young one, it's over. You're finished," the ancestor declared, his voice booming as the skies seemed to darken, and violent spiritual energy surged upward. Wielding the spiritual sword, the ancestor charged at Yi Chen. Boom! 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 As he advanced, space itself seemed to shatter. It was as if the void had been torn apart, releasing a series of deafening explosions. The Yun family ancestor never regarded Yi Chen as a threat. In his mind, killing Yi Chen was as easy as lifting a hand. At this moment, the momentum gathered by the Yun family ancestor reached its peak. The violent force caused the entire hall to tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. A sword that splits the heavens. Feeling the overwhelming power of the Yun family ancestor, the Yun family erupted with excitement. Especially Yun Buhui and Yun Hai. Their eyes widened in awe. So strong. Unbelievably strong. This was the power of the Yun family ancestor. Their greatest assurance. As long as the ancestor was present, no one could cause trouble in the Yun family. Yi Chen's death was certain. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, the Yun family ancestor's figure suddenly flickered. In the next instant, he soared into the air, slashing his sword toward Yi Chen. where the sword's energy passed. The earth shattered, and the sky seemed to collapse. Carrying an endless force, it felt as though it could crush everything in existence. The scorching, violent energy instantly enveloped Chen. "Take my sword!" the Yun family ancestor roared. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking everyone present to their cores, as if an iron hammer had struck their hearts. In an instant, the faces of everyone turned pale, drained of all color. "Die! Ah, Chen, do you see this? This is the terror of our Yun family ancestor. You truly deserve death. To dare to cause trouble in the Yun family, only death awaits you as the final destination." All the Yun family members clenched their fists tightly, their eyes burning as they watched the scene unfold, the sound of the sword's piercing roar echoing in their ears. In that fleeting moment, when everyone believed that Chen would be struck down by the sword, Chen moved suddenly. A faint smile appeared on his face. His lips curled slightly, and his voice was incomparably calm. "Your strength is decent. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have shown up." What? Everyone thought they were hallucinating. At this moment, Chen still dared to be so arrogant. Was he truly unafraid of death? How was this possible? What kind of confidence allowed him to say such things? It was simply unbelievable. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen didn't retreat, instead, he advanced. His figure flickered, charging straight toward the Yun family ancestor. What is he doing? All eyes locked onto him in disbelief. No one understood why Chen dared to charge at the Yun family ancestor. Even the Yun family ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment. Gritting his teeth, he sneered coldly, shouting, "Foolish brat, don't be arrogant. Die!" The Yun family ancestor instantly changed his stance, sweeping his spiritual sword horizontally, intending to cut Chen down with one strike. However, Chen's figure moved like a ghost. The sword's energy shattered nothing but the afterimages left behind by Chen. As the Yun family ancestor felt chills down his spine, he suddenly lost sight of Chen's position. It felt as if Chen had disappeared into thin air. The Yun family ancestor's expression shifted drastically. His eyes darted around, desperately trying to locate Chen. Suddenly, in the next moment, he felt a bone-chilling killing intent coming from behind him. How was this possible? When did Chen get behind him? He had locked onto Chen's energy. How terrifying must Chen's speed be to escape his detection? And yet, the fact was undeniable. The Yun family ancestor spun around in shock, and there he saw Chen. With a cold and mocking smile, Chen raised his hand. Smack! A devastating force erupted with Chen's slap. The Yun family ancestor tried to evade, but he found that no matter how much he struggled, his body refused to move. He was frozen in place, completely unable to resist the incoming blow. Boom! The slap sent the Yun family ancestor flying. His body spun in midair, turning 180 degrees. Like a kite with a broken string, he spat out black blood. And like a cannonball, he crashed into the thick wall, leaving a massive hole. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at what had just happened. No one could have imagined the once mighty Yun family ancestor, with his overwhelming power, would be so utterly defeated by Chen. With a single slap? How could this be possible? Looking again at the Yun family ancestor, the previously imposing figure now lay bleeding from all 7 orifices, with half his face sunken in. He collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life, unable even to open his eyes. Only a single breath separated him from death. The hall was plunged into a profound silence. Even breathing loudly seemed impossible. Everyone's gazes were blank, paralyzed by shock. And Yun Buhue stood frozen. His mind felt like mush, completely disoriented. His eyes looked ready to pop out of his skull. This feeling was utterly alien to the Yun family. It was as if an invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone. So much so that even kneeling seemed beyond their capabilities. Their minds were so overwhelmed by shock that they couldn't move at all. They had imagined that even if Chen were strong, he could never be a match for the Yun family ancestor. They had even thought that it would be an earth-shattering battle, a back-and-forth clash. But who could have anticipated that Chen would transcend their imagination entirely? Everyone stared at the unfolding scene. Chen, however, calmly walked toward the Yun family ancestor. Standing before him, Yi Chen's tone was cold and indifferent as he spoke. "I told you, destroying your Yun family is as easy as crushing an ant." Gurgle, gurgle, the Yun family ancestor's lips moved, but only blood-filled gurgles emerged. It was unclear whether he was begging for mercy or trying to make a final threat. Yi Chen's eyes were icy, his voice sharp. "Seeing you suffer like this, I'll end it for you." With that, Yi Chen raised his hands. A burst of spiritual energy crashed into the Yun family ancestor. And with that, the Yun family ancestor was dead. The Yun family's foundation crumbled in that moment. Even if Yi Chen didn't destroy the family outright, they would soon be consumed by other powers. Fear and despair blanketed the Yun family. At that moment, Yi Chen turned, his piercing gaze sweeping across the Yun family members. Yun Buhui's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He didn't dare make a single move. Fear. Horror. Helplessness. What kind of monster was this? Yun Buhui finally understood. 20 years ago, Yi Hichu wreaked havoc in the Yun family, but it was nothing compared to today. What Yi Chen was doing now was 100 times more domineering. As Yi Chen's gaze fell upon him, Yun Buhui could no longer withstand the immense pressure. Thud. He dropped to his knees. At this moment, all he could do was beg for Yi Chen's mercy. Dignity no longer mattered. Survival was all that mattered now. The remaining Yun family members had completely lost any will to resist. What kind of joke was this? Even the immensely powerful Yun family ancestor had been swatted away like a mere fly by Yi Chen. Let alone them? Yi Chen's overwhelming strength had reached a level that defied comprehension. There was only one option left for them. Submission. Kneeling. One by one, they all knelt before Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't say much. He calmly walked to the center of the hall and sat in the main seat. At this moment, the entire hall was filled with kneeling Yun family members. "Now, can we have a proper talk?" Yi Chen's cold voice resounded, as if killing the Yun family ancestor moments ago was no different from swatting an annoying fly. Yun Buhui was overwhelmed with regret. If only he had surrendered and cooperated the moment Yi Chen arrived, things would never have come to this. Not only were the Yun family's martial experts mostly dead or severely injured, but even the Yun family's hidden ace, the Yun family ancestor, had been killed by Yi Chen. This wasn't just a loss of the family's foundation. Their very survival was now entirely at Yi Chen's mercy. Yun Buhui frantically kowtowed, pleading, "Yes. We can talk. Ask anything you want to know. I'll tell you everything I can. Just please, spare the Yun family. If only I had known sooner. Why did I resist?" Yi Chen exhaled a long breath and asked in a calm tone, "Speak. What exactly did Yi Hichu come to the Yun family for all those years ago?" Yun Buhui repeatedly nodded and began to explain. As Yi Chen listened, his expression grew increasingly serious. According to Yun Buhui, even he didn't know the full truth, as much of what happened involved the highest level secrets of the Yi clan, which were beyond his reach. What Yun Buhui did know was this. Back then, Yi Hichu, Yi Chen's father, was an exceptionally talented figure in Shengjing. And Yi Chen's mother. She was a stunningly brilliant individual in Shengjing as well. No one knew much about Yi Chen's mother's background. All that was known was that she was hailed as Shengjing's most beautiful woman of her time. Not only was she breathtakingly gorgeous, her martial talent was also extraordinary. Her beauty and abilities captivated countless young men of Shengjing, including Yun Buhui. He too had been one of Yi Chen's mother's admirers. But in the end, Yi Hichu had won her heart. This development triggered fierce opposition from the Yi clan. Yi Hichu, who had a promising future within the Yi clan, would have been poised to become its leader if he had adhered to the clan's plans. However, Yi Hichu defied the Yi clan's objections. For love, he turned his back on the family. At first, everyone thought that Yi Hichu and Yi Chen's mother would live happily ever after, like a fairy tale couple. But, unexpectedly, Yi Chen's mother suddenly vanished without a trace. Her disappearance left Yi Hichu furious, suspecting foul play by ill-intentioned forces. This prompted Yi Hichu to rampage through Shengjing. With a single sword, he swept through all the clans that harbored grudges against him. Yet, he found no useful information. Afterward, Yi Hichu quieted down, taking his son Yi Chen with him. Years passed with no news of Yi Chen's mother, until Yi Chen was 5 years old. That was when Yun Buhui, while abroad, caught a fleeting glimpse of Yi Chen's mother. though he didn't see her face clearly. Having admired her for years, Yun Buhui was certain he hadn't been mistaken. Upon returning to Shangjing, Yun Buhui, in a drunken state, accidentally let slip this information. Word reached Yi Hichu. He promptly entrusted Yi Chen to the Chang family and stormed into the Yun family to confront Yun Buhui. At the time, Yun Buhui, being a proud young man himself, held a grudge against Yi Hichu. After all, the two had been rivals in love. Yi Hichu's brilliance only amplified Yun Buhui's jealousy. Why would he willingly divulge anything to Yi Hichu? But no one expected Yi Hichu would storm the Yun family without a second thought. At that time, not only Yun Buhui but every martial expert of the Yun family were thoroughly defeated by Yi Hichu. The entire family was nearly turned upside down. In the end, Yun Buhui had no choice but to reveal the location where he had seen Yi Chen's mother. Only then did Yi Hichu stop. Yun Buhui had never forgotten the humiliation of that day. And now, 20 years later, Yi Hichu's son had come to repeat history. But this time, they had lost even their ancestor. After finishing his story, Yun Buhui looked up at Yi Chen, utterly defeated, and said, "You and your father are carved from the same mold, monsters. Neither of you are even human." Inwardly, Yun Buhui was consumed by despair. Back then, he was inferior to Yi Hichu. Now, he couldn't even compare to Yi Hichu's son. Yi Chen silently processed the information. At the very least, he was certain of one thing: both his parents were likely still alive. Entrusting him to the Chang family back then must have been a desperate decision. And all these years, the lack of any news about them suggested they had encountered some major problem. Yi Chen slowly stood up. As soon as he moved, the Yun family members lowered their heads to the floor, terrified that any slight provocation would lead to their complete annihilation. All of them knelt motionless on the ground. No one dared to speak. When Yun Buhui finally looked up again, Yi Chen was already gone. He let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing powerlessly onto the ground, panting heavily. The rest of the Yun family was in a similar state. After a while, Yun Buhui gathered his composure, stood up, and swept his gaze over the remaining Yun family members, declaring, "From today onward, every member of the Yun family will act with humility. Consolidate all our businesses. If any of you encounter Yi Chen, you are to stay far away. If anyone dares provoke him, don't blame me for banishing them from the family." Yun Buhui's orders quickly spread. But even without his warning, the Yun family members were already too terrified of Yi Chen to ever cause him trouble again. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had returned to the Chang family. He now understood that his father, Yi Hichu, had likely left him with the Chang family to search for his mother. And based on Yun Buhui's account, back then, his father had offended nearly every major family in Shangjing. And with the Yi clan's interference in the background, in Shangjing, Yi Hichu probably had no allies left, except for the Chang family patriarch, who had been a close friend despite the age difference. Leaving Yi Chen with the Chang family had likely been a last resort. Yet that very decision had subjected Yi Chen to years of suffering at the Chang family. As Yi Chen stepped into the Chang family estate, Chang Xiuqi and the others were already waiting for him. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter, Chang Xiuqi furiously pointed at him and roared, "Yi Chen, you've already offended the Luo family, and yet you still dare to wander around? Get over here this instant. Sure, Chang will be back soon, and until then, you are not allowed to leave the house." Yi Chen stopped in his tracks and glanced at Chang Xiuqi. He dismissed Chang Xiuqi's threats as though they were nothing. In a calm tone, he said, "The Luo family? Hardly worth mentioning. If the Chang family is afraid, you can go beg for their mercy early." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Xiuqi's face instantly turned sour. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Chang Xiuqi wished he could skin Yi Chen alive. Yi Chen was just one person with nothing to lose. But the Chang family was an entire household to protect. You. Chang Xiuqi was so infuriated that he couldn't even form coherent words. Yi Chen didn't say anything more. He simply turned and left. The Chang family? They weren't qualified to command him. At the same time, at Xingjing Airport, in the arrivals area, Zhao Lan, Mu Bo, and Mu Wanqing stepped out of the terminal. To be honest, a lot had happened in Jiangzhou recently. Since Yi Chen left, Yi Shaoqing, for some unknown reason, was summoned back to Xingjing. This directly resulted in Mu Wanqing's fall from being the CEO of the Imperial Group to a regular employee. And, with Yi Shaoqing gone, Mu Wanqing was immediately targeted for revenge and was outright fired from the Imperial Group. This left her feeling downcast for quite some time. Mu Wanqing was always a strong-willed person. She refused to accept her defeat. After finding it impossible to thrive in Jiangzhou, Mu Wanqing began networking fervently. But her efforts yielded nothing. At that moment, Mu Bo brought a glimmer of hope. Mu Bo had an old comrade from his military days who was doing well in Shengjing. Plus, Mu Bo loved showing off his daughter. He often posted photos of Mu Wanqing. The old comrade's son saw Mu Wanqing's photo. He insisted on meeting her. The old comrade and Mu Bo discussed the matter. And they quickly came to an agreement. Of course, Mu Bo didn't tell Mu Wanqing that the real purpose of coming to Shengjing was for a matchmaking meeting. Instead, he said he wanted to introduce her to some valuable connections in Shengjing. Mu Wanqing thought about it. It made sense. If things weren't working out in Jiangzhou, perhaps Shengjing would offer better opportunities. So the three of them hurriedly set off for Shengjing. At the arrivals area, a young and handsome man walked up to them. He stared straight at Mu Wanqing. With great enthusiasm, he began introducing himself. "You must be Uncle Mu? I'm Liang Chu." Liang Chu put on a gentlemanly demeanor, smiling as he spoke. "So you're Xiao Chu. Where's your father?" Mu Bo laughed heartily and asked. "My father has already arranged a banquet to welcome you. He sent me to pick you up." Liang Chu replied with a smile. "Such hospitality, huh?" Mu Bo chuckled. Liang Chu smiled courteously and smoothly turned the conversation to Mu Wanqing, saying, "And you must be Wanqing? The reputation precedes you. Meeting you in person, you're indeed a great beauty." Mu Wanqing smiled faintly and said, "Hello." They shook hands. Liang Chu grinned slightly and said, "Let's go." He led the three of them to a luxurious Mercedes Maybach. The car, worth millions, left all three of them stunned. Although they knew Mu Bo's old comrade was doing well in Shengjing, they hadn't expected such extravagance. Even Mu Wanqing was slightly taken aback. Initially, she hadn't taken her father's words about this old comrade too seriously. But seeing the Maybach, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but see Liang Chu in a new light. Zhao Lan was even more straightforward, running her hand along the Maybach with excitement. She smiled and said, "What a luxurious car. It must be expensive, right?" Liang Chu chuckled and said, "It's okay. A few million. We have a few more cars like this at home." With this comment, the group realized the Liang family wasn't just wealthy, they likely had deep and enduring financial resources. Soon, Liang Chu took the three of them to a high-end hotel in Shengjing. Old friends meeting again. Naturally, there was plenty of laughter and catching up. Mu Bo and Liang Shang exchanged a warm hug. Afterward, introductions began. "Wanqing, this is the old comrade of mine I've told you so much about. Come, say hello to Uncle Liang," Mu Bo said with a smile. "Uncle Liang," Mu Wanqing greeted politely. Liang Shang smiled slightly and said, "Good, good. Everyone, take a seat." Both families sat together, enjoying a warm and lively meal. During the dinner, Mu Wanqing and her family learned more about the Liang family's position in Shengjing. Although the Liang family wasn't considered one of Shengjing's top elite families, years ago, Liang Shang had served under a superior in the military who was part of one of Shengjing's most prestigious families. The two had developed a close relationship. And Liang Shang, being resourceful and adaptive, had prospered in Shengjing with his superior's help. Over the years, he had even established a publicly listed company. This revelation reignited Mu Wanqing's ambitions. She had always considered herself talented but held back by bad luck. Mu Wanqing believed she was capable, but had yet to find the right opportunity. Having been a chairperson of the Elite Association and CEO of the Imperial Group in Jiangzhou, she spoke confidently about her past accomplishments, capturing the admiration of the Liang family. "Wanqing, I can't believe you've even worked with Yi Shaoqing of the Yi family," Liang Shang exclaimed in shock. The Liang family, despite their success in Shengjing, couldn't compare to a prestigious family like the Yi clan. Initially, they had felt a sense of superiority. Now, they clearly regarded Mu Wanqing with greater respect. "Of course. The Yi family's imperial group in Jiangzhou? I was the CEO. Whatever the Imperial Group achieved was because of me. Mu Wanqing said with a calm smile. Although she had been ousted by Yi Shaoqing, what she said was true and verifiable. She spoke with utmost confidence. Incredible! But why did you resign from being CEO? Working with Yi Xiao must have offered limitless prospects. Liang Shang asked tactfully. Mu Wanqing's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Smiling, she said, while working with Yi Xiao had its advantages, Zhangzhou felt too small. I've always been drawn to Shengjing, so I resigned to pursue opportunities here. Hearing this, the Liang family couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, showering her with praise. Courageous! Wanqing is truly remarkable. After more flattery and conversation, the topic shifted to recent events in Xinjiang. On this topic, Liang Chu excelled. As a consummate playboy, with limited abilities but ample free time, he was well versed in the latest gossip among Xinjiang's elite. You wouldn't believe it, there's been a major event in Shengjing recently. Have you heard of the Chang family? The hidden family of Luo wanted to form an alliance with the Chang family through marriage, but unexpectedly, someone came out of nowhere. They offended the Luo family and single-handedly turned the two powerful families into mortal enemies. What was supposed to be a marriage alliance has now become an irreconcilable feud. Apparently, the Chang family is regretting it deeply. Offending the Luo family has spelled disaster for them. Hearing this, Mu Bo couldn't help but be intrigued. One person causing two powerful families to clash. Mu Bo asked in astonishment, who could be so audacious? Liang Chu grinned slightly and said, you wouldn't know them, and honestly, I hadn't heard of them before either. But apparently, their name is Yi Chen. What? Who? Yi Chen? What nonsense! The Mu family knew that Yi Chen had come to Xinjiang, but they never expected that in such a short time, he would provoke a hidden noble family? He's insane. This guy is truly insane. Mu Wanqing, Zhao Lan, and Mu Bo exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. As expected. Wherever Yi Chen goes, he's a magnet for trouble. Previously, the Mu family had already suffered from the disasters Yi Chen caused, and now it was the Chang family's turn. The three of them chose not to mention that they knew Yi Chen. Mu Wanqing probed with a question, this person you're talking about, how could he provoke such a top-tier hidden family? Could it be that he's very capable? At this question, Liang Chu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Wanqing, are you joking? Capable? That's hilarious. Let me tell you, based on what I know, this Yi Chen is just a reckless fool. He has an engagement with Chang Shiqing, the eldest daughter of the Chang family. He shamelessly lives at the Chang family estate, and the Chang family reportedly hates him to the core. They've been tolerating him because they want him to annul the engagement with their eldest daughter. But unexpectedly, before the engagement was even annulled, Yi Chen seems to have gotten involved with the second daughter of the Chang family. The Luo family originally intended to arrange a marriage with the Chang family's second daughter. But that Yi Chen, in front of Luo Dasha, actually hugged the second daughter of the Chang family. Hearing Liang Chu's words, the Mu family couldn't believe their ears. This Yi Chen, isn't he something? One meal's worth of gossip about Xinjiang's affairs was already enough to leave people astounded. After eating and drinking, the two families agreed to meet again the next day and parted ways. The Mu family returned to their hotel to rest. Zhao Lan took a deep breath and smiled wryly, saying, I always knew Yi Chen was talented at freeloading, but I never expected that this guy really has a way with women. Mu Bo added, indeed. Just look at what happened. Back when Wanqing divorced him, he found a way to get close to Qingxue, and now Qingxue isn't even close to us anymore, always speaking up for Yi Chen. At the time, I knew this guy had a messy way with relationships. Zhao Lan snorted and said, as a man, spending all his time chasing women, what kind of skill is that? It's just laughable. Luckily, we're rid of Yi Chen now. Let him go ruin the Chang family instead. Mu Bo looked at Mu Wanqing and said, Wanqing, you must be careful from now on. Don't have any contact with Yi Chen again. Stay as far away as you can from someone like him. He has no skills but dares to offend the hidden families, he doesn't even know what death is. Mu Wanqing's expression remained unchanged. She took a deep breath and said, don't worry, Dad, Mom. I know what to do. I came to Xinjiang for my future. As for Yi Chen, he doesn't even register in my eyes. Mu Bo laughed and said, that's right. My daughter is capable. She's only just arrived in Xinjiang and already has connections. We all saw it, how your Uncle Liang's family looks at us differently. It's not because of old war bonds but because they admire your abilities. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, the Liang family may have some wealth, but they don't rank highly in Xinjiang. However, for now, they can be a stepping stone into Xinjiang's elite circles. Hearing this, both parents nodded in agreement. In their eyes, their daughter was destined for great things. As the three were about to enter the hotel, Mu Wanqing suddenly stopped. Just as she turned her head, she caught sight of a luxury stretch limousine worth tens of millions, slowly closing its door by the roadside. Sensing something unusual, Zhao Lan asked curiously, Wanqing, what's wrong? Mu Wanqing pointed at the limo that was driving away and said, I think I just saw someone getting into that car. The back looked a lot like Chen. Zhao Lan followed her gaze. Her eyes narrowed. That departing limo was undeniably luxurious. What's more, its license plate was particularly striking, even in Xinjiang. In Xinjiang, many people are wealthy. Plenty of rich individuals enjoy driving luxury cars, but even the priciest cars rarely go beyond a few million. If someone could afford one, that was one thing. But what truly demonstrated status wasn't just the car's price, it was the license plate. And that limo's plate. While the car itself was only slightly more expensive than the Maybach Liang Chu drove earlier, the plate alone far surpassed it. There was no doubt. The owner of that limo was someone prominent in Xinjiang. At the very least, if the Liang family encountered the owner, they'd probably kneel and pay respects before leaving. Zhao Lan asked in surprise, Wanqing? Are you sure? That car isn't ordinary. Could Chen possibly sit in such a vehicle? Mu Wanqing shook her head and said, I didn't see the face clearly, just the figure. It looked similar. Mu Bo laughed and said, these days, even if someone has the same back, there are plenty of lookalikes. How could it be Chen? That loser offended the Luo family, he's probably hiding at the Chang family estate, too scared to show his face. How could he ride in a car like that? Xinjiang is vast, there's no way it's such a coincidence. Zhao Lan nodded in agreement and said, it's unlikely. If it were Chen, and he saw us, he'd probably run over immediately like a lapdog, wagging his tail for mercy. In Xinjiang, he's probably living worse than a dog. How could he possibly sit in that limo? Mu Wanqing didn't press further. After all, from what Liang Chu had shared about Chen's situation in Xinjiang, it was clear that he wasn't welcome at the Chang family. In such circumstances, Chen was likely struggling to make ends meet. If he wasn't living on the streets, he'd be lucky. There was no way he'd be riding in such a luxurious car. Mu Wanqing chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, maybe I'm just overthinking. I must have been mistaken. The three shook their heads and entered the hotel. Meanwhile, inside the limo, Chen, through the rearview mirror, also spotted the Mu family. He frowned slightly. Why were they in Xinjiang all of a sudden? However, Chen didn't dwell on it. The Mu family had always been a source of trouble, lacking ability but full of self-importance. Back then, with Chen's covert support, Mu Wanqing's business had thrived. After Chen stopped assisting her, Mu Wanqing faced obstacles at every turn. Her flaws became evident, but instead of realizing her limitations, she blamed bad luck and believed she was just unlucky. Their presence in Xinjiang didn't stir even a ripple in Chen's heart. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Li Zhangling, the head of another hidden family, the Li family, had invited Chen for a meeting, and had sent a luxurious car specifically to pick him up. Chen smiled faintly, fully understanding the situation. Li Zhangling was clearly trying to curry favor with him. After all, as the head of the Li family, Li Zhangling was an astute and seasoned man. Even without Chen having once saved his life, Li Zhangling would still do everything to tie himself to Chen's side. Elderly, you're very thoughtful, Chen said calmly, smiling slightly. Hearing that Chen had no objections, Li Zhangling became immensely excited. The two talked for a long time, with Li Zhangling sharing everything he knew about the Luo family, delving into their history and influence. As noon approached, Li Zhangling said with a smile, Lord Yi, it's almost noon. Please wait here for a moment, I'll arrange lunch. You must stay and have a meal with us. Chen didn't refuse, smiling. Then I'll trouble you. Li Zhangling quickly waved his hand. It's an honor to dine with Lord Yi. After speaking, Li Zhangling hurried away to make preparations. Chen sat alone in the main hall, feeling a bit bored. At that moment, a slightly impatient voice came from outside. This is exhausting. I'm never going back to Jiangzhou again. Seriously, how could Grandpa leave me there all alone? It's infuriating. As the voice echoed in, a beautiful figure appeared in the hall. She and Yi Chen locked eyes immediately. The newcomer was none other than Li Xiaowan, the eldest daughter of the Li family. Previously, Yi Chen had met Li Xiaowan before. However, after staying in Jiangzhou for an extended period, she had just returned to Shengjing today. Seeing Yi Chen in her home, Li Xiaowan was momentarily stunned. Back in Jiangzhou, when Yi Chen saved her grandfather, she had gone to great lengths to repay the favor. She even tried to involve Mu Wanqing, only to realize later that Mu Wanqing had almost deceived her. This left Li Xiaowan furious. She had stayed longer in Jiangzhou in an attempt to find Yi Chen and settle the debt of gratitude. But to her surprise, Yi Chen had vanished, leaving no trace. Frustrated, she returned to Shengjing. Unexpectedly, she now found Yi Chen in her own home. She was utterly dumbfounded. Her first thought was that Yi Chen had come to claim his reward. Humph. She glared at Yi Chen coldly. Back then, no matter what she said, Yi Chen refused to accept the Li family's gratitude. She had thought him to be selfless. Now, it seemed he had just felt their gratitude wasn't enough, so he had come directly to the Li family. It's you! Li Xiaowan took a deep breath, glaring disdainfully at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, Miss Li, long time no see. Li Xiaowan snorted coldly. If you hadn't come to the Li family, we probably would never have met in this lifetime. Yi Chen, I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so calculating. Yi Chen was taken aback by her words. What was this about? Frowning slightly, he asked, What do you mean by that? It seems there's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Ha! Li Xiaowan sneered. I've seen your type plenty of times. You think just because you saved my grandfather, you can demand benefits. You felt what I offered wasn't enough, so you came to my house. Your appetite is far too large. Yi Chen's expression cooled slightly, and he replied calmly, You're judging me with petty thoughts. If I wanted benefits, even the entire Li family's resources wouldn't be enough to request my assistance. Such bold words. Li Xiaowan couldn't believe her ears. Her face darkened with anger, and she slammed the table. Yi Chen, stop pretending in front of me. Just say how much you want. We'll settle this favor once and for all. Once I've paid you, don't ever claim to be the Li family's savior again. Yi Chen chuckled. Are you sure? I suggest you ask your grandfather. He might not see it the same way. Li Xiaowan retorted furiously, No need to ask Grandpa. I can make decisions for the Li family. Yi Chen, leave right now. Before she could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Li Zhengling, having finished arranging lunch, heard the commotion in the hall. Panicking, he rushed over. Before Li Xiaowan could finish her sentence, a dark shadow appeared beside her. Slap! She felt a sharp pain across her cheek. Her fair face instantly swelled red. Speechless, she clutched her face, burning with rage, and turned to see who dared to strike her in the Li family home. She intended to demand her grandfather avenge her. But when she saw who it was, her anger turned into confusion. The one who slapped her wasn't anyone else, it was her own grandfather, Li Zhengling. Li Xiaowan was utterly stunned. Her grandfather, who had always doted on her, had never once raised a hand against her. Yet now, for the first time, he had struck her hard. Grandpa, why did you hit me? Li Xiaowan asked, tears welling up in disbelief. Li Zhengling ignored her, not offering any explanation. Instead, trembling with fear, he turned to Yi Chen, his expression filled with apprehension, afraid that Yi Chen might be offended by his granddaughter's behavior. Li Zhengling bowed deeply and said humbly, Lord Yi. Yi Chen raised a hand, signaling for him to stop speaking. He stood up slowly and said, Elderly, I'll pass on lunch. This world is vast, and though the Li family is influential, there are always those it cannot afford to offend. Your granddaughter's temper could use some correction. Li Zhengling's face fell. Bowing even lower, he pleaded, I understand. I'll make sure to discipline her properly. Lord Yi, please stay for lunch. Yi Chen shook his head. Forget it, I'm leaving. With that, Yi Chen turned and walked out. While Li Xiaowan's outburst hadn't angered him, it had soured his mood. As such, he decided against staying. Fearing Yi Chen's displeasure, Li Zhengling's knees buckled, and he fell to the floor, kneeling as he called out, Lord Yi, please calm down. But Yi Chen had already left the hall and didn't hear his words. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowan stood frozen, her worldview shattered. What had she just witnessed? Did she see that correctly? It couldn't possibly be real. Her impression of her grandfather was that he was a formidable figure in Xinjiang, someone who commanded respect wherever he went. Yet now, the same grandfather had knelt before Yi Chen. How could Yi Chen deserve such a gesture? How could Yi Chen be worthy of such reverence? Li Shouwan's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of her head. After regaining her composure, she quickly ran over to help her grandfather up, her face filled with disbelief. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you today? Why did you kneel to Yi Chen? Even if he saved you, we could just give him some money. Why show him such respect? Does he even deserve it?" Hearing her words, Li Zhengling's anger surged again. Yi Chen had already agreed to stay for lunch, but Li Shaowan had ruined everything. Worse still, Yi Chen might now be upset. Li Zhengling glared at Li Shaowan and said sternly, "Shaowan, you've caused big trouble. Go find Yi Chen immediately, apologize, and make sure he forgives you." Li Shaowan's reaction was as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She almost jumped up. "Grandpa, you want me to apologize to that guy? I won't do it. Do as I say." Li Zhengling bellowed. Li Shaowan pouted, looking aggrieved. "Grandpa, what's gotten into you today? Did Yi Chen drug you or something? You even hit me. Look, my face is swollen." Li Zhengling glanced at her swollen cheek with a hint of pity. He sighed and said, "Shaowan, I hit you to save you." Li Shaowan was even more confused. Hitting her was saving her? What kind of excuse was that? Snorting lightly, Li Shaowan said, "No matter what, I won't apologize to him." Who does he think he is to deserve an apology from me, Li Shaowan? Her defiant words reignited Li Zhengling's simmering anger. Bang! He slammed the table and roared, "Nonsense! Li Shaowan, have I spoiled you too much? If this goes on, it will lead to disaster. You ask who he is? Fine, let me tell you exactly who he is." Standing abruptly, Li Zhengling began, "His name is Yi Chen. He is the god of the war department. Forget you, even the 4 great war gods would kneel respectfully before him. In Xinjiang alone, there are dozens of powerful factions that look to Yi Chen for guidance. Our Li family has to scrape and scheme just to stay relevant. Have you heard of the Mingzhu Consortium? The mysterious figure behind it is Yi Chen. Overseas, he controls assassin organizations and warlord factions that make people tremble at the mention of his name. Yi Chen's power is unparalleled. Even the elite of the hidden dragon rankings are inferior in his presence. Now tell me, who do you think he is?" Li Zhengling's voice rang out like a thunderclap, each word striking Li Shaowan like a bolt of lightning. Li Shaowan stumbled backward, her eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, she had lived a life of luxury and privilege, with her worldview shaped by her exposure to many powerful figures. But as her grandfather revealed Yi Chen's identity, she felt her world shatter. Every force he mentioned was terrifyingly powerful. And they were all tied to Yi Chen. Although she had never directly looked down on Yi Chen, she had heard plenty about him from Mu Wanqing. The preconceived notions made her think of him as someone who only freeloaded off women. But she was wrong. Utterly wrong. Li Shouwan's body trembled as she asked, "Grandpa, is all of this true?" Li Zhengling nodded. "Yes. And Yi Chen is so mysterious that what I know is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Shaowan, I hate you for your own good. Remember, you must find Yi Chen, personally apologize, and earn his forgiveness." "What if he doesn't forgive me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Li Zhengling replied firmly, "Then stay by his side as a servant until he forgives you." Li Shaowan froze, utterly stunned. Her, the noble daughter of the Li family, becoming someone's servant? And to hear such words from her grandfather? If anyone else heard this, their jaws would surely drop. But Li Shaowan didn't dare argue. Nodding, she said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll make sure Yi Chen forgives me." With that, she left, looking dazed and dejected. Watching her leave, Li Zhengling squinted slightly and muttered to himself, "Shaowan, don't blame Grandpa. I only hope you can stay by Yi Chen's side. If you could gain his favor and become his woman, it would be the greatest honor of your life." Meanwhile, as Yi Chen visited the Li family, the Chang family was in chaos. Over the past 2 days, they had tried everything to avoid a direct conflict with the Luo family. "Wei Wei, have you contacted Chang?" The room fell silent after Chang Weiwei's words, and fear spread among the Chang family members. Yi Chen, the one who caused all this trouble, had fled? Did this mean the full wrath of the Luo family would now fall on the Chang family? Bang! Chang Shochi, enraged, slammed the table and roared, "How could you let him escape? He ran off, and now what about us? What will happen to the Chang family?" Chang Weiwei replied, "It's our fault. We were too careless and didn't keep an eye on Yi Chen. He caused this disaster, and now he's gone. He left us to face the consequences." Hearing this, Chang Shiyu stood up and said, "Dad, I don't think you need to worry. Brother-in-law wouldn't run away. He said he could resolve this, and I believe he will." Chang Shochi's anger flared even more. "Resolve it? Resolve it, my ass. Chang Shiyu, are you out of your mind?" Chang Shochi was on the verge of losing his patience. Seeing his outburst, Chang Shiyu pursed her lips and stayed silent. Deep down, however, she still believed in Yi Chen. Enough! Getting angry won't solve anything. What matters now is figuring out what to do next, Lu Mei interjected with a sigh. "Uncle, I think the only way forward is to appease the Luo family. After all, Yi Chen caused this, not us. If we are willing to pay the price, we might be able to ensure our safety," Chang Weiwei suggested, her eyes gleaming. She had always been somewhat overlooked in the Chang family. After all, Chang Shicheng and Chang Shiyu were not only beautiful but also direct daughters of the patriarch. For Chang Weiwei, her position in the family was much weaker. For instance, when the Luo family proposed a marriage alliance, it was Chang Shiyu, who was still a student, that was chosen. Neither Chang Shicheng nor Chang Weiwei had been considered. Logically, Chang Shiyu shouldn't have been the choice for such an important marriage. But there were two reasons for this. First, Chang Shochi felt that a marriage alliance with the Luo family was already a stretch. If it had been a higher status family, his own daughters would have been candidates. Second, Chang Shicheng was the family's hope for the future and the heir apparent to the Chang family. It was unthinkable for her to marry into another family. Thus, opportunities like these were always out of reach for someone like Chang Weiwei. This fueled a deep dissatisfaction within her. Hearing her suggestion, Chang Shochi frowned and asked, "The Luo family is furious right now. How do we appease their anger?" Chang Weiwei replied, "The situation is indeed our fault. Even though Yi Chen acted on his own, he is still connected to our family. If we are willing to form a marriage alliance, the Luo family will likely redirect their anger toward Yi Chen instead." Chang Shochi shook his head. "It's not as simple as you think. If it were, I wouldn't be in such distress." He shook his head in frustration, finding the suggestion unworkable. If a marriage alliance alone could placate the Luo family, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. But before he could finish, Chang Weiwei continued, "I'm not talking about Shiyu marrying into the Luo family, I'm talking about Shicheng." Her words stunned everyone in the room. They stared at Chang Weiwei in disbelief. Chang Shicheng was the family's greatest hope for the future. Proposing her for marriage? How could that be possible? As everyone gaped in shock, Chang Weiwei quickly explained, "The Luo family's rage is at its peak. They want a marriage alliance because they see value in us. Shicheng is our family's greatest asset. Even the Luo family cannot ignore her potential in the War Department. Offering her in marriage would surely secure the safety of our family." Her words plunged Chang Shochi into silence. He wasn't a fool and understood that Chang Weiwei's suggestion was indeed a viable solution. But it was a solution he was loath to accept, because it meant sacrificing the family's future to beg for the Luo family's mercy. The cost was too great. Chang Shicheng might not yet hold a high position in the War Department, but her talent was unmatched. Even the top prodigies of the Hidden Dragon rankings couldn't compare to her. Her future as a top-tier divine expert was nearly guaranteed. Under her leadership, the Chang family could potentially rise to become a hidden noble family themselves. Shaking his head, Chang Shochi said, "This won't do. It would ruin our family's future." Before Chang Weiwei could respond, other family members began to speak up. "Patriarch, if our family is destroyed today, what future will there be? I think Weiwei's suggestion is reasonable. Marrying Shicheng into the Luo family not only demonstrates our sincerity but also gives us more leverage. Patriarch, there's no time to hesitate." Faced with their collective pressure, Chang Shochi sighed deeply. "If there's no other way, then we'll proceed. But..." He scanned the room with sharp eyes and said coldly, "But this plan must remain confidential. You all know Shicheng's temperament. This is our last resort." Hearing this, Chang Shiyu's face turned sour. As expected, in this so-called noble family, blood ties were secondary to interests. They had no qualms about offering her as a sacrificial lamb, and now, they were targeting her elder sister. Eyes blazing with anger, she snapped, "Dad, you're all heartless. You're willing to sacrifice me, fine. But after all Chang has done for this family, now you want to sell her out?" Chang Shochi frowned. "Mind your words. This isn't selling. Speak properly." Tears streaming, Chang Shiyu retorted, "Isn't it? Sacrificing your daughter's happiness just to survive, it's despicable." Her words brought a flush of embarrassment to Chang Shochi's face, but he refused to admit any wrongdoing. Slamming the table, he barked, "Silence. Do you have any idea how much pressure I'm under? Do you know how many lives in the Chang family depend on me? If not this, then tell me, how do we face the Luo family?" Gritting her teeth, Chang Shiyu said, "There's nothing to fear from the Luo family. If they dare come, brother-in-law will kill them all." Her statement drew mocking smirks from the others. Yi Chen? Still pinning their hopes on Yi Chen? Ridiculous. Chang Weiwei couldn't hold back anymore and sneered, "Shiyu, you're utterly delusional. Let me tell you, there's no one more useless, more pathetic, or more worthless than Yi Chen." If there was anyone truly pleased in this situation, it was undoubtedly Chang Weiwei. She had finally vented her frustrations. When Chang Shiqing, her greatest competitor, was married off to the Luo family, the only one left would be the naive and harmless Chang Shiyu, who was no match for her. Just then, a thunderous roar laced with fury echoed, "Chang Shochi, bring out the dog Yi Chen to face his death." The Chang family members froze in shock and stood up to look outside. The guards of the Chang household had all been subdued, and an overwhelming swarm of experts from the Luo family was advancing. Chang Shochi trembled, almost losing his balance, and rushed out in panic. At that moment, outside the Chang family estate, all the guards were either dead or gravely injured. Those still alive were forced to kneel under an oppressive aura. The Luo family had deployed such a formidable force that it had already drawn attention from many onlookers. At a hotel, Mu Wanqing was still sleeping, completely unaware of what was happening in Shengjing. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knock came at her door. Opening it groggily, she asked, "So early, young Master Liang? What's the matter?" Liang Chu stared at her in disbelief and exclaimed, "You're still in the mood to sleep?" Confused, Mu Wanqing asked, "What else would I do so early?" Liang Chu replied, "Of course, to watch the show. Hurry and change your clothes, or we'll miss it." Mu Wanqing furrowed her brows. "A show? Since when do you enjoy such things, young Master Liang?" Liang Chu slapped his forehead, exasperated. "Don't you remember what I told you about Yi Chen offending the Luo family? Today, the Luo family has mobilized over 1,000 god-level martial artists and is heading to the Chang family. They're determined to annihilate both the Chang family and Yi Chen." "What?" Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. She quickly changed her clothes and rushed out with Liang Chu. Soon, they arrived at a distant mountain that provided a clear view of the Chang estate. Many others had gathered there, eager to witness the drama unfold. From afar, Mu Wanqing gasped. Was this the might of a hidden family? The straight road leading to the Chang estate was packed with people. At the forefront stood Luo Lei, the Luo family patriarch, and his grandson, Luo Qiu. Behind them were over 1,000 god-level martial artists clad in identical attire. This display of power alone was enough to intimidate most families in Xinjiang. 1,000 god-level martial artists, what a terrifying force. And behind them were tens of thousands of elite martial artists. Following them were 100,000 iron-blooded soldiers. The sheer sight of this army was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Mu Wanqing's eyes widened as her jaw dropped. She had never imagined that a hidden family's strength could be this terrifying. Was this the power of the family Yi Chen had provoked? Insanity. Absolute insanity. Excitement bubbled in her as it was her first time witnessing such a massive confrontation. However, due to the distance, she could only make out the general scene without seeing anyone's faces clearly. "Young Master Liang, isn't this too far? We can't even see anyone's faces. Why not get closer for a better look?" she asked. Liang Chu shook his head firmly. "Are you crazy? The Luo family has over 1,000 god-level martial artists. Each one of them can destroy the heavens and earth. From this distance, we're safe. If we go any closer, we might get caught in the crossfire and lose our lives." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing shrank back in fear. She muttered, "Fine, watching from here is enough. Better to stay alive than die for nothing." She gazed toward the Chang estate, wondering what Yi Chen might be feeling right now. Faced with such a terrifying force, he must regret everything deeply. But against such overwhelming power, even if Yi Chen had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough. Meanwhile, Luo Lei, with a cold and menacing expression, had stepped into the Chang estate. The last time he was here, he had suffered unprecedented humiliation. Being slapped by Yi Chen was a lifelong disgrace. Now, he had returned in full force, bringing 1,000 god-level martial artists to exact revenge. His icy gaze swept over the Chang estate as he thundered, "Chang Shochi, Yi Chen, come out and face your deaths." Immediately, the crowd behind him roared in unison. "Chang Shochi, Yi Chen, come out and face your deaths. Chang Shochi, Yi Chen, come out and face your deaths. Chang Shochi, Yi Chen, come out and face your deaths." The booming voices rolled like thunder over the estate, shaking the very air. The Chang family members were overcome with terror. This time, the Luo family clearly wasn't bluffing. Earlier, Chang Shochi had harbored a sliver of hope, believing that as a first-rate family, the Chang family could mount some resistance. But now, faced with such overwhelming might, he realized the Chang family was doomed. Chang Shochi collapsed into a chair, trembling. It was over. Completely over. The rest of the Chang family members turned ashen, their faces filled with despair. No one had anticipated the Luo family's strength would be this terrifying. Who could possibly stand against such a force? Chang Weiwei turned to Chang Shochi and asked, "Uncle, what should we do now? The Luo family has overpowered our guards. If we don't surrender soon, it'll be the end for us." Chang Shochi growled in frustration, "What can I do? Do I look like I have any answers?" Chang Weiwei suggested, "Uncle, we should send someone to negotiate. If this continues, the Luo family will storm in, and then it'll truly be too late." After a moment's thought, Chang Shochi turned to the family steward. "Bofu, you're a god-level martial artist. Go and speak to the Luo family. Tell them we're willing to meet any demands they have, as long as they spare our lives." Bofu, the family's top expert and a god-level master, nodded. Leaping into action, he appeared at the entrance of the estate. A voice shouted at him, "Who goes there?" Bofu replied respectfully, "I am Bofu, steward of the Chang family. I wish to meet the Luo family patriarch. Our master wishes to." Before he could finish, his expression changed. He looked up to see over 10 god-level martial artists charging toward him with terrifying force. Before Bofu could react, he was obliterated by their combined attack. The scene froze in an instant. A god-level martial artist, reduced to nothing? Impossible. Luo Lei sneered coldly. A mere steward dares to speak with this family head? When they saw this, the Chang family members immediately turned pale with fear. Fu Bo, a god-level martial artist of the Chang family, had been killed without a second thought by the Luo family, showing no respect at all. This was clearly a declaration of no mercy until death. However, before the Chang family could react, Luo Lei's cold and commanding voice echoed, "Luo family warriors, follow me and charge in." Boom! The Luo family forces stormed into the Chang family estate. Anyone who appeared was swiftly eradicated. The Luo family encountered little resistance as they advanced directly to the main hall, standing face to face with Chang Shochi. Luo Lei's icy gaze fixed on Chang Shochi, his voice menacing as he shouted, "Chang Shochi, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Bring out that boy Yi Chen to die." Chang Shochi trembled in fear, his voice quivering as he stammered, "El Luo patriarch, there is truly no enmity between us. It's all because of Yi Chen's reckless actions. Please calm your anger." Luo Lei burst into a cold laugh. "Calm my anger? How can I?" Chang Shochi hurriedly said, "If you are dissatisfied, you can kill Yi Chen 1,000 times over. I have no objections, but why must things escalate between the Luo and Chang families?" Luo Lei snorted dismissively. "Enough nonsense. Bring that boy out now." Chang Shochi explained nervously, "Luo patriarch, that boy fled long ago. He's not truly one of our Chang family." Luo Lei's eyes narrowed, his tone growing colder. "He ran? With the Luo family's influence spanning the entire nation, do you think he can escape? If he's not here, then today, I'll settle the score with your Chang family." Chang Shochi broke into a cold sweat, hastily pleading, "Wait. Luo patriarch, we can still talk this through. We can continue the marriage alliance." Luo Lei laughed mockingly. "Marriage alliance? Do you think my Luo family is desperate for your second daughter? Or do you think my Luo family's men can't find wives?" Chang Shochi quickly clarified, "You misunderstand, Luo patriarch. I'm referring to my eldest daughter, Chang Shi. She's the #1 prodigy on the Qianlong ranking. If you're willing to calm your anger, I'm willing to arrange this marriage alliance." At this, Luo Lei's expression shifted slightly. The main reason he initially agreed to a marriage alliance with the Chang family was due to Chang Shiqing's potential. Having her marry into the Luo family would indeed be beneficial. However, at the time, Chang Shiqi had refused outright, forcing the Luo family to settle for an alliance with the second daughter. Now, for the sake of preserving the Chang family, Chang Shiqi was willing to have Chang Shiqing marry into the Luo family. This was negotiable. As the top prodigy on the Qianlong ranking, Chang Shiqing was undoubtedly the #1 female talent in Xinjiang. Her marriage into the Luo family would significantly elevate their prestige. Luo Lei narrowed his eyes. Are you serious? Before Chang Shiqi could respond, Chang Shiyu suddenly stepped forward and shouted angrily, Old man from the Luo family, don't even think about it. I won't marry into your family, and my sister absolutely won't either. Stop dreaming. I suggest you leave quickly, or when my brother-in-law Yi Chen returns, you'll all be finished. Her words instantly reignited the tension in the air, which had just begun to ease. Luo Lei burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. The Chang family truly has backbone. It seems today will indeed end with mutual destruction. Let's begin. The Chang family members felt their minds go blank. The situation had been de-escalating, but Chang Shiyu's outburst had reignited Luo Lei's fury. Madness. Absolute madness. At that moment, Chang Shiqi wished he could strangle Chang Shiyu on the spot. Yi Chen had long since disappeared, yet she was still foolishly bringing him up. The Chang family relatives, gripped by fear, began berating Chang Shiyu. Chang Shiyu, are you crazy? Do you want to destroy the Chang family? What's wrong with you? Do you think you have the right to speak here? Chang Shiyu, don't force us to kick you out of the Chang family. The relatives glared at her angrily. Even Chang Shiqi bowed deeply, pleading, Luo Patriarch, please calm your anger. My daughter was spouting nonsense. It's my fault for failing to teach her properly. I beg you to forgive her. Luo Lei smirked coldly. Oh? I thought you, the head of the Chang family, were just a figurehead and that it was the younger generation calling the shots. Chang Shiqi quickly denied, of course not. Everything is up to me. Luo Lei's face darkened. Good. Then make that girl kneel and kowtow to me 100 times. Since you failed to discipline her, allow me to do it for you. Otherwise, people will say the Chang family raises unruly, disrespectful brats. At these words, Chang Shiyu's face darkened. This old man wanted her to kneel? There was no way she would kneel to Luo Lei. She sneered, Old man, keep dreaming. I won't kneel to you. If you have the guts, kill me. But you'll never break my spirit. Luo Lei snorted, unimpressed. Kill you? That would be too easy. For someone as unruly as you, kneeling and kowtowing is far more satisfying. Don't you think so, Chang family head? In that moment, Luo Lei appeared to hold all the power. Facing the overwhelming might of the Luo family, Chang Shiqi had no choice but to grit his teeth and order, Shiyu, kneel and kowtow to Luo Patriarch. Chang Shiyu stared at him in disbelief. Dad, what are you saying? I'm your daughter, and you want me to kowtow to this old man? Chang Shiqi erupted in anger, shouting, Do you still consider yourself my daughter? The Chang family is on the brink of destruction, and this is the only way to save us. Your dignity must be sacrificed for the greater good. Tears welled in Chang Shiyu's eyes. No. I refuse. I'd rather die. None of the Chang family members spoke up for her. It was laughable. Faced with the Luo family's power, the Chang family had all turned into spineless cowards, focused only on saving their own lives. Luo Lei, losing patience, chuckled coldly. It seems the Chang family head's authority isn't enough. Let's try another approach. With a wave of his hand, a god-level martial artist beside Luo Lei leaped forward. Luo Lei commanded, Teach the Chang family how to discipline their juniors. Make her kneel. The god-level martial artist unleashed a terrifying aura, bearing down on Chang Shiyu. Chang Shiyu gritted her teeth, refusing to kneel. But faced with a god-level martial artist, she was powerless to resist. Just as the oppressive force was about to strike her. Boom! A terrifying energy erupted from the distance, instantly sending the god-level martial artist flying. A cold voice followed. With me, Yi Chen, here, who dares to touch Chang Shiyu? In an instant, everyone present was stunned. All eyes focused directly on Yi Chen. Impossible. It was actually Yi Chen. He hadn't run away but instead dared to show up? The members of the Chang family looked at Yi Chen, who was walking over slowly, with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed like a god descending to earth, drawing everyone's gaze, making it impossible for them to look away. Even Luo Lei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In truth, when he first heard the news that Yi Chen had fled, though he was annoyed, he found it within reason. After all, the strength of the Luo family had exceeded everyone's expectations, and Yi Chen fleeing out of fear. That was entirely expected. For someone like Yi Chen, no matter where he ran, the Luo family had ways to track him down. But now, Yi Chen appeared. This, instead, shocked Luo Lei. He even began to doubt himself. Was the Luo family not strong enough? Was Yi Chen not afraid at all? Did he truly have no fear of death? Chang Xiyu was trembling uncontrollably from fear. She hurried to Yi Chen's side and said, "Brother-in-law, why are you just arriving now?" They bullied me." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Since I made you a promise, I won't break it. No matter who bullies you, I'll make them pay the price." Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Did this guy not understand the situation? What kind of joke was this? Make the Luo family pay? Please. Even boasting should have some limits. The Luo family had nearly 1,000 human immortal realm experts gathered. No matter how strong Yi Chen was, could he possibly take on nearly 1,000 human immortal realm experts? It was utterly ridiculous. And Luo Lei, for his part, felt as if he'd just heard the biggest joke of his life. He narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Yi Chen, and said in a grim tone, "Kid, I have to admit, you've got guts to show up. Good, I don't need to hunt you down because your death will be much worse now." Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said disdainfully, "I'll die? What a joke. With just a group of trash, you think you can kill me?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Xiuqi nearly collapsed on the spot. At this moment, he truly felt like dying himself. After much effort to ease the tension, Yi Chen came and stirred up the waters again. Who knew if Luo Lei, in his rage, would wipe out the entire Chang family along with him? While he was panicking, a servant of the Chang family hurriedly ran to Chang Xiuqi's side. "Master, good news. There's a message from the eldest young lady," the servant said. Chang Xiuqi was overjoyed and asked, "What is it?" The servant replied, "The eldest young lady said she's on her way back and has already contacted someone to mediate on our behalf. She asked us to avoid conflict with the Luo family for now. She'll resolve everything once she arrives." Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi finally let out a sigh of relief. The Chang family's only hope now was Chang Shiqing. As long as Chang Shiqing arrived in time, she might be able to resolve the crisis. As for Yi Chen, if he wanted to die, Chang Xiuqi wouldn't bother stopping him. At this moment, Yi Chen and Luo Lei were still facing off. Luo Lei was filled with curiosity. Indeed, Yi Chen was strong, exceptionally so for his age. His talent was undeniable. But this time, Luo Lei had brought nearly 1,000 human immortal realm experts, more than 10,000 half-human immortals, and 100,000 elite soldiers. Given this lineup, he truly couldn't understand. Where did Yi Chen's confidence come from? Luo Lei said angrily, "Trash? You call the warriors of the Luo family trash? Who gave you the courage to say such ridiculous things?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Ridiculous? My presence here should be proof enough, shouldn't it?" Luo Lei sneered and said, "Yi Chen, do you really think you alone can destroy my Luo family's army of 100,000? Yi Chen shrugged and said with a smile, "Destroying your army of 100,000 wouldn't be hard. I just find it too much effort." Everyone listening to Yi Chen felt as if they were hearing the ramblings of a madman. Destroy an army of 100,000? The moment these words were spoken, everyone knew Yi Chen was bluffing. Even if he were a god, killing 100,000 people would still be exhausting. Did Yi Chen truly think he was divine? Chang Xiuqi quickly stepped forward and said, "Lord Luo, today's incident is entirely Yi Chen's doing and has nothing to do with the Chang family. My daughter, Chang Shiqing, has already sought mediators for us. If you want to kill Yi Chen, we won't stand in your way." Luo Lei ignored Chang Xiuqi. With Yi Chen present, his only focus was killing him. As the exchange continued, Luo Lei concluded Yi Chen was just bluffing. Luo Lei lost his patience and said to Yi Chen in a calm tone, "Boy, are you ready to die?" Yi Chen stood tall and unwavering, utterly indifferent. A hint of cruelty appeared in Luo Lei's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Kill him." In an instant, the warriors of the Luo family moved to attack. But at that moment, a deep voice rang out. "Luo Lei, who gave you permission to cause trouble in Xingjing? For the sake of my face, why not let this go? Consider it me saving your life." Upon hearing this, everyone turned toward the voice. Moments later, an elderly figure walked out calmly. Seeing this person, everyone gasped in shock. It was none other than Yun Buhui, the patriarch of the Yun family in Xingjing. Ever since Chen visited the Yun family, they had been terrified of him. Upon hearing of the Luo family's grudge against Chen, Yun Buhui rushed over immediately. Seeing Li Zhangling appear, everyone gasped in shock, even Luo Lei's face turned cold. Li Zhangling alone might not be terrifying, but behind him, there was a hidden aristocratic family equal in power to the Luo family. Luo Lei squinted his eyes. A glint of sharpness flashed in his gaze. He never expected Li Zhangling to show up. Yet the Chang family members were visibly excited. Li Zhangling, a man of extraordinary influence in Xingjing. His arrival. Could it mean the Chang family was saved? As Li Zhangling walked to the front of the hall, Luo Lei snorted and said, "Master Li, what do you mean by this? Our two families have always minded our own business. What's the meaning of this?" Li Zhangling smiled faintly and replied, "Why should I, Li Zhangling, need your permission to go anywhere?" Hearing this, Luo Lei's expression stiffened, his tone tinged with anger. "This is a matter between the Chang family and me. I don't care who sent you here, be careful, or I won't give you any face." Although Luo Lei feared Li Zhangling, he didn't take him too seriously. After all, Li Zhangling came alone. If the Li family were to mobilize all their forces, perhaps they could fight. But a distant ally couldn't extinguish a nearby fire. The Luo family had nearly 100,000 people ready and gathered. Even if Li Zhangling had incredible abilities, he couldn't stop the Luo family today. Li Zhangling, however, remained indifferent and said, "You can try. I'll say just one thing, whoever wants to destroy the Chang family must destroy me first." At these words, everyone was instantly shocked, trembling in disbelief. Chang Xiuqi, in particular, couldn't help but shudder with excitement. The Chang family, what virtue or ability did they have to deserve this? However, what puzzled Chang Xiuqi was that the Chang family had never had any connection with the Li family. Truthfully, given the Chang family's status, they wouldn't even qualify to associate with the Li family. Li Zhangling personally coming to defend the Chang family. This deeply confused him. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Yi Chen. This young man suddenly appeared. Could it be that the Yun and Li families were called by Yi Chen? But how could he have such connections? All the Chang family members glanced at one another, whispering among themselves. "This is it. Our Chang family is saved. The Li family is a hidden aristocratic family, no less powerful than the Luo family. But why would they help us? Could Yi Chen have called them? Did that kid disappear for so long just to ask the Li family for help? That's impossible, right? Yi Chen is just a good-for-nothing. How could he have brought the head of the Li family here personally? No way. Absolutely not. Yi Chen is a worthless nobody, while Li Zhangling is like a shining moon in the sky. Their statuses are worlds apart. How could there be any connection between them?" Despite their words, the current situation remained unexplainable. After all, Yi Chen couldn't be so foolish, could he? If he dared to appear, maybe he really did have a powerful backer. At this moment, Luo Lei was nearly enraged to madness. Just dealing with the Chang family had already drawn out the Yun and Li families, leaving him in a dilemma. But if he retreated now, where would the Luo family's reputation go? Luo Lei's gaze locked on Yun Buhui, his tone menacing as he said, "Master Yun, are you sure you want to make an enemy of my Luo family for the sake of the Chang family?" Yun Buhui chuckled lightly and said, "Make an enemy? My Yun family is too small to be worthy of that." Luo Lei replied, "Good. You're sensible." Yun Buhui laughed. "Master Luo, you misunderstood. What I meant was, if you want to destroy the Chang family today, then even if my Yun family is exterminated, we will fight to the death. However, I'm afraid my words carry little weight today." Hearing this, Luo Lei's face stiffened as he turned to look at Li Zhangling. He sensed that Yun Buhui's words surely pointed to Li Zhangling. Luo Lei's tone turned grim as he said, "Li Zhangling, I'll give you one chance. Leave now, and I promise not to touch you." Otherwise, with my Luo family's army of 100,000, if I show no mercy, you will die here today. Li Zhangling remained unfazed, smirking coldly as he said, "You're not qualified. I won't die today." Luo Lei burst into laughter, his voice filled with fury. "Ha ha ha! Li Zhangling, do you really think I fear you? Even if the entire Li family attacked, it would be an even match with my Luo family. Moreover, you're alone today. What gives you confidence?" Li Zhangling shrugged and smiled. "Master Luo, I think you're mistaken. My status is low. Today, I fear I won't even need to act." At these words, Luo Lei was dumbfounded. What was going on? Whether it was Yun Buhui or Li Zhangling, they both said the same thing to him, claiming their statuses were too low. But looking around, besides Li Zhangling, who else could stop the Luo family? No one. Absolutely no one. Luo Lei squinted his eyes, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart as he asked, "Li Zhangling, what do you mean?" Li Zhangling didn't answer. Instead, Yi Chen stepped forward, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips as he said, "Luo Lei, you're as foolish as ever. What he means is that today, he doesn't even need to lift a finger. Your Luo family is destined to lose." Hearing this, Luo Lei burst into hysterical laughter. He had 100,000 troops, over 10,000 warriors on the verge of godhood, and over 1,000 true godly warriors. This force could sweep away anything, and he would lose? Even if Li Zhangling brought the full might of the Li family, he wouldn't fear them. Luo Lei took a deep breath, his gaze darkening, and roared furiously, "You brat, do you take me for a fool? My Luo family will lose? Look around, everywhere are my Luo family soldiers. You think one Li Zhangling can stop me?" Yi Chen shrugged, his smirk deepening. "Who said it's just Li Zhangling?" At these words, everyone gasped in shock. Li Zhangling's presence alone was already terrifying. But judging by Yi Chen's words, there seemed to be someone even more frightening coming. Before anyone could react, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to look. In an instant, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Even some timid individuals began to tremble. Because the newcomers weren't many, just about 20 or so. But every single one of them was a figure who, with a mere stomp, could shake the entire nation. Luo Lei's eyes narrowed sharply. A trace of fear flashed within them. His heart was in chaos, his hair stood on end, and cold sweat covered his body. How could these people possibly appear? The Chang family members were equally stunned. Li Zhengling's arrival had already shocked them, but the sight before them shattered their worldview. What kind of unimaginable power could gather such a group of people? Who could possibly wield such terrifying influence? Quickly, this group of people had already reached Luo Lei. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Every face was filled with endless fear. Lu Miaoyin, president of the Pearl Consortium? Lu Wenfeng, director of the administrative department. Commander Yao of the Shangjing military division. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The four war gods. Boom! Everyone felt as if their minds had been struck by lightning, going completely blank. Some even began listing the names and identities of these individuals one by one. Each identity was enough to shock the soul. At this moment, they finally understood. Li Zhangling wasn't being humble earlier. Among this group, Li Zhangling was indeed not the most prominent. Luo Lei now wished he could die. He had only come to destroy the Chang family and kill Yi Chen. How did it provoke such a terrifying group of influential figures? He couldn't comprehend it. This seemed to have gathered half of Xinjiang's peak power, especially the military division. Not only the four war gods but also the commander himself. This was enough to scare anyone to death. Everyone was stunned. Chang Shiyu, in particular, almost jumped up in excitement like she had discovered a new continent, shouting, "See that? This is the power of my brother-in-law. Who else? Who else? If he says he'll protect me, then no one in this world can hurt me." Hearing Chang Shiyu's words, no one refuted her. Although everyone was filled with curiosity and doubt, how could Yi Chen be connected to such a powerful group? Especially those at the pinnacle of the military division. Even if Yi Chen worked hard his entire life, he couldn't touch even a fraction of them. But now, all doubts remained unconfirmed. After all, Yi Chen's expression was too arrogant, as if he had nothing to fear. At this moment, on a distant hill, Mu Wanqing and Liang Chu were equally stunned. Mu Wanqing swallowed nervously and said, "How could the Chang family have such influence? Although it's hard to see clearly, those people seem to have extremely noble statuses." Liang Chu widened his eyes and said, "Not just noble. They're likely the peak powers of the Dragon Nation." Mu Wanqing asked in confusion, "Is the Chang family this strong?" Liang Chu shook his head and said, "Impossible. While the Chang family is a prominent family, they're no match for the Luo family. What's going on here?" Mu Wanqing was also shocked. Such a scene could never be seen in Jiangzhou. Only Shengjing was the true pinnacle of power. At this moment, Liang Chu pointed at a blurry figure in the distance and said, "But look, there's someone else over there, jumping around arrogantly. I can't see clearly. Who is that?" Mu Wanqing followed Liang Chu's gesture. Instantly, her body froze in place. Because, even though the distance was far and the figure's appearance was unclear, Mu Wanqing instantly recognized him. That was Yi Chen? After spending so many years together, how could Mu Wanqing not recognize him? But she was utterly shocked. How was this possible? How could Yi Chen be standing among so many of Xinjiang's most powerful figures? She knew how useless Yi Chen was. There was no way. He had just arrived in Shengjing, offended the Luo family, and now stood among Xinjiang's elite powers? How was this possible? Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and she stammered, That's Yi Chen." "What?" Liang Chu was also dumbfounded. He asked in terror, "Are you sure?" Mu Wanqing replied, "I know him too well to be mistaken. But I don't understand, how could he be mixed up with Xinjiang's powerful figures?" Liang Chu frowned and said, "Maybe we're overthinking it. Yi Chen might have just gotten caught in this storm because he offended the Luo family. He probably has no real connection with those elites." Mu Wanqing let out a bitter laugh and said, "That must be it. How could Yi Chen suddenly become so powerful? It's impossible." Mu Wanqing shook her head furiously. She refused to believe it. And didn't dare believe it. If Yi Chen had power, it would be worse than killing her. No matter what Mu Wanqing thought. At this moment, the one suffering the most was Luo Lei, who found himself in a truly difficult position. This group of elites was clearly determined to protect the Chang family. And he was still calculating whether he could confront this group of people. If he retreated now, the Luo family would lose face. But if he fought to the death, there might still be a chance. After all, the Luo family had 100,000 troops and wasn't afraid. At most, they could retreat afterward. He believed that as long as he didn't kill these powerful figures, no one would pursue him later. Luo Lei took a deep breath, looked around, and finally made up his mind. He squinted and loudly declared, "Today, this is a matter between the Luo family and the Chang family. I will destroy the Chang family today. Irrelevant people should step aside to avoid getting hurt." The Azure Dragon War God immediately stepped forward and said, "Luo Lei, I advise you to obediently back off, or you'll regret it." Luo Lei gritted his teeth and said, "Azure Dragon War God, you have no ties to the Chang family. Why oppose the Luo family? I respect you, but my Luo family's momentum is unstoppable. Even as a war god, you may not withstand my 100,000 iron cavalry." The Azure Dragon War God snorted coldly and said, "You're welcome to try." Luo Lei clenched his teeth. Looking at the Azure Dragon War God, he reluctantly decided to take a step back. "Fine. If all of you want to protect the Chang family, then protect them. I'll step back and settle for killing Yi Chen alone. That way, I'll still save some face." Luo Lei gritted his teeth and loudly declared, "Fine. Today, I, Luo Lei, will give you all face. I won't destroy the Chang family, but Yi Chen, he must die. No one can stop me." At these words, everyone was stunned. They all looked at Yi Chen. This guy was truly unlucky. It seemed he was doomed. But no one noticed. When Luo Lei said this, many people's expressions changed. Originally, Luo Lei still had a slim chance of survival, but now he was courting death. The Azure Dragon War God's gaze turned cold as he said, "Today, you won't kill anyone, nor will you accomplish anything. The only option for you is to retreat." Hearing this, Luo Lei was infuriated. This group of people was too domineering. They wanted to protect the Chang family. And now even Yi Chen? Claiming the Luo family couldn't kill anyone? This was a blatant slap to Luo Lei's face. This was intolerable. Already on the verge of collapse, Luo Lei exploded upon hearing the Azure Dragon War God's words. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Humph! Today, I will kill Yi Chen. Whoever stands in my way is an enemy of the Luo family, an enemy of my 100,000 troops. Let's see who dares to stop me." Luo family warriors. Kill. Whoever stands in my way will die, be it man or god. I want to see who dares stop me from killing this bastard Yi Chen today. Luo Lei was already at the brink of fury. In his mind, destroying the Chang family would have far-reaching consequences. After all, the Chang family had considerable connections in Shengjing, and the four war gods were openly defending them. He had no choice but to retreat to his second option. Kill Yi Chen. Yi Chen was just a worthless individual, weak and alone. Killing him wouldn't have a significant impact. Thinking this way, as long as the Chang family was untouched, the four war gods and the other forces would likely give him this concession. Killing Yi Chen would still damage the Luo family's reputation, but at least it wouldn't be completely ruined. In fact, Luo Lei's reasoning wasn't entirely wrong. In most cases, killing one person to minimize the consequences would be a good strategy. And others might indeed allow him this face-saving measure. But what he didn't anticipate. In the eyes of the four war gods and the Li family, even if the Luo family were determined to destroy the Chang family, they wouldn't bat an eye. However, targeting Yi Chen was absolutely crossing the line. As Luo Lei gave the order, suddenly, da. The sound of the ground shaking came from afar, as if an earthquake had struck. Boom! What was happening? Luo Lei was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to look. What he saw sent a chilling wave of terror through his entire body. Others also looked into the distance. They saw a fully armed army of the military division advancing from afar. On the wide avenue, the imposing army of the military division approached with an overwhelming presence. Their steps were firm and powerful, like torrents surging across the land, kicking up a cloud of dust. Under the sunlight, their figures stretched far into the distance, resembling a winding dragon traversing the heavens and the earth. This was a steel flood of the military division. Their eyes were resolute, and each soldier stood like an immovable mountain, exuding determination and indomitability. As they drew closer, the overwhelming aura grew even more intense. The deafening sound of footsteps, the clash of metal, and the synchronized commands echoed like thunder between heaven and earth. What was going on? What was this? Why was the army of the military division marching here? Cold sweat broke out all over Luo Lei's body. Unbelievable. He could never have imagined that a feud with the Chang family and Yi Chen would provoke the intervention of the military division's forces. The overwhelming army stretched endlessly into the horizon. The Luo family's 100,000 members were nothing in front of this military might. Even with so many strong cultivators in their ranks, it was futile. Luo Lei didn't dare act against the military division. That would be a direct challenge to the entire Dragon Nation. At this moment, Yi Chen stepped forward, his face cold, and shouted to the crowd, "Luo family, listen. Those who kneel will live, those who stand will die." Hearing this, Luo Lei's eyes burned with rage. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. He couldn't comprehend why the four war gods and the military division were defending the Chang family. And now, they were even protecting Yi Chen? As the head of the Luo family for so many years, never had a young man dared to point fingers at him like this. Anger. Fury. The Luo family members gritted their teeth. They looked like they were ready to resist to the end. Yi Chen's face turned even colder, and he suddenly roared, "Kill!" At the very moment his voice fell, the army of the military division sprang into action. In just a single breath, nearly 10,000 Luo family members fell to the ground. This scene made Luo Lei's mind go blank with a loud boom. The military division wasn't joking. If they didn't surrender, the Luo family would be annihilated today. Fear. Unending fear. As the military division was about to continue their attack, Luo Lei, with tears streaming, roared desperately, "Kneel." Thud. Luo Lei knelt first. Then one by one, the Luo family members followed suit, all kneeling down. The Luo family, a hidden aristocratic power. A family known for its strength and dominance in the Dragon Nation. Its members were proud of their heritage, always looking down on others with arrogance. Whoever saw the Luo family had to bow and address them respectfully. But now, nearly 100,000 Luo family members were forced to kneel. And they didn't dare resist. Tens of thousands kneeling together. The scene was shocking. It left the Chang family members too stunned to even breathe loudly. Their worldview had been utterly shattered. To think, in the past, even seeing Luo Lei would make Chang Xiuqi want to kneel in reverence. Yi Chen walked forward step by step, standing before Luo Lei. His expression was icy as he said coldly, "Master Luo, the Luo family has endured until now. I think, as a hidden aristocratic family, you should remain in hiding. Otherwise, one day, you might be destroyed." Luo Lei stiffened upon hearing this. He lowered his head and dared not retort. But Yi Chen showed no mercy. With a sudden kick, he knocked Luo Lei to the ground. Then he stomped down hard. Crack! Luo Lei's leg was crushed under Yi Chen's foot. Luo Lei's eyes widened in shock. In his ears, Yi Chen's voice, as cold as death, echoed, "Today, I break your leg as a warning. If there's a next time, I'll destroy the Luo family. Get out!" Luo Lei, drenched in sweat from the pain, was helped away. The Luo family members, dejected, dispersed like a receding tide. Only then did the Chang family breathe a sigh of relief. Chang Xiuqi felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before the four war gods in gratitude. But the four war gods ignored the Chang family. They simply glanced at Yi Chen. Then they left with the army of the military division. Li Zhangling and the others also departed. A battle that shook the heavens thus came to an end. After this incident, the Luo family would likely retreat into hiding and dare not re-emerge for a long time. Chang Xiuqi, however, panicked. So many powerful figures had come to help the Chang family, but they left without a word of explanation. He didn't even have the chance to express his gratitude. After searching for a while, he finally found Commander Yao of the Shangjing military division. Chang Xiuqi hurriedly ran over and knelt before him. But Commander Yao quickly pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Commander Yao frowned. "Commander Yao, if not for the military division, my Chang family would have been doomed. I don't know how to thank you, so I can only kneel to express my gratitude." Chang Xiuqi said, "No need. I was just fulfilling a request." Commander Yao glanced cautiously at Yi Chen as he replied, "Fulfilling a request? From whom? Who could invite such a lineup of powerful figures? Could it really be Yi Chen?" The Chang family members couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, only to find him ignoring them completely. Recalling Yi Chen's commanding presence earlier, could it be they were mistaken? Yi Chen wasn't a worthless nobody, but a figure of unparalleled power? Commander Yao, however, didn't think much of it. He knew Yi Chen was engaged to Chang Shiqing, the prodigy of Xinjiang's military division. Once married, the Chang family would soar thanks to Yi Chen. Commander Yao smiled faintly and said mysteriously, "You don't need to probe further. But I can tell you this, your Chang family harbors a true dragon. One day, it will surely soar to the skies." After speaking, Commander Yao paused and added, "Oh, and Shiqing is returning to the Chang family, isn't she? Let her stay longer. I hear she's engaged. Settle that matter first before reporting back to the military division." Boom! Commander Yao's words struck the Chang family like thunder, echoing in their minds. Even after Commander Yao had left, the Chang family still hadn't fully processed what had just happened. His words had completely shattered the tension within the Chang family, especially for Chang Xiuqi. He had spent his entire life working tirelessly for the sake of the Chang family. All he wanted was to elevate the Chang family to new heights, even at the cost of his daughter's happiness, by arranging a marriage alliance with the Luo family, hoping to transform the Chang family into a super hidden aristocratic family. Initially, after offending the Luo family, Chang Xiuqi had felt that the Chang family was doomed to decline. But he never imagined that the appearance of the military division would save the Chang family. Chang Xiuqi's body was tense, his fists clenched, his eyes gleaming with a sharp excitement. A true dragon resides in the Chang family. A true dragon resides in the Chang family. A true dragon resides in the Chang family. This phrase from Commander Yao was the only thing echoing in his mind. After a long while, Chang Xiuqi finally calmed down, and as if releasing a lifetime of pent-up emotions, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, did you hear that? A true dragon resides in the Chang family. Our family has a true dragon. The Chang family members were equally overwhelmed with excitement. Commander Yao's words cannot be wrong. From today onward, the Chang family will surely rise. Long live the Chang family! Long live the Chang family! The Chang family erupted in cheers, overflowing with joy. At that moment, Chang Xiuqi's phone rang. He looked at the screen. It was a call from Chang Shiqing. Chang Xiuqi quickly answered. From the other end, Chang Shiqing's concerned voice came through. Dad, how are things over there? You must hold on. The Chang family won't fall. Chang Xiuqi laughed heartily and said, Enough, it's enough. The people you called have already taken care of everything for the Chang family. Chang Shiqing froze. Taken care of? So quickly? Even she found it hard to believe and asked, Really? Is it Commander Yao? Chang Shiqing couldn't understand. How could it have been resolved so easily? Then, she thought of one possibility. She had previously gone to plead with Commander Yao. Although her rank in the military division wasn't high enough to move him, she had begged desperately for the sake of the Chang family. At the time, Commander Yao hadn't given her an answer. But now that things were resolved, it seemed likely that Commander Yao had acted out of recognition of her status as a prodigy of the military division. Sure enough, before she could finish speaking, Chang Xiuqi laughed loudly. So it was you. You are the true dragon of the Chang family. Commander Yao personally came, and he even brought Xinjiang's military division forces. Shiqing, I never imagined that in just a few years, you would achieve such a high standing in the military division. Hearing this, Chang Shiqing was dumbfounded. Could Commander Yao really value her so highly? Impossible. Although she felt something was off, she couldn't think of any other explanation. Chang Shiqing ended the call, deciding to discuss it further when she returned to the Chang family. After the call with Chang Shiqing, Chang Xiuqi was convinced that the military division's intervention to resolve the conflict with the Luo family was due to Chang Shiqing. He was certain that the true dragon Commander Yao spoke of referred to her. After all, aside from Chang Shiqing, there was no one else in the Chang family worthy of being called a true dragon. The other Chang family members also felt relieved and proud. Fortunately, the Chang family had someone as talented as Chang Shiqing. But, soon after, Chang Xiuqi recalled how he had initially thought that Yi Chen had called these forces. He now felt deeply ashamed of such a notion. What could Yi Chen possibly have to offer? What once seemed like Yi Chen's domineering display now looked like nothing more than an opportunist flaunting the Chang family's power. If not for Chang Shiqing bringing in the military division's elite, Yi Chen would have been dead long ago. With this thought, Chang Xiuqi felt a wave of irritation. He walked toward Yi Chen. At this moment, Chang Xiu was by Yi Chen's side, enthusiastically praising him. She was beyond thrilled. Although she had long suspected that Yi Chen might hold extraordinary power, she had never been able to uncover the truth. But today's events completely exceeded her expectations. Yi Chen's strength left her in disbelief. If someone like him could become her brother-in-law, it would undoubtedly elevate the Chang family to greater heights. The true dragon Commander Yao mentioned. It had to be Yi Chen. Chang Shiyu's face was filled with a proud smile. Now, surely, the other Chang family members wouldn't dare underestimate Yi Chen, right? If not for his engagement to her sister Chang Shiqing, Chang Xiu might have considered marrying Yi Chen herself. But this thought, she didn't dare show. When she saw the Chang family members approaching Yi Chen, her face lit up with smuggness, as if she were guarding a treasure others had finally recognized. Oof. Now you finally have to bow before Yi Chen. I told you he was amazing. But you didn't believe me. At this moment, Chang Xiuqi had already walked up to Yi Chen, his tone cold as he called out, Yi Chen. Yi Chen waves dismissively, looking at Chang Xiuqi with a lofty gaze. His tone was calm as he said, There's no need to thank me. I only did this to protect Xiu. It has nothing to do with the Chang family. Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi froze momentarily, then his face twisted in fury. Pointing at Yi Chen, he roared angrily, Thank you? Who do you think you are? Why would the Chang family need to thank you? Look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. This outburst left not only Chang Xiu stunned but even Yi Chen was taken aback. Had he not made it clear enough? He had summoned the 4 war gods and mobilized tens of thousands of military division forces. Without Yi Chen, the Chang family would have been annihilated. What was happening? Biting the hand that feeds you? Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Chang Shiyu, shocked, hurriedly defended him. Dad, what are you saying? If not for my brother-in-law, the Luo family would have destroyed us. Instead of thanking him, why are you speaking to him like this? Chang Xiuqi sneered, enough. Shiyu, haven't you had enough of being fooled by this brat's sweet words? Chang Shiyu was stunned and retorted, Dad, how can you deny what we all saw? The 4 war gods, Commander Yao, and the military division forces, if they hadn't come, the Chang family would have been wiped out. And Commander Yao even said our family harbors a true dragon. He was talking about my brother-in-law. Chang Xiuqi scoffed, humph, you're right. The military division saved us, and our family does have a true dragon. But what does any of that have to do with Yi Chen? Chang Xiuqi paused. Then loudly declared. Just now, Shi Qing called me. It was her who pleaded with Commander Yao to intervene. The true dragon Commander Yao mentioned is none other than Chang Shi Qing. And Yi Chen? He's just a worthless nobody. A complete and utter waste. Chang Shiyu was completely stunned. What on earth? Had her father lost his mind? Wasn't everything that just happened resolved by Yi Chen? Her sister, Chang Shi Qing, hadn't even shown up. How had the credit ended up going to Chang Shi Qing? Chang Shiyu, speechless, said, Dad, have you gone senile? It was clearly my brother-in-law who solved the crisis for our family. The true dragon Commander Yao mentioned was referring to him. If the Chang family hadn't received Chang Shi Qing's call, they might have truly believed everything was thanks to Yi Chen. But Chang Shi Qing had made it clear. She had gone to plead with Commander Yao. As for the 4 war gods, they were the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation's military division. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of approaching them. It must have been Commander Yao's high regard for Chang Shi Qing that prompted their intervention. And the true dragon Commander Yao mentioned? Who else could it be but Chang Shi Qing? Chang Shi Qing was the top prodigy on the hidden dragon ranking and the most promising young talent in Xinjiang's military division. As for Yi Chen, a true dragon? How was that possible? Chang Xiuqi frowned and said, Shiyu, I know you want to give Yi Chen some credit. And yes, Yi Chen did contribute this time, making Luo Laniel certainly helped vent our anger. Even though it was a bit overbearing, it was well done. Other Chang family members chimed in, exactly. Not bad at all. Even though Yi Chen's a nobody, he knows how to ride on others' coattails. He's quite good at pretending. Hearing this, Chang Shiyu sighed deeply. She couldn't comprehend the stubbornness of her family. At this moment, Chang Xiuqi turned to Yi Chen and said indifferently, Yi Chen, you did make Luo Laniel, which gave us some relief. Even though it had nothing to do with you, I'm pleased. Tell me what you want, and I'll grant it. Yi Chen shrugged and said calmly, I don't want anything. Chang Xiuqi laughed, that won't do. Let's do this, I'll give you 100 million. Does that satisfy you? Hearing this, the Chang family collectively gasped. 100 million for Yi Chen? Wasn't that too much? Even Yi Chen looked at Chang Xiuqi with curiosity. Chang Xiuqi wasn't known for his generosity. Yi Chen asked with suspicion, you're giving me 100 million? Although 100 million wasn't much in Yi Chen's eyes, he still wanted to know what Chang Xiuqi was up to. Chang Xiuqi chuckled, of course. You might not have seen this much money in your entire life, but it's enough for you to live worry-free forever. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, is that so? And what do I need to do in return? Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Chang Xiuqi's smile turned awkward. It seemed as though Yi Chen had seen right through him. Clearing his throat, Chang Xiuqi said, Yi Chen, let me be honest. Over the years, our Chang family has raised you, and that's a debt you owe us. Now, with our family on the rise, Shi Qing is our greatest hope. You heard it yourself, Commander Yao holds her in high regard, and her future is limitless. Yi Chen frowned and asked, what are you trying to say? Chang Xiuqi continued, what I mean is, you should break off your engagement with Shi Qing as soon as possible. Think about it, you're not worthy of her. If 100 million isn't enough, we can negotiate the amount. But clinging to her will only hold her back. Hearing this, Chang Shiyu quickly stepped forward and said, Dad, don't. Shut up. Chang Xiuqi glared at Chang Shiyu and said sternly, this isn't your place to speak. Stay quiet. Chang Shiyu was at a loss for words. Yi Chen had just saved the Chang family from disaster, and now Chang Xiuqi was turning on him. It was utterly shameless. Moreover, from what she had seen today, Commander Yao, the 4 war gods, and the major forces of Xinjiang all treated the Chang family with such respect. It was undoubtedly because of Yi Chen. If Qing married Yi Chen, the Chang family would undoubtedly soar to new heights. But Chang Xiuqi refused to see it. After a moment of thought, Yi Chen spoke lightly, "Break off the engagement?" "Sure." At this, Chang Xiuqi's eyes lit up. If Yi Chen agreed, Qing wouldn't be held back any longer. Chang Xiuqi laughed joyfully, "Excellent. Wonderful. It's settled then. When Qing returns, I'll personally host a banquet to announce the dissolution of the engagement to the world." Yi Chen's expression remained calm as he nodded. "All right, no problem." For Yi Chen, the engagement with Chang Qing was never his choice. Back then, Yi Chen's father, Yi Hichu, arranged the engagement to ensure Yi Chen would be treated well by the Chang family while he searched for Yi Chen's mother. But Yi Hichu hadn't anticipated that the engagement would cause Yi Chen to suffer endless humiliation within the Chang family. Coming to Xinjing this time, Yi Chen's goal was to investigate his parents' whereabouts and to return to the Yi clan to demand justice for his parents. If the Yi clan admitted their mistakes, so be it. If not, Yi Chen wouldn't hesitate to destroy them. As for the engagement with Chang Qing, Yi Chen didn't care at all. Since the Chang family was so eager to break it off, he agreed. Chang Xiuqi, filled with excitement, said to Yi Chen, "Don't worry. I'll have the money transferred to your account soon. However, since we're dissolving the engagement, I think it's best for you to move out of the Chang family to avoid any misunderstandings." At this, Chang Xiu was dumbfounded. Chang Xiuqi was going too far. Not only did he want to dissolve the engagement, but he also wanted to kick Yi Chen out of the family. Typical behavior of using someone and then discarding them. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "All right, I'll leave." With that, Yi Chen turned and left the Chang family. Watching him go, Chang Xiuqi furrowed his brows and said to Lu Mei, "Strange." Everything went unusually smoothly. Yi Chen didn't resist at all. From his expression, I feel like I might regret this later. Lu Mei also found it odd and said, "Exactly. Hasn't Yi Chen always tried to use the engagement to gain favor with our family? Why did he agree so easily this time?" Hearing this, Chang Xiu couldn't hold back any longer and said loudly, "Dad, Mom, I don't even know what to say to you anymore. I guarantee you'll regret today's decision for the rest of your lives." Chang Xiuqi dismissed her words with a wave, thinking she was being ridiculous. Regret? What could he possibly regret? Once the engagement was dissolved, Qing would likely soar in the military division. If she married, it would be to the top prodigies of the Dragon Nation. Any one of them would be 1,000 times better than Yi Chen. How could he possibly regret it? Absolutely impossible. After leaving the Chang family, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. When it came to the Chang family, Yi Chen's feelings were extremely complicated. To some extent, even though certain members of the Chang family had treated him unfairly in the past, it was undeniable that they had supported him during his childhood. This time, in addition to his promise to protect Chang Xiu, he also wanted to repay the years he had spent living with the Chang family. Previously, Yi Chen had avoided addressing his engagement with Chang Qing. In truth, it was because he wanted to give the Chang family an opportunity for fortune. But since the Chang family didn't want it, Yi Chen wouldn't force it. In a few days, once Chang Qing returned, Yi Chen would formally dissolve the engagement and sever all ties with the Chang family. After leaving the Chang family, Yi Chen decided to find a hotel to stay at temporarily. At the same time, Mu Wanqing had been in a daze all day. Earlier, when she was on the mountain, although she hadn't clearly seen Yi Chen's face, the image of him standing confidently among so many top-tier figures lingered in her mind. She was absolutely certain that figure was Yi Chen. This realization left her feeling unsettled. She had lived with Yi Chen for 3 years. Yi Chen had always been a useless man, only good at relying on others. But in such a short time after their separation, Yi Chen was now able to stand proudly among top elites. What had Yi Chen experienced during this time? Was he actually the head of some powerful force, or had he returned to the Yi clan? Had this discarded child of the Yi clan reclaimed his position as the eldest son? But how could this be? Years ago, Yi Chen had freeloaded in the Mu family for so many years, and now, shortly after their divorce, he had become successful. The Mu family hadn't benefited from him at all. This thought left Mu Wanqing incredibly frustrated. When she returned to the hotel, her dejected demeanor immediately caught the attention of Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, who asked curiously, Wan Qing, weren't you out with young Master Liang? Why do you look so unhappy? Zhao Lan and Mu Bo had a good impression of Liang Chu. The two families were close. And while Liang Chu was young, he was clever and resourceful. They hoped Mu Wanqing would interact with him more. If they ended up together, it would be perfect. Mu Wanqing sighed and said, it has nothing to do with young Master Liang. I saw Yi Chen. Hearing this, both Zhao Lan and Mu Bo immediately stood up, exclaiming in unison, what? You saw that useless Yi Chen? How did he know we were in Shengjing? That's outrageous. Is he some kind of rat, sniffing us out wherever we go? Did he harass you? Mu Wanqing shook her head with a bitter smile and said, no, we didn't meet. I just saw him. Mu Wanqing recounted what she had witnessed. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were dumbfounded. What? Did they hear that right? The four war gods? The commander of the military division? Hidden aristocratic families? And Yi Chen was mingling among them? How was that possible? Zhao Lan widened her eyes and said, Wan Qing, you must have seen it wrong. What qualifications does Yi Chen have to stand on equal footing with those top-tier figures? Mu Wanqing sighed and said, I shared the same bed with him for 3 years. How could I mistake him? Zhao Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately stood up, saying, so Yi Chen has made it big? Mu Wanqing nodded and said, from the looks of it, yes. Zhao Lan quickly said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go find him. As she spoke, Zhao Lan tried to pull Mu Wanqing along to look for Yi Chen. Are you kidding me? If Yi Chen was now rubbing shoulders with the top elites of the Dragon Nation, his status and position were beyond their imagination. Now that Yi Chen had made it big, how could they not get a piece of the pie? That was impossible. Yi Chen owed them. Mu Wanqing sighed and said, Mom, Yi Chen and I divorced a long time ago. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why look for him? Zhao Lan said, you silly girl. Yi Chen owes us. Besides, now that he's successful, if you remarry him, won't our Mu family rise along with him? Remarry? Hearing this word, Mu Wanqing's face showed a hint of awkwardness. She still remembered how her family had treated Yi Chen back then. Now that Yi Chen was successful, they wanted to remarry him. The thought of it made Mu Wanqing feel too ashamed to even suggest it. Mu Wanqing shook her head and said, Mom, I. Zhao Lan interrupted, what do you mean I? Let me tell you, why do you think Yi Chen kept clinging to you back then? It's because he still has feelings for you. All it takes is one word from you, and Yi Chen will happily remarry you. With your help, he'll make even more money, so it's actually helping him. Mu Wanqing said, but back then, after the way we treated him, how could he possibly accept us again? As she spoke, she felt a wave of regret. Back then, she always saw Yi Chen as a useless man and constantly found fault with him. But now, seeing Yi Chen so successful, she deeply regretted their divorce. Zhao Lan said, you're right, but it doesn't matter. They say arguments end at the bedside. When you see Yi Chen, just say some nice things and beg him a little. I guarantee it'll work. With Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's urging, Mu Wanqing finally made up her mind. She decided to look for Yi Chen. The three of them prepared briefly and left their hotel room to search for him. But just as they reached the door, they saw Yi Chen walking toward them. Seeing this, Zhao Lan's eyes immediately lit up. She exclaimed, see? We don't even need to look for him, he came to us. This is a sure thing now. Mu Wanqing was also taken aback. Her mind filled with questions. Could it be that Yi Chen still had feelings for her? She hadn't told anyone where she was staying, so how did Yi Chen find her? At that moment, Yi Chen also noticed Mu Wanqing and her family. He paused, slightly surprised. He had just randomly chosen a hotel to stay in for a while. He hadn't expected to run into Mu Wanqing here. Yi Chen's expression remained calm. If he had seen them from a distance, he might have turned and left. But since they were face to face now, he simply greeted them, what are you doing here? Initially, Yi Chen thought he would be met with mockery. But to his surprise, the situation was entirely different this time. His former mother-in-law, Zhao Lan, who used to be so harsh on him, suddenly approached with great enthusiasm. She grabbed Yi Chen's hand with a flattering smile and said, what are we doing here? Don't you know better than anyone else? You must have worked hard to find us. See? I told you, your bond with Wanqing is destined by heaven. Yi Chen was completely stunned. What was going on? What nonsense was this? Had the sun risen in the west? What was Zhao Lan even talking about? Yi Chen was utterly baffled. What did she mean by worked hard to find them? He had never even considered looking for Mu Wanqing and didn't even know she was in Shengjing. Moreover, wasn't Zhao Lan the one who orchestrated the divorce back then? And now it was destined by heaven? Yi Chen smirked slightly, looked at Zhao Lan, and said coldly, "Are you feeling unwell? You seem pretty sick to me." Zhao Lan's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. If this had been before, she would have lost her temper at Yi Chen for speaking like that. But thinking about the possibility that Yi Chen held an extraordinary position, she suppressed her anger. Forcing a smile, she said, "Good son-in-law. I'm not sick, I'm perfectly healthy. Since it's been so long, how about we find a place to chat?" Yi Chen frowned. Something was definitely off about these two women today. What was going on? Yi Chen curled his lips and said, "What is there to talk about between us?" Zhao Lan, still smiling, said, "Not me and you, but Wanqing and you. You don't know how much she's missed you these past days. I was even thinking, if you two remarry, it would be perfect." Remarry? Yi Chen felt like he had misheard. What a joke. A good horse never goes back to graze on old grass. Yi Chen's lips twitched, and he impatiently said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop with all the nonsense." At this moment, Mu Wanqing stepped forward, looked at Yi Chen, and asked, "Yi Chen, was that person at the Chang family's gathering you? The one standing next to the four great war gods?" As soon as Mu Wanqing said this, Yi Chen immediately understood. It seemed that Mu Wanqing had somehow learned about the events that occurred at the Chang family. Now she knew about Yi Chen's prestigious identity. And she wanted to come back to him. Yi Chen responded indifferently, "It was me." "So what?" Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up. It really was Yi Chen. She had been sure she hadn't mistaken him. Mu Wanqing was a bit excited. The fact that Yi Chen could stand with the four great war gods meant his status was undeniably high. If she could remarry Yi Chen, there would be no need for the support of Yi Shaoqing from the Yi family. Let alone anything from the Liang family. With Yi Chen's influence, she could rise to power with ease. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wanqing looked at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, there have always been many misunderstandings between us. I've thought about it a lot recently, and actually, Before Mu Wanqing could finish, Yi Chen interrupted her directly. With a cold smile, he waved his hand and said, "Mu Wanqing, you used to think I was useless, so you divorced me. Now that you think my status is high, you want to remarry me? Are you kidding?" Mu Wanqing's face stiffened at his words. She could hear the ridicule in Yi Chen's tone. For a moment, she felt awkward. After all, while it was true that Mu Wanqing's behavior was completely opportunistic, she didn't see it that way herself. In her mind, she thought Yi Chen still liked her and had followed her to the hotel this time. If they remarried, it would be her giving Yi Chen another chance. Mu Wanqing said, "Yi Chen, I know you're upset, but don't you still like me? Otherwise, why would you secretly follow me?" Yi Chen was stunned and looked at Mu Wanqing incredulously. "What? Me, following you? When did I follow you?" Mu Wanqing said, "I've only been in Shengjing for a few days. It's such a big city. If you weren't following me, how would you know I'm staying at this hotel?" Seeing Mu Wanqing's confident expression, Yi Chen was dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. He truly had no idea she was staying here. He had just left the Chang family and randomly picked a hotel. Who could have imagined this coincidence? If Yi Chen had known Mu Wanqing was here, he wouldn't have come even if someone had forced him. Yi Chen sighed helplessly and said, "Well, I think you're misunderstanding. This is just a coincidence." When Mu Wanqing saw him denying it, she became a bit angry and said, "Yi Chen, don't be so full of yourself. I know you still like me. As a man, can't you be brave for once? Maybe if you said something, I would forgive you and remarry you. How will you know what I think if you don't even try?" Yi Chen was speechless. Mu Wanqing was truly overestimating herself. With a cold expression, Yi Chen spoke word by word, "Mu Wanqing, I'll say it one last time. There's nothing between us anymore. Stop dreaming. Now you regret it? Then why were you so heartless back then?" Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's face turned pale. She took a step back, staring at Yi Chen as if she couldn't believe it. All along, she had been the one rejecting Yi Chen, thinking they were from different worlds. Even now, she believed that as long as she spoke up, Yi Chen would come back to her like a loyal dog, ready to serve her again. So when Yi Chen said this, she was in utter disbelief. For a moment, it felt like she had just lost billions. As Yi Chen was about to leave, Zhao Lan pushed Mu Wanqing and said, "Silly girl, go after him. Don't let him leave. He's powerful now. It's only right for us to lower ourselves and beg him." Mu Wanqing snapped out of it and immediately chased after Yi Chen, grabbing his hand. With a moved expression, she said, "Yi Chen, I know I was wrong before. I was too much. But back then, I only wanted to encourage you. Look how well you've done now. Why can't you understand my good intentions?" Yi Chen sneered and said, "Mu Wanqing, don't act so pitiful in front of me. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" Mu Wanqing said, "Yi Chen, I'm begging you. Give me one more chance. I promise I'll stay by your side from now on and be a good wife and mother." Looking at Mu Wanqing, Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Back then, despite his noble identity, he had lowered himself to marry into the Mu family. But Mu Wanqing had been too ambitious and eventually divorced him. If at that time she had been willing to be a good wife and mother instead of looking down on him for being poor, she might have built an enormous business empire with Yi Chen's help by now. But everyone chooses their own path in life. This was the path Mu Wanqing had chosen. Even if she regretted it now, it was too late. With a cold expression, Yi Chen said, "Mu Wanqing, you, a good wife and mother? That's a joke no one would believe." Mu Wanqing, who had always been proud, had already lowered herself enough to try to get back with Yi Chen. But being rejected again and again, she grew angry and said, "Yi Chen, just tell me, what would it take for you to forgive me?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, and he said, "First, kneel down, and I'll think about it." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing looked shocked. Yi Chen wanted her to kneel? And in the busy hotel lobby, no less? Kneel? Was he trying to humiliate her completely? Mu Wanqing always considered herself proud and would never allow herself to bow to others. But in reality, in this society, Mu Wanqing was nothing more than a speck of dust. She simply overestimated her own abilities. To be honest, during this period, Mu Wanqing often found herself lowering her head and bowing in front of other wealthy young masters and mistresses. She didn't resist this internally, as she wanted to climb higher. After all, making money wasn't shameful. However, being asked to kneel before Yi Chen touched her bottom line. Even now, she believed that her status and Yi Chen's were not equal. Deep down, she still looked down on Yi Chen. She even thought that if she had the immense opportunities that Yi Chen seemed to have received to stand with the four great war gods, she could have done 10,000 times better than him. But no matter how proud she was, she had to admit that her life had gone downhill since divorcing Yi Chen. As Mu Wanqing hesitated, Zhao Lan suddenly stepped forward without hesitation, knelt before Yi Chen, and started bowing frantically. "Yi Chen, it was all my fault before. I didn't recognize your greatness, and I caused Wanqing to divorce you. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Now that you're so successful, please remarry Wanqing. I promise that if you marry her, I will disappear from your lives immediately and never disturb you again." Zhao Lan was utterly shameless. When Yi Chen was down and out, she mocked and scolded him mercilessly. Now that Yi Chen was successful, she was willing to bow and apologize for the sake of gaining a backer. Such behavior was nothing but despicable. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing deeply regretted divorcing Yi Chen. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly knelt before Yi Chen as well, pleading, "Yi Chen, is this enough? I'm kneeling before you. I'll kneel as long as you want, just please forgive me." Yi Chen looked at the scene before him, a cold smile curling on his lips. He leaned slightly forward and whispered in Mu Wanqing's ear, "Mu Wanqing, back when we got married, you were full of spirit, proud like a goddess. But look at you now. What have you become? A clown chasing fame and fortune, willing to discard even your dignity. Let me tell you, I will never remarry you because you are not worthy." Boom! These words hit Mu Wanqing's heart like a knife, cutting deep. Her face turned deathly pale. Yi Chen's words tore apart her facade completely. Mu Wanqing froze in place, as if all her strength had been drained from her body. Yi Chen didn't spare her another glance and turned to leave. To be honest, if Mu Wanqing had maintained the same proud heart she once had, Yi Chen might have looked at her differently. But now? There was no way Yi Chen would give her a chance just because she regretted her actions. This was absolutely impossible. After Yi Chen left, Zhao Lan helped the despairing Mu Wanqing back to the hotel. Seeing Mu Wanqing looking lost and broken, Mu Bo was furious and shouted, "What's wrong with Wanqing? Why does she look like she's lost her soul?" Zhao Lan sighed and replied, "It's because she met Yi Chen. Zhao Lan recounted everything that had happened to Mu Bo. Upon hearing it, Mu Bo roared in anger. What? That bastard Yi Chen dared to make Wanqing kneel? This is outrageous. Where is he? I'll go slap him right now. Zhao Lan quickly pulled him back and scolded. What are you thinking? Yi Chen is now associated with the 4 great war gods. Do you think you can just go find him and hit him? Are you crazy? Hearing this, Mu Bo deflated instantly, muttering, what's so great about that? Mu Wanqing sat on the sofa, replaying Yi Chen's words in her mind. Yes. Back then, in Jun City, she had built her own company, developed it into the backbone of the city's economy, and eventually turned it into a group. At that time, she was full of confidence. Who in Yun City wouldn't respectfully call her President Mu? Back then, she was untouchable in her cold elegance. But now? In Jiangzhou, she became the chairwoman of the Kuning Association, constantly scheming and flattering young masters and mistresses of immense power. She believed that gaining their favor was her key to building connections. But in truth, when Mu Wanqing became the president of Emperor Group, those people were her connections. However, after she was dismissed, they avoided her like the plague. Why had she come to Xinjiang? Even she didn't want to admit that it was because she couldn't survive in Jiangzhou anymore and was hoping for better luck in Shenzhen. Initially, she didn't think she was that pathetic. But today, Yi Chen's words struck the most sensitive and vulnerable part of her heart, leaving her completely dumbfounded. What broke her even more was the unbearable truth: Yi Chen had soared to success while she had achieved nothing. Mu Wanqing looked at her parents and said, Dad, Mom, am I really useless? Mu Bo quickly responded, Wanqing, how can you say that about yourself? Yi Chen's words are nonsense. Don't take them to heart. He's just lucky. There's nothing extraordinary about him. Zhao Lan added, that's right, Wanqing. Even if Yi Chen has power now, you're not bad either. As long as you work hard, you might surpass him one day. Mu Wanqing gave a bitter smile and said, now that even Yi Chen looks down on me, what hope do I have? Mu Bo frowned in confusion and asked, wait, you're all saying Yi Chen is successful now. Did he make a lot of money or start some big company? Zhao Lan shook her head and said, none of that. But Wanqing saw him with the 4 great war gods. At that level, how could he not be successful? Indeed, the 4 great war gods were at the pinnacle of the nation's hierarchy. It was impossible for an ordinary person to be associated with them. So, Mu Wanqing naturally assumed Yi Chen had achieved great success. And since Yi Chen admitted it himself, they believed it even more. Mu Bo sneered, standing with the 4 great war gods makes him successful? If you go chasing stars and take a picture with a celebrity, does that make you a big star too? Hearing this, both Mu Wanqing and Zhao Lan froze, exchanging looks. A wave of doubt crept into their minds. Had they truly confirmed Yi Chen's status? Just then, Mu Wanqing's phone rang. It was Liang Chu calling. Mu Wanqing answered, hello, young Master Liang? Liang Chu's voice came from the other end, Wanqing, are you at the hotel? I'm coming to see you. There's a massive scandal in Shenzhen involving the Chang family and Yi Chen. Mu Wanqing was stunned, then became excited and asked, what scandal? Liang Chu replied, I'm at the entrance. I'll explain when I get there. It's too juicy to explain over the phone, but trust me, it's explosive. Soon, Liang Chu arrived at the hotel. Seeing Mu Wanqing, Liang Chu excitedly said, Wanqing, guess what happened? A shocking twist. Mu Wanqing asked in confusion, just tell me directly. Her mood wasn't great at the moment. Seeing Liang Chu deliberately keeping her in suspense, she became impatient and asked again. Right now, her mind was entirely focused on Yi Chen. Liang Chu smiled awkwardly and said, earlier, we saw the Chang family showing their power, right? Among them was someone named Yi Chen. Do you remember? Mu Wanqing hadn't told Liang Chu about her relationship with Yi Chen. Hearing him mention Yi Chen now, her interest was immediately piqued. She was already trying to figure out if there was a way to reconcile with Yi Chen. Mu Wanqing nodded and said, I remember. He seemed very impressive. He must be some young master from a powerful family, right? Liang Chu burst into laughter and said, a big shot? That's hilarious. I thought the same at first and even believed he had some connection with the 4 great war gods. But do you know what came out today? The truth is that the 4 great war gods and the other forces were all invited by the Chang family's eldest daughter, Chang Ching. Yi Chen was just pretending to be impressive because of the forces she invited. And guess what happened next? Mu Wanqing froze, her mind going blank. What was going on? This wasn't what she had thought at all. She exchanged a glance with Zhaolan before asking, what happened next? Liang Chu said, what else? The Chang family was furious with Yi Chen. Not only did they demand that he break off the engagement with their eldest daughter, but they also kicked him out of the Chang family. What? Mu Wanqing and Zhao Lan's eyes widened in shock. What was this? So Yi Chen had no real connection with the four great war gods at all? They had knelt and begged Yi Chen earlier, only for it to turn into a complete joke? Mu Wanqing said in disbelief, this can't be true, right? If Yi Chen wasn't connected to the four great war gods, how could he have been so confident at the time? Liang Chu replied, that guy is just shameless. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's face instantly turned pale. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Just moments ago, she had been thinking about how to win Yi Chen's forgiveness and remarry him. And now? Yi Chen was still just a useless nobody. Mu Wanqing had long heard of Yi Chen's engagement to Chang Shiqing. Liang Chu laughed and said, we were too far away at the time to see what was really going on, but the Chang family obviously knows better than us. If Yi Chen were truly capable, the Chang family wouldn't be in such a rush to kick him out, would they? Thinking about it, Mu Wanqing realized this made sense. In an instant, everything seemed to click in her mind. Finally, she understood. No wonder no matter how much she pleaded, Yi Chen refused to reconcile. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he didn't dare. His whole act was nothing more than a temporary facade that could fall apart at any moment. Liang Chu went on sharing gossip. After seeing him off, Zhao Lan could no longer suppress her anger. She spat and said, Wanqing, that useless Yi Chen dared to fool us. I really thought he had made it big, but he's just a good-for-nothing. Mu Wanqing sighed and said, yes. I almost got fooled too. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so shameless. Zhao Lan scoffed and said, that guy knows he's worthless but still had the audacity to make us kneel and beg him. Absolutely despicable. She couldn't stop cursing him, feeling deeply humiliated. If Yi Chen had really succeeded, begging him might have been tolerable. But for him to toy with and humiliate their family while still being a nobody was utterly infuriating. Mu Wanqing felt frustrated. She had thought she finally found someone she could rely on, only to end up with nothing. Sighing, she said, you can only rely on yourself. I can't believe I thought someone like Yi Chen could amount to anything. Mu Bo comforted her, it's good that you've seen what kind of useless person he is. Let's go eat, and later we'll visit Uncle Liang. I've heard he's planning to set up a joint company with you and Liang Chu. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up. What she lacked now was an opportunity, despite her talents. The three of them got ready and headed out for dinner. As they reached the lobby, they ran into Yi Chen again. Yi Chen frowned, thinking to himself how persistent they were. He turned to leave, but Mu Wanqing called out, Yi Chen, wait. Yi Chen stopped, his expression calm. Mu Wanqing walked up to him and said, Yi Chen, as a man, you should have some self-awareness. I'll remember your humiliation of me today for the rest of my life. But let me tell you this, I, Mu Wanqing, will make a name for myself in Xinjiang. You and I are not meant to walk the same path. Zhao Lan also shouted angrily, Yi Chen, one day, I'll make you kneel before me and beg. And let me tell you, if you're thinking of remarrying Wanqing, dream on. It'll never happen in this lifetime, you useless fool. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Had these two gone crazy? Just this morning, they had knelt and begged him, and now, only a few hours later, they were acting like this? Yi Chen smirked and said, I think you both should see a doctor. Mu Wanqing sneered, stop with the sarcasm. I've said it before, as a man who relies on women, you'll always end up being abandoned. Now it's proven, isn't it? In the Chang family's eyes, you're nothing but a useless piece of trash they can discard any time. Yi Chen chuckled and said, the Chang family is nothing in my eyes. Mu Wanqing scoffed, oh, really? Then why were you forced to break off the engagement and kicked out of the Chang family? Yi Chen showed a trace of disdain and said, because the Chang family isn't worthy, and neither is Chang Shiqing. Hiss. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Zhao Lan widened their eyes in disbelief. Yi Chen was clearly just a braggart. The Chang family wasn't worthy? Chang Shiqing wasn't worthy of him? What a joke. Chang Shiqing was a prodigy ranked first on the Qianlong list, with limitless potential. Not worthy of Yi Chen? That was the biggest joke of all. Zhao Lan sneered, still trying to fool us? Do you think we're idiots? Yi Chen, keep dreaming. I hope your dreams come true. Yi Chen shrugged, casting a cold glance at the Mu family. He didn't bother to argue and turned to leave. He had no interest in further entanglements with them. In a few days, once his engagement with Chang Shiqing was officially dissolved, everything would come to an end. After that, it would be the Yi family's downfall. Destroying the Yi family wouldn't be difficult, but that wasn't what Chen wanted. What he wanted was for everyone in the Yi family to feel what he and his father had experienced when they were expelled from the family. He wanted to slowly devour everything the Yi family had, piece by piece. To make their business empire collapse completely before their eyes. To drive them into despair. To turn them into beggars. Meanwhile, as Chen moved forward, Lu Miaolin and Mu Qingxue also began shifting their focus to Shengjing. The Mingzhu consortium was already preparing to enter Shengjing. The Yi family's strongest asset was its massive business empire. Chen wanted to destroy them on their own playing field, leaving them no place to hide. To plunge someone into a world without hope was far more tormenting than simply killing them. Chen walked out of the hotel. Before long, he saw Chang Shiyu waiting for him. When she spotted Chen, she bounced over to him and said, "Brother-in-law." Chen waved her off and said, "I told you not to call me that. Soon, I'll be ending my engagement with your sister." Chang Shiyu pouted and said, "Sister, no, Chen Gij, my dad, and the others are such idiots. If you break off the engagement with my sister, then I'll marry you." Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Chang Shiyu truly had the temperament of a child. However, Chen didn't take her seriously and instead changed the topic, asking, "What do you need me for?" Only then did Chang Shiyu come back to her senses and said, "The Shengjing Chamber of Commerce is hosting a banquet tonight. I want you to accompany me." Chen declined outright, "I'm busy." Chang Shiyu became anxious upon hearing this and said, "No, you have to come with me. Please, Chen Gij, I'm begging you." Chang Shiyu clung to him stubbornly. Unable to resist her persistence, Chen eventually gave in and was dragged away. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing had arrived at the Liang family's residence. Recently, Liang Shang had been considering starting a company with Liang Chu and Mu Wanqing. After hearing about Mu Wanqing's abilities, especially her experience as the president of Emperor Group, he found her resume highly impressive. Thus, Liang Shang intended to recruit Mu Wanqing to work at their group. Of course, he had other intentions as well. If Liang Chu and Mu Wanqing could end up together, that would be ideal. After all, Liang Shang knew his son was nothing more than a playboy. If the family's vast wealth was handed over to him, it wouldn't take long before it was squandered. However, if Mu Wanqing became his daughter-in-law, her abilities could at least preserve the family's existing wealth, if not elevate it. Liang Shang glanced at Mu Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, what do you think about my suggestion? You and Liang Chu can start a branch company under the Liang Group. Liang Chu will be the president, and you'll be the vice president. I'm planning to invest 1 billion yuan. 1 billion yuan? For starting a company, that was quite a large amount. But for someone like Mu Wanqing, who had previously managed enterprises worth hundreds of billions, it wasn't particularly impressive. However, she understood her current situation. The fact that Liang Shang was willing to invest 1 billion yuan was already quite generous. Mu Wanqing smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Liang, since you trust me, I'll give it my all." Liang Shang wasn't foolish and smiled back, saying, "Good. But before that, I have a small test for you. The Shengjing Chamber of Commerce is hosting a banquet tonight. I want you and Liang Chu to attend and show me what you're capable of." Mu Wanqing nodded confidently. No problem. She had great confidence in her abilities, especially in social settings. In Jiangzhou, she had once been the chairwoman of the Kuning Association, and she had attended countless business banquets like this. Soon, Mu Wanqing and Liang Chu arrived at the Chamber of Commerce banquet. This particular banquet was incredibly high-end. Liang Shang had gone to great lengths to secure their invitations. Many of Xinjiang's top elites were present, all of them with immense wealth and influence. In this setting, Mu Wanqing and Liang Chu were essentially nobodies. The moment they entered the banquet hall, Liang Chu couldn't help but gasp. Nervously, he whispered, "Wanqing, all these people are top figures in Shengjing. I'm so nervous, my hands are shaking. What should I do?" Mu Wanqing felt a surge of disdain. She despised men who lacked confidence the most. However, since she needed the Liang family's support for now, she simply said calmly, "Don't be nervous. Relax. Leave everything to me. This kind of thing is simple for me. You can just sit on the sidelines." Her tone was filled with confidence. Liang Chu, who had been contemplating an escape, felt relieved after hearing her reassurance and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you. Mu Wanqing nodded and scanned the room. Picking up a glass of wine, she gracefully made her way toward her targets. Her demeanor was casual yet composed. With her beauty, she could easily integrate into any group without being out of place. However, things didn't go as smoothly as she had hoped. "Hello, I'm Mu Wanqing, Vice President of Liang Group. Not interested. You're so young, Miss Mu. How about meeting at the hotel tomorrow to discuss?" "Which Liang Group? What kind of nobodies can get into this banquet? Move along. This isn't your circle, don't force it." Annoying. Mu Wanqing approached countless people, trying to initiate discussions about collaboration. In her mind, even if most rejected her, there should have been at least a small chance for someone to give her an opportunity. But to her surprise, the Liang Group held no weight here. She couldn't even hand out a single business card. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Frustrated, Mu Wanqing sat next to Liang Chu, her mood foul. At that moment, a group of well-dressed young men approached them, led by Yun Ting from the Yun family. Since the Yun family had been dealt with by Yi Chen, Yun Ting had become the most promising young master of the family. Particularly after Yun Buhui openly supported Yi Chen at the Chang family gathering, Yun Ting had effectively submitted to Yi Chen. Yun Ting glanced at Mu Wanqing, a faint smirk forming on his lips. He said, "Miss, you really don't know your place. With your status, you dare try to talk business with the elites here?" Mu Wanqing frowned and stood up angrily, ready to retort. But Liang Chu quickly held her back, saying, "Wanqing, don't. This is young Master Yun from the Yun family. We can't afford to offend him." Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Randomly, even someone like this turned out to be a young master of a prominent family? She was being mocked but could only swallow her pride. Yun Ting scoffed and said, "This place isn't for just anyone. But you're quite pretty. If you're willing to spend the night with me, I might throw you a few orders." Mu Wanqing's face stiffened instantly. She hadn't expected such a shameless and sleazy person in such a high-class venue. She was not the type of woman to be trifled with. With a serious expression and a stiff tone, Mu Wanqing said, "Watch your mouth." Liang Chu quickly interjected, "Young Master Yun, this is my friend. If you're interested, I'll treat you to a night at the club later. Please, give me some face." Yun Ting sneered and immediately lost interest. "TCH, what kind of face do you even have? I can't be bothered with you." With that, Yun Ting turned and left. Mu Wanqing sat down angrily. She had to admit, the Shengjing Chamber of Commerce banquet was truly eye-opening for her. Every single attendee here was a major figure in their own right. But at the same time, compared to them, her status and position were far too insignificant. No one would even give her the time of day. She had approached several people to discuss potential collaborations, but they all outright ignored her. Liang Chu offered an awkward smile, clearly accustomed to such situations. He tried to console her, "Wanqing, don't feel discouraged. We just don't have the same status or connections as these people." Mu Wanqing sighed and said, "No, I have to secure at least one deal. This is a task Uncle Liang assigned me. If I can't even accomplish this, how can I make a name for myself in Xinjiang?" Seeing Mu Wanqing's determination, Liang Chu felt helpless. He figured that once she experienced enough rejection, she would come to her senses. In Xinjiang's elite circles, equality of status was everything. If you had money, influence, and connections, others would welcome you with open arms. But if you tried to force your way in, no one would pay attention to you. Shrugging, Liang Chu said, "Wanqing, I just spotted some friends over there. I'll go chat with them. Let's meet at the entrance after the banquet." Mu Wanqing didn't think much of it and nodded. "All right." As Liang Chu left, Mu Wanqing felt even more isolated. Though frustrated, she reassured herself that it was normal not to have connections when just entering Xinjiang's circles. She scanned the room, racking her brain for someone gullible enough to negotiate a deal. But everyone here was shrewd, not easily manipulated. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Chang Shiyu arrived at the banquet. As the eldest daughter of the Chang family, Chang Shiyu was a regular at such events, but Yi Chen wasn't fond of the atmosphere. He preferred to keep a low profile. Still, the moment Yi Chen and Chang Shiyu appeared, they drew many eyes. Especially the prominent figures at the banquet, some of them stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yi Shun. He actually came. Immediately, many of the elites wanted to approach him for a toast or a conversation. However, upon meeting Yi Chen's gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines. They stopped in their tracks, not daring to approach. It was clear from Yi Chen's expression that he had no interest in being the center of attention. Yun Ting noticed Yi Chen as well and wanted to approach, but Yi Chen discreetly gestured for him to stay away. Awkwardly, Yun Ting put his glass down and backed off. Although Yi Chen didn't want to stand out, nearly everyone at the banquet kept their eyes on him, waiting for an opportunity to greet him. Chang Shiyu pouted and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what's wrong? You don't seem happy. Yi Chen shrugged. I don't really enjoy these kinds of events. What about you? Why are you so enthusiastic? Chang Shiyu sighed. I don't want to be here either, but my girlfriends insisted I come. They're waiting for me in a private room. Do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately shook his head. No way. Without even thinking, Yi Chen could guess that Chang Shiyu's friends were probably spoiled daughters from Xinjiang's elite families. Girls who frequented these banquets typically fell into a few categories, arrogant or capricious. To Yi Chen, they were nothing but trouble. He waved her off and said, I'll pass. You go ahead. I'll wait here for you. Pouting, Chang Shiyu said, Fine, but don't run off. I promise I'll be back soon, and then I'll introduce you to some friends. Yi Chen nodded. All right. After Chang Shiyu left, Yi Chen found a quiet corner to sit down, trying to avoid attention. But while the idea was nice, reality wasn't so kind. Though the elites didn't dare disturb him after his initial refusals, someone else soon broke his solitude. A figure suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed his arm. Yi Chen was startled. Turning his head, he saw it was none other than Mu Wanqing. What a coincidence! What was this woman doing here? Mu Wanqing looked displeased but restrained her temper. She knew she couldn't afford to lose her composure at a Chamber of Commerce banquet. She was still hoping to close a deal today. Just moments earlier, as she was wallowing in frustration, she spotted Yi Chen sitting in the corner. This annoyed her even more. She had never expected to run into Yi Chen at this banquet. Seeing him sitting there, seemingly hiding, she immediately assumed he was stalking her again. Otherwise, how could this be such a coincidence? First, they met outside the hotel. Now, at this banquet. If Yi Chen wasn't following her, how could their encounters be so coincidental? Gritting her teeth, Mu Wanqing leaned close to Yi Chen and whispered, Yi Chen, what do you want from me? Yi Chen smiled faintly. What a coincidence. You're here too? Mu Wanqing nearly laughed out of anger. Can you stop pretending? I'm warning you, don't cause any trouble here. I have important matters to handle. Don't mess things up for me. She kept her voice low, speaking only loud enough for Yi Chen to hear. Afraid of drawing attention, she leaned even closer to him, their faces almost touching. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What am I pretending about? Mu Wanqing said, I know you've been stalking me, Yi Chen. Please, I'm begging you. This banquet is crucial for me. I have to secure a deal here. Don't interfere, okay? I'm begging you. Yi Chen was speechless for a moment and smiled bitterly. Mu Wanqing, don't think too highly of yourself. I'm not following you, I'm here with a friend to have fun. Mu Wanqing asked, a friend? Where? Why don't I see them? Or are you going to say they had something urgent and left first? Yi Chen was at a loss for words. It was true. Chang Shiyu had gone to meet her girlfriends. Yi Chen said, Before he could finish speaking, Mu Wanqing forcefully pulled Yi Chen closer, making their bodies almost touch. She said, Yi Chen, listen to me. Everyone at this banquet is a big shot in Xinjiang. I know your temper. Don't cause trouble here, got it? Yi Chen shrugged and said, what I do is none of your business. Take care of yourself. Also, let me say it again, I'm not following you. Mu Wanqing sighed helplessly. Fine, fine. As long as you don't cause trouble, say whatever you like. The two spoke quietly, with Mu Wanqing being especially cautious, afraid of being noticed by others. What she didn't know was that her actions had already caught the attention of many people. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like Mu Wanqing had thrown herself into Yi Chen's arms the moment she approached him. They were sitting close together in a corner of the sofa, seemingly whispering sweet nothings. Naturally, no one could hear their conversation, but judging by their actions, it was easy to misunderstand. Many people were wide-eyed in disbelief. What the heck? Who is this woman? How can she be so close to Yi Chen? The shock was especially profound for the big shots who had just rejected Mu Wanqing. They were utterly stunned, filled with regret. If only they had known that Mu Wanqing was this close to Yi Chen. Forget cooperation, even giving her projects for free would have been worth it. Yun Ting, who was watching, was frozen in place. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, a single thought running through his mind. It's over. He's done for. Just moments ago, he had spoken rudely to Mu Wanqing, thinking she was just some woman with no background. Who could have guessed that Mu Wanqing actually knew Yishan? Now, Yun Ting regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. Unaware of the commotion she caused, Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen, I know you don't want me to look down on you. Last time outside the hotel, you lied to me about knowing the 4 great war gods. But as a man, you should rely on real skills. Lies will be exposed sooner or later, won't they? Yi Chen replied, I, Yi Chen, never lie. Mu Wanqing sighed. Alright, you don't lie. But what about the facts? Look at this banquet. Those big shots and heirs are chatting in small groups, while you can only sit in this dark corner. That's the difference. Mu Wanqing felt that Yi Chen had no sense of his own abilities. At a top-level banquet like this, everyone present had immense backgrounds and influence. Even she felt out of place. How could Yi Chen, someone she considered utterly useless, be any different? Without a powerful family background, significant wealth, or extraordinary talent, he could only hide in the corner and avoid attention. Yi Chen smirked, thinking that Mu Wanqing had been completely blinded by fame and fortune. He chuckled lightly and said, Are you talking about those people? They're not even qualified to talk to me. If I wanted, they'd all bow down to me. What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Mu Wanqing was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is this? She couldn't fathom where Yi Chen's confidence came from. After all, the only status he had was as a live-in son-in-law of the Chang family. Did being associated with the Chang family make him this arrogant? Did he really think that just because he was connected to the Chang family, he had any standing in Xinjiang? Didn't he realize that once his marriage with Chang Shiqing was annulled, he'd be back to being a nobody, even lower than an ant? Mu Wanqing couldn't wrap her head around it. Yi Chen, however, didn't bother explaining. To him, the gap between him and Mu Wanqing was insurmountable. In Yi Chen's eyes, the so-called big shots at the banquet weren't even qualified to speak with him. Even one of his subordinates could make these people bow down in reverence. Mu Wanqing would never understand that the heights she couldn't reach in her lifetime were merely Yi Chen's starting point. Limited perception is life's greatest tragedy, and Mu Wanqing was a perfect example. In fact, Yi Chen bore some responsibility for Mu Wanqing's current state. When they married, she wasn't particularly capable. It was only through Yi Chen's secret help that she accumulated wealth far beyond her understanding. But this had been like forcing a seedling to grow too fast. As a result, Mu Wanqing couldn't correctly assess her abilities. If she had stayed under Yi Chen's protection, she might have become a shining star in the business world. But without him, she'd end up as an average person at best. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath, feeling frustrated even listening to Yi Chen. She thought he was delusional and arrogant. She didn't want to say more and simply said, Yi Chen, whatever you're planning, just don't drag me into it. Unlike you, I can't afford to live carelessly. I have to prove myself. You and I are not the same. After speaking, Mu Wanqing stood up. Her mission for the evening wasn't complete. To secure the Liang family's investment, she had to keep trying, no matter how many rejections she faced. Even though she lacked confidence, she forced herself to stay motivated. However, the banquet soon transitioned to a dance, leaving her with no chance to approach the big shots. She could only wait until the banquet ended. Yi Chen finally reunited with Chang Shiyu. After chatting briefly, the two left the hall. Meanwhile, Liang Chu arrived late, feeling refreshed after venting some frustrations. He approached Mu Wanqing and asked, Wanqing, how's it going? Mu Wanqing shook her head. Not well. Liang Chu smiled. I figured as much. Our Liang family doesn't have much standing. Don't worry. Take your time. You'll face plenty of situations like this in the future. Mu Wanqing felt reluctant but had no choice but to leave. As the two reached the exit, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Frowning, Mu Wanqing saw that it was Yun Ting. She was already disgusted by his previous rude behavior. Now that he blocked her way, she felt a twinge of fear. Could he be trying to force her into something? Liang Chu, frightened, stepped back, leaving Mu Wanqing exposed. Her face changed, and just as she was about to speak, something unexpected happened. Yun Ting, in front of everyone, suddenly, thud, dropped to his knees before Mu Wanqing. Liang Chu and Mu Wanqing's eyes widened instantly. They were completely stunned. Just moments ago, they had been wary of whether Yunting harbored any malicious intentions. But they could have never imagined. Yunting knelt before Mu Wanqing. What was happening? What was this situation? Mu Wanqing swallowed nervously, utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't wrap her head around it. What was Yunting trying to pull? Was kneeling a trend in Shengjing now? After all, Yunting was the eldest young master of the Yun family, with a prestigious status. For him to kneel before a woman in public, was he throwing away his dignity? At this moment, Yunting was overwhelmed with terror. He had only one thought: to apologize to Mu Wanqing and beg for her forgiveness. Otherwise, if he angered Lord Yi, not only he but the entire Yun family would face utter destruction. Yunting frantically kowtowed to Mu Wanqing, pleading, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken disrespectfully to you just now. I was despicable, shameless. I'll slap myself as punishment." As he said this, Yunting slapped himself hard several times. The force was so strong it made those around him feel unsettled just hearing it. Soon, Yunting's face swelled up. He didn't care at all that his face now resembled a pig's head. Looking at Mu Wanqing, he begged, "President Mu, please forgive me. If you're still angry, you can kick me in the face. Whatever it takes to calm your anger, I'll do it." Mu Wanqing was already scared senseless by Yunting's frantic behavior. She forced an awkward smile and quickly said, all right. I forgive you. Can you please just stay away from me?" Mu Wanqing thought Yunting must be crazy. Or maybe he had some kind of masochistic tendencies. She wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yunting immediately lit up with excitement. He kowtowed twice more and said, "All right, I'll leave right away." Right away. Yunting scrambled to crawl out of the room. Mu Wanqing and Liang Chu stood there as if they were dreaming. Mu Wanqing whispered, "Young Master Liang, are all the young masters of Xingjing like this? Do they all have some kind of masochistic tendencies?" Liang Chu's worldview was completely shattered. He had encountered many young masters before. But which of them wasn't arrogant and overbearing on a daily basis? When had he ever seen a young master like Yunting? Kneeling and slapping himself at the drop of a hat? Liang Chu even began to wonder if it was the world, not him, that had gone mad. He let out a bitter laugh and said, I don't even know what's going on anymore." Mu Wanqing awkwardly said, "Let's just leave quickly. If that guy comes to his senses later, he might come after us." The two of them were eager to leave. However, before they could even walk out, suddenly, someone else blocked their way. "Hello, you must be President Mu?" The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a large belly. His appearance instantly made Mu Wanqing gasp. It was Zhao Shen, the president of Shengjing Maritime Trading Group, a billionaire tycoon. Mu Wanqing had tried to get to know him earlier, but she had been coldly rejected. Now, unexpectedly, Zhao Shen had approached her personally. Mu Wanqing quickly greeted him politely, "Hello, President Zhao. Is there something I can help you with?" Zhao Shen directly pulled out a business card from his bag, handed it to Mu Wanqing, and said, "President Mu, you're truly outstanding, not only stunningly beautiful but also a natural leader. This is my business card. I hope you'll accept it. I'll personally visit you to discuss cooperation when you're free." Mu Wanqing accepted the card, stunned. The card was gold-plated. In their circles, it was common knowledge that unless someone was of the same social tier, even if you got a business card, it was likely the assistant's or the company's contact number. But Zhao Shen's card for Mu Wanqing had his personal number. This meant that, as long as Mu Wanqing wanted, she could contact Zhao Shen directly at any time. Mu Wanqing, excited, carefully asked, "President Zhao, may I visit you tomorrow?" Zhao Shen smiled, "You're welcome any time." After saying that, Zhao Shen left. Mu Wanqing felt like a pie had fallen straight from the sky. But what she didn't expect was, it wasn't just one pie, but a whole pile of them. Because after Zhao Shen left, those big shots who had previously rejected her, one by one came up to her with smiling faces, eager to get acquainted. Mu Wanqing instantly felt the drastic shift in attitude. Before, she had been like an ant humbly trying to connect with these moguls, only to be rejected by almost all of them. Now, these moguls were all rushing to ingratiate themselves with her. Yes, Mu Wanqing felt that this was pure flattery. After all, even if they wanted to connect with her, all it would take was a single word from them. But these moguls, not only were they flattering Mu Wanqing from every angle, but they were also competing to hand her their business cards, as if afraid she wouldn't take theirs. Mu Wanqing was completely overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of luck. By the time she came back to her senses, her hands were already full of business cards from the moguls. She was completely stunned. These thin cards represented real, tangible connections. With these connections, Mu Wanqing's position in Shengjing would skyrocket overnight. Back at home, Mu Wanqing and Liang Chu were still in a daze. When Liang Sheng saw their state, he couldn't help but smile, thinking they must have been embarrassed at the banquet. To Liang Sheng, young people should not try to show off too much. They had to face setbacks to learn to lay low and gather strength. Looking at Mu Wanqing, Mu Bo asked, "Wanqing, what's wrong? You seem unhappy." Liang Sheng chuckled, "You wouldn't understand. They probably got discouraged at the banquet. Although our Liang family has some wealth, it's still hard to integrate into such circles." Mu Bo asked, "Old Liang, if you knew that, why let them go?" Liang Sheng replied, "Young people need to face challenges to grow." Mu Bo nodded in agreement. "That's true." Liang Sheng looked at Liang Chu and said, "Son, don't lose heart. Even your father might struggle to secure deals or connections at such events. You." Before he could finish, Liang Chu interrupted, "Dad, you're misunderstanding. Wanqing is incredible." This left everyone shocked. Incredible? What did that mean? Liang Sheng asked, "Son, what are you talking about?" Finally snapping out of his daze, Liang Chu excitedly exclaimed, "Dad, you have no idea. Wanqing is a born business genius. Have you ever seen the eldest young master of the Yun family kneel and kowtow to someone? Have you ever seen billionaire tycoons from Shengjing lining up to hand over their business cards?" Liang Sheng shook his head blankly. Liang Chu, still excited, said, "I have. I saw it with my own eyes. Wanqing built connections with everyone at the banquet in less than an hour. Look." Liang Chu placed the stack of business cards Mu Wanqing had collected onto the table. Liang Sheng picked them up and flipped through them. Shengjing Maritime Trading Group Chairman Zhao Shun. Shengjing Machinery Manufacturing Group Chairman Wang Feng. Shengjing Pharmaceutical Company, Limited President Wei Ran. Seeing these illustrious names, Liang Sheng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His entire body froze in place. Liang Sheng's hands trembled with excitement. Ever since he retired from the military and returned to Shengjing to work hard, achieving his current level of success had taken all his energy and ability. But no matter how much he tried, it was difficult for him to integrate into the truly elite circles. Yet now, in front of him was a pile of business cards. Any one of them represented someone he could never have reached before. Liang Sheng was completely dumbfounded. His body shook as he asked incredulously, Is this real?" Liang Chu nodded. "Of course it's real. Those big shots were practically fighting to hand their business cards to Wanqing." Liang Sheng looked at Mu Wanqing, forced a smile, and asked, "Wanqing, do you know these big shots?" Mu Wanqing was just as confused. She shook her head and said, "I don't know them. I find it strange too. At first, I actively tried to connect with them, but without exception, they all rejected me. It was only when I was about to leave that the Yun family's young master suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to me. After that, those big shots started handing me their cards." Liang Sheng and the others were shocked. Frowning, Liang Sheng said, "Could it be that those big shots saw Yun Ting kneeling and kowtowing to you and mistakenly thought you were a young lady from some prestigious family?" Mu Wanqing had thought of this too, but she still couldn't figure it out and asked, "Then why would Yun Ting kneel and apologize to me?" This question silenced everyone. After all, making the Yun family's young master kneel and apologize wasn't a trivial matter. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't make sense of it. At this moment, Mu Bo stepped forward and said, "There's no point overthinking. Haven't you already gotten the business cards?" Regardless of the reason, the goal was achieved, wasn't it? As long as Wanqing works hard, she's sure to establish herself in Shengjing in the future. Liang Sheng stopped dwelling on it and laughed. "That's right. Maybe Wanqing is just a chosen one. Perhaps our Liang family will rely on her in the future." Mu Wanqing frowned. On the surface, she responded politely. But in her mind, she kept replaying everything that had happened at the banquet. Could someone have been helping her behind the scenes? Meanwhile, a few days after the Chang family's crisis, Chang Shiqing finally returned home. She didn't return alone, she brought a group of young people with her. Chang Xiuqi was the first to greet them because the young people Chang Shiqing brought back all had extraordinary backgrounds. Especially the young man leading the group. His name was Zhu Lingyun. He was the eldest young master of the Zhu family in the northwest, a martial arts family known as the top martial arts family in the region. Zhu Lingyun himself had immense potential, ranking second on the hidden dragon list. Originally, he and Chang Shiqing were competitors, but now they seemed to be getting along quite harmoniously. Chang Xiuqi greeted him with a big smile, saying excitedly, "Young Master Zhu, what a rare guest. Welcome to Shangjing." Zhu Lingyun smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Chang, I'm here in Shangjing for business with Shiqing. Thanks to her, I've been able to represent our Northwest War Department in coming here to learn from the Shangjing War Department." Chang Xiuqi laughed heartily and said, "Young Master Zhu, you truly are outstanding." Zhu Lingyun replied with a smile, "Not at all. Shiqing is the real prodigy." The two began praising each other. Chang Shiqing, slightly exasperated, said, "Young Master Zhu, you chat with my father for now. I'm going to change clothes and will take you to the Shangjing War Department afterward." Zhu Lingyun smiled and nodded. But his gaze followed Chang Shiqing until she left. To be honest, Zhu Lingyun was a proud man. His goal was to become the #1 prodigy on the hidden dragon list. But ever since he met Chang Shiqing, he had been completely smitten. Wasn't she the perfect woman in his mind? Not only stunningly beautiful, but also exceptionally talented and powerful. In Zhu Lingyun's eyes, Chang Shiqing was his ideal goddess. However, he was well aware that no matter how outstanding or formidable a woman might be, the partner she desired would undoubtedly have to be stronger than her. Thus, ever since he met Chang Shiqing, he had made no move to pursue her. He planned to wait until the day he surpassed her to confess his feelings with absolute confidence. Chang Xiuqi, noticing Zhu Lingyun's expression, naturally understood what was going on. His daughter was simply too exceptional, she shone brightly. Chang Xiuqi chuckled and said, "Young Master Zhu, you and our Shiqing truly make a perfect pair." Chang Xiuqi thought highly of Zhu Lingyun. Not only did he have outstanding talent, but more importantly, the Zhu family was a top martial arts family in the northwest. If Chang Shiqing and Zhu Lingyun could end up together, it would only benefit the Chang family. Because Chang Xiuqi knew very well that Zhu Lingyun was not the direct heir of the Zhu family. In fact, his chances of becoming the Zhu family head were slim. In that case, Zhu Lingyun could easily become a son-in-law of the Chang family. It had to be said, Chang Xiuqi's calculations were spot on. Zhu Lingyun, hearing Chang Xiuqi's words, blushed slightly and said, "Uncle Chang, you're teasing me. Shiqing is far too exceptional. How could I dare to have improper thoughts?" Chang Xiuqi chuckled and said, "How is that improper? It's clearly a perfect match. You must know that love and marriage supported by family are the ones that last forever." Hearing this, Zhu Lingyun was so excited he nearly jumped up. He hadn't even confessed yet, and he was already getting the support of the Chang family? Wouldn't this make pursuing Chang Shiqing much easier in the future? Swallowing nervously, Zhu Lingyun said, "Uncle Chang, thank you for your support. I will work even harder. In the future, if the Chang family needs anything, I, Zhu Lingyun, will not hesitate to help." Chang Xiuqi's eyes lit up. With just a few empty words, he had won Zhu Lingyun's loyalty to the Chang family. Don't underestimate Zhu Lingyun. He was highly likely to gain significant support from the Zhu family. Although he wasn't the direct heir, he was still a legitimate member of the family. Chang Xiuqi suddenly thought of something. Putting on a troubled expression, he said, but you see, even though I think highly of you, it's difficult for you and Shiqing to have a future together." Hearing this, Zhu Lingyun's face immediately fell. He looked at Chang Xiuqi in shock. Hadn't he just expressed his approval? Why was he now saying it was impossible? Was this some kind of joke? As Zhu Lingyun's expression darkened, Chang Xiuqi said, "Actually, Shiqing once had an arranged marriage. The guy is an unambitious good-for-nothing. We want to break off the engagement, and while he agreed verbally, knowing him, he's likely using the engagement to hold Shiqing back. Our Chang family is a prominent family, so we can't resort to underhanded means, but I don't want Shiqing's life to be ruined by such a waste." Hearing this, Zhu Lingyun slammed the table in fury, his face full of anger. He couldn't believe his goddess had an engagement. And the fiancé was a waste of a man. Furious, he said, "Uncle Chang, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. No matter who the person is, I will make him break off the engagement with Chang. Chang Xiuqi's eyes lit up, a faint triumphant smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Although Yi Chen had already agreed to dissolve the engagement, a person like Yi Chen wasn't trustworthy at all. If Xu Lingyun could give Yi Chen a harsh lesson beforehand, forcing him to dissolve the engagement, it would be even better. Xu Lingyun had long developed feelings for Chang Xiuqing. He was an extremely self-centered person. Once he set his eyes on a woman, he would never allow anyone else to touch her. Upon hearing that Yi Chen and Chang Xiuqing had an engagement, he immediately wanted to flay Yi Chen alive. He left immediately to settle accounts with Yi Chen. When Chang Xiuqing came out after changing her clothes, she found that Zhu Lingyun was already gone. Puzzled, she glanced at Chang Xiuqi and asked, "Dad? Where's young Master Zhu?" Chang Xiuqi smiled and said, "He went to find Yi Chen." Chang Xiuqing's eyes widened as she asked, "What? Why is he looking for Yi Chen?" Chang Xiuqi laughed and said, "Silly girl, can't you tell that young Master Zhu likes you? I simply told him that Yi Chen is engaged to you, and he went to settle accounts with him." Chang Xiuqing frowned and said, "Dad, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Although Zhu Lingyun is extremely talented and one of my major competitors in martial arts, he is stubborn and self-righteous. If he confronts Yi Chen, he might go as far as to kill him." Chang Xiuqi snorted coldly and said, "So what if he kills him?" "Xiuqing, don't tell me you've developed feelings for that good-for-nothing Yi Chen?" Chang Xiuqing replied, "How is that possible? I just think that even if Yi Chen were to die, it shouldn't be at our hands." Chang Xiuqi frowned and said, "Why fear someone like Yi Chen?" Chang Xiuqing said, "Dad, have you forgotten about that person from back then?" Chang Xiuqi froze and said, "You mean Yi Chen's father, Yi Hichu?" Chang Xiuqing nodded and said, "Exactly. The man who was once the number one in Xinjiang. Though he later fell into obscurity after sending Yi Chen to our family, no one knows if he's still alive. When Grandpa was still lucid, he always told me that Yi Chen's father was the most talented person he'd ever seen. If Yi Hichu isn't dead, his current level might be unimaginable. If he were to suddenly return and find out that we killed Yi Chen, the consequences would be." Hearing Chang Xiuqing's words, Chang Xiuqi sighed, a slight fear creeping into his heart. Perhaps only those who had lived in the same era as Yi Hichu could truly understand the kind of terror he inspired. Chang Xiuqi nodded and said, "You're right, Xiuqing. You've matured and thought things through better than I have. Here's what we'll do, go and see for yourself. If young Master Zhu only teaches Yi Chen a lesson, don't interfere. Try to force Yi Chen to dissolve the engagement. But if Zhu Lingyun intends to kill him, make sure to save Yi Chen's life." Chang Xiuqing nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Chang Xiuqi waved his hand impatiently and said, "Ah." Back then, Yi Hichu amazed all of Xinjiang on his own. They say dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes to phoenixes, so how did Yi Hichu's son turn out to be a good-for-nothing? Hearing this, Chang Xiuqing felt a subtle jolt in her heart. Indeed, it didn't make sense. Yi Chen shouldn't have been a good-for-nothing. After all, his father, Yi Hichu, was a terrifying genius far more talented than even Chang Xiuqing. Surely Yi Chen must have inherited some of that talent, right? At that moment, Chang Xiuqing recalled her sister Chang Xiyu often saying that Yi Chen was not as simple as he appeared. Could it be she, Chang Xiuqing, had been too short-sighted? Was Yi Chen hiding his true strength? Being meticulous by nature, Chang Xiuqing decided that if there was even a possibility of this, she would secretly observe Yi Chen this time. When facing Zhu Lingyun, if Yi Chen was a hidden genius, he would certainly be forced to reveal his skills to save his life. With this thought, Chang Xiuqing quickly sped off. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingyun and a group of his followers had already found Yi Chen. With a wave of Zhu Lingyun's hand, his followers immediately surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned slightly, standing calmly where he was. Zhu Lingyun walked up to Yi Chen with a proud expression and asked coldly, "Are you Yi Chen?" Yi Chen frowned slightly and said, "I am." "And who are you? We don't seem to know each other." Zhu Lingyun sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? You're not even qualified to know me." Yi Chen was speechless. These days, people really like to act arrogant for no reason, thinking they were superior. With a faint smirk, Yi Chen said, "All right, I'm not qualified to know you. Now hurry up and get lost. Go cool off somewhere else and stop making a scene here." Hearing this, Zhu Lingyun's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "You're quite arrogant, aren't you, kid? Do you even know who I am?" Yi Chen shrugged in exasperation, looking at Zhu Lingyun as if he were an idiot. Didn't I just say I don't know you? You're clearly not well. You should take some medicine. Zhu Lingyun's face stiffened, his anger beginning to rise. He hated it the most when people didn't cooperate with his displays of arrogance. Clenching his teeth, Zhu Lingyun said, "Kid, don't act so cocky. Today, I'll make sure you understand who I am." Yi Chen snorted and said, "Just now you said I'm not qualified to know you, and now you insist on making me know you. What are you, some random stray dog? Jumping back and forth just to show everyone how mentally ill you are?" Zhu Lingyun's fury surged to the top of his head. He was the young master of the Northwest Zhu family. In the Northwest, wherever he went, people flattered him from every angle. At his word, all the young masters of the Northwest would bow before him. Now, Yi Chen had repeatedly insulted him, calling him crazy. Immediately, Zhu Lingyun's anger was about to explode. But Yi Chen waved him off impatiently, saying, "All right, I'm in a hurry. If you want me to know who you are, just say it quickly. Let's see what makes you so special." A cold smile appeared on Zhu Lingyun's face as he puffed out his chest and said, "Listen carefully. I am Zhu Lingyun, from the Northwest Zhu family. My father is Zhu Xiong, my sister is Zhu Wushuang, and I am ranked second on the hidden dragon list as a prodigy." To be fair, the Northwest Zhu family was indeed very powerful. Its head, Zhu Xiong, was a brilliant strategist and ranked fourth on the dragon list of top martial artists, far surpassing Ji Chu, whom Yi Chen had killed before. And Zhu Lingyun's sister, Zhu Wushuang, was taken as the last disciple of a mysterious sect elder. When she reappeared years ago, she had stunned the entire Northwest, making the name Zhu Wushuang unforgettable. It was no wonder Zhu Lingyun was so arrogant. He had the credentials to be. Usually, when Zhu Lingyun revealed his family background, it was enough to shock everyone, eliciting admiration, awe, and even fear. This was how Zhu Lingyun dealt with other young masters and ladies, especially someone like Yi Chen. He had even prepared himself to receive Yi Chen's worship. As for dissolving the engagement, that was just a matter of Zhu Lingyun saying the word. Standing above Yi Chen, Zhu Lingyun waited for his flattery. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen merely glanced at him indifferently and uttered one word. "Oh." "Oh?" Zhu Lingyun's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. "Just that? An oh? Is this some kind of joke?" Zhu Lingyun had absolute confidence in his background. Years of living amid constant flattery had inflated his ego to the point of arrogance. But now, Yi Chen's casual response after hearing his identity was almost dismissive. How could Zhu Lingyun tolerate this? Zhu Lingyun's gaze turned icy as he glared at Yi Chen, roaring angrily, "Kid, are you pretending? Aren't you afraid after hearing who I am?" Yi Chen replied, "Why should I be afraid?" Zhu Lingyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't you know how powerful the Northwest Zhu family is?" Yi Chen sighed, waving him off. "Sorry, I've never heard of it. Why are you blocking my way? If you have something to say, say it quickly. If it's nonsense, let it out fast. I'm busy and don't have time for your rambling." Zhu Lingyun's eyes grew colder, and he struggled to suppress the fury burning within him. Fixing his gaze on Yi Chen, he said in a menacing tone, "Fine, I'll be direct. I'll tell you now, Chang Shirqing is the woman I, Zhu Lingyun, have set my sights on. I heard you're engaged to her. If you want to live, you'd better dissolve the engagement immediately." Yi Chen frowned. Hadn't he already agreed with Chang Shouqi to dissolve the engagement when the time came? Why was the Chang family still sending people to bother him? This left Yi Chen feeling annoyed. He stared coldly at Zhu Lingyun and said, "First of all, whether or not I dissolve the engagement is a matter between me and Chang Shirqing. What gives an outsider like you the right to interfere?" Zhu Lingyun said, "Kid, I've been patient enough with you. Watch your tone." Yi Chen sneered, "If I hadn't been patient, you'd already be dead. Got it?" At this, Zhu Lingyun burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. You, a mere good-for-nothing, dare to speak so brazenly?" His eyes were filled with disdain. Zhu Lingyun was the second-ranked prodigy on the hidden dragon list, an unparalleled talent. To be honest, the only reason he hadn't immediately killed Yi Chen was because he looked down on him so much that he didn't think Yi Chen was worth dirtying his hands. But now, Yi Chen's repeated provocations had completely broken through his pride. Losing all patience, Zhu Lingyun said coldly, I'll ask you one last time, will you dissolve the engagement by tomorrow? Yi Chen, of course, wasn't intimidated. If the Chang family had asked nicely, he might have agreed. But what did this have to do with Zhu Lingyun? What gave him the right to jump in and give orders? Yi Chen sneered, and if I don't? Zhu Lingyun's body began to exude a murderous aura. If you don't, then today, I'll kill you. Do you believe me? Yi Chen replied calmly, I don't. Because, you're not qualified. Boom! Zhu Lingyun hadn't expected Yi Chen to be so arrogant even on the brink of death. His fury erupted. Zhu Lingyun's body trembled. And in an instant, an overwhelming aura burst forth from him. With cold eyes fixed on Yi Chen, he roared, Good! You've completely angered me. Today, I'll take your worthless life. When you get to the underworld, tell the king of hell it was Zhu Lingyun who sent you there. With that, Zhu Lingyun leaped into the air. His entire body radiated a violent, oppressive energy. Gathering all his strength, he threw a punch straight at Yi Chen's head. The punch tore through the air with a terrifying sound, making the onlookers tremble in fear. Zhu Lingyun was indeed a worthy second-ranked prodigy on the hidden dragon list. His power was terrifying. If that punch landed on Yi Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Yi Chen, he appeared to be frozen in place, not moving an inch, as if paralyzed by fear. But of course, Yi Chen didn't move because he wasn't afraid at all. To others, Zhu Lingyun might seem powerful, but to Yi Chen, Zhu Lingyun was nothing but trash. Since Zhu Lingyun had made a move, Yi Chen decided he would kill him. Those who kill will themselves be killed. Just as Zhu Lingyun's fist was about to smash into Yi Chen's head, suddenly, a figure appeared between the two in an almost ghostly manner. Bang! The newcomer blocked Zhu Lingyun's punch with both hands. It was none other than Chang who had been hiding in the shadows. She forcibly took the blow, her arms trembling from the impact. Her heart was filled with shock. Even though Zhu Lingyun was ranked one spot below her on the hidden dragon list, his strength was enough to surprise her. Clearly, the two of them were equally matched. Chang had been hiding, waiting to see if Yi Chen was secretly powerful. But even as the fist neared his head, Yi Chen remained motionless. This confirmed to Chang that Yi Chen was indeed just a coward. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed Yi Chen really was a useless waste. What Chang couldn't have guessed, however, was that Yi Chen hadn't acted because his strength far surpassed Zhu Lingyun's. Yi Chen could have killed Zhu Lingyun in an instant with just his aura. Had Chang intervened a moment later, Zhu Lingyun would have already been reduced to a lifeless corpse. Zhu Lingyun frowned and asked, Shirqing, what are you doing? Chang took a deep breath and said, Young Master Zhu, please show mercy and spare his life. Zhu Lingyun looked displeased. Shirqing, he refuses to dissolve the engagement. If I kill him, wouldn't that solve everything? Why stop me? Don't tell me you've fallen for him? Chang forced a bitter smile. That's not the case. His father was a close friend of my grandfather. I'll make sure he dissolves the engagement, but he doesn't deserve to die. Please, young Master Zhu, let him go. Hearing this, Zhu Lingyun reluctantly nodded. Glancing at Yi Chen, he said, Humph, you're lucky. If not for Shirqing, you'd already be dead. Yi Chen shrugged, quietly suppressing his aura. Chang sighed, looking at Yi Chen, and said, Yi Chen, don't bother thanking me. As a man, you need to work harder. Don't embarrass your father. I can save you once, but I can't save you forever. Do you understand? Yi Chen chuckled bitterly. When did I ask you to save me? Chang frowned. Yi Chen, don't be ungrateful. Remember, in 1 month, our family will hold the engagement dissolution ceremony. Be sure to attend. Yi Chen glanced at her indifferently and said, Got it. With that, Yi Chen turned and left. Chang watched his retreating figure, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. Yi Chen, you and I are not meant to walk the same path. If you had your father's talent, perhaps you might barely be worthy of me, Chang But being the waste that you are, even Mu Wanqing wouldn't want you, let alone me. To be honest, Chang was quite disappointed. She wasn't the type to go against her elders. Since this engagement was arranged by her grandfather, she should have abided by it and married Yi Chen. But the problem lay in the fact that the man of her dreams was someone who could descend from the heavens on auspicious clouds as a true prodigy. Even if she lowered her standards slightly, As long as Yi Chen had any potential, if not surpassing her, at least matching her in family background and ability, it would have been acceptable. In terms of family background, Yi Chen was nothing but an abandoned son of the Yi clan. In terms of ability, Yi Chen couldn't even muster the strength to fight back against Zhu Lingyun. This left her no choice but to go against her grandfather's wishes. Because she had to take responsibility for her own future. Looking at Yi Chen's indifferent expression, Chang Shiqing felt a flash of annoyance. At this moment, Mu Wanqing unexpectedly appeared. When she saw Yi Chen and Chang Shiqing standing together, she froze briefly. Then, a faint mocking smile appeared on her face. Walking over, she greeted with a calm yet sarcastic tone, "Long time no see, Miss Chang." In the past, Chang Shiqing was someone Mu Wanqing could only dream of comparing herself to. But now, things were different. Since attending the business banquet, Mu Wanqing had made connections with many of Xinjiang's true elites. With their support, she believed that within a year, she could firmly establish herself in Xinjiang. Chang Shiqing glanced at Mu Wanqing. Although they had no prior conflicts, Yi Chen was Mu Wanqing's ex-husband, and now he had an engagement with Chang Shiqing. The two women were naturally at odds. Chang Shiqing merely nodded politely and responded, Mu Wanqing's expression shifted slightly. She silently cursed in her heart. "What are you pretending for? If I had the Chang family's powerful backing, I'd be 100 times more successful than you." Although cursing inwardly, she spoke pleasantly, "Miss Chang, are you discussing your wedding plans with Yi Chen?" Honestly, aside from being a bit useless, Yi Chen isn't too bad, especially his cooking, it's truly exceptional. Mu Wanqing knew the two were about to dissolve their engagement. But she pretended not to know, intending to tease Chang Shiqing. When the two met, it was bound to spark conflict. As expected, Chang Shiqing's face immediately turned cold. She wasn't as sly as Mu Wanqing, who had honed her skills in the business world and could insult someone without using foul language. Chang Shiqing, being straightforward, snorted and said, "Wedding plans? How ridiculous. You didn't want him, Mu Wanqing. Do you think I, Chang Shiqing, would?" Mu Wanqing shrugged. "What's this? Do you think you're better than everyone else, Miss Chang? Besides, Yi Chen and you are engaged. Marriage is just a matter of time." Chang Shiqing retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. I, Chang Shiqing, have long had someone I like. My man is destined to be a prodigy who stands above all others. Do you think Yi Chen is worthy of me?" Mu Wanqing's face froze. She remembered that Chang Shiqing had previously mentioned liking a man known as the god of the battle department. A truly powerful figure. Mu Wanqing felt stifled. Someone so extraordinary. She had spent a long time trying to find out about him, but she still had no leads, not even knowing who he was. Indeed, having a different family background allowed access to more exceptional men. Meanwhile, her circle only included ordinary men like Yi Chen and Liang Chu. What Mu Wanqing didn't know was that Chang Shiqing herself had never seen the god of the battle department. If she had, she might have regretted her words. The two women went back and forth, as if associating with Yi Chen was a disgrace. In the end, Chang Shiqing naturally couldn't outtalk Mu Wanqing. She was so angry she almost drew her sword on Mu Wanqing. But in the end, she held back and left in a fury. Mu Wanqing, satisfied with her victory, smirked smugly. Turning to glance at the silent Yi Chen, she sneered, "Yi Chen, you're at least a man. We've been insulting you for so long, and you haven't reacted at all." Yi Chen replied calmly, "What reaction do I need?" Mu Wanqing froze. "We're insulting you. Can't you tell? Shouldn't you be angry?" Yi Chen said indifferently, "If two ants on the roadside were bad-mouthing you, would you care?" "Ha?" Mu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. What did Yi Chen mean by that? Then, a trace of anger appeared on her face. Was Yi Chen comparing her and Chang Shiqing to ants on the roadside? This guy. How arrogant. Mu Wanqing's face darkened. "Yi Chen, you're certainly confident, but blind confidence is arrogance. You're relying on your engagement with the Chang family to act recklessly, but once it's dissolved, you'll have nothing left. Do you understand?" Yi Chen frowned. "My affairs don't seem to concern you." Mu Wanqing laughed in exasperation. Waving her hand, she said, "Fine, fine. My mistake. I shouldn't care. Go ahead and fend for yourself." With that, she stormed off angrily. Finally, Yi Chen had some peace. In Yi Chen's mind, Both Chang Shiqing and Mu Wanqing were irrelevant. He had more pressing matters to attend to and no time to deal with these two petty women. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at an estate. Entering, he found the Reaper Zhang Yi already waiting respectfully. Seeing Yi Chen, the Reaper knelt and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." Yi Chen took a deep breath and asked, "What have you found?" Zhang Yi produced a list, which contained several names. He explained, "Master, I've found it." Back then, Mistress Yan Shuiyun was unparalleled in Shengjing, but her background seemed mysterious. For some unknown reason, one day, the Shengjing Yi clan led martial arts experts from various prominent families to ambush her. Mistress fell into the sea, her life or death unknown. Later, your father, Yi Hichu, stormed the Yi clan seeking justice for her, but he was gravely injured and expelled. The names on this list are the key people involved in persecuting Mistress. Yi Chen glanced at the list, his eyes narrowing sharply. This list had some weight. It implicated many of Xinjiang's top families, including several hidden clans. Hearing Zhang Ye's account, Yi Chen could almost picture the tragic scene of his parents being besieged by numerous experts. A flicker of killing intent rose in his eyes. Slowly standing up, his anger caused the spiritual energy around him to surge uncontrollably. The sky above responded. Dark clouds churned, thunder roared. With his hands behind his back, Yi Chen spoke in an eerily calm tone, "Xingjing. Too filthy. It's time for a cleansing." The Reaper Zhang Yi nodded and looked at Yi Chen, asking, "Master, should I take the lead?" Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively and shook his head, saying, "No, the matters in Xingjing are something I must handle personally. I have something more important for you to do." Zhang Yi asked, "Do you want me to head to the outer region?" Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, that was Yi Chen's current plan. Zhang Yi, having followed Yi Chen for so long, immediately understood his master's intentions. Yi Chen said, "That's right. Since the Yin family once saw my mother in the outer region, there's a good chance my father might have gone there as well. The situation in the outer region is complex. Take a team and scout ahead." Zhang Yi replied, "Rest assured, Master, I will uncover news about Mistress." Yi Chen waved his hand, saying, "All right, go. Notify me immediately if you find anything." Zhang Yi bowed respectfully and left. Just as he departed, a car pulled up nearby. Li Xiaowan stepped out of the car and immediately noticed Zhang Yi. Her eyes narrowed. Who was this person? What a chilling aura. As the eldest daughter of a hidden family, Li Xiaowan had encountered many powerful figures, but none had ever given her such an inexplicable sense of dread as Zhang Yi did. Back when she was in the Li family, she had spoken disrespectfully to Yi Chen. After her grandfather scolded her harshly, she prepared to apologize to Yi Chen. Although her grandfather hadn't explained everything, he made it clear enough for her to realize that Yi Chen was far from ordinary. After searching for some time, she finally located Yi Chen here. She hurried over, determined to apologize. Entering the estate, Li Xiaowan immediately saw Yi Chen and quickly approached him. Yi Chen was taken aback and asked, "Why are you here?" Li Xiaowan gave an awkward smile and bowed, saying, "Mr. Yi, last time at the Li family, I spoke out of turn. My grandfather scolded me severely. Today, I've come specifically to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me." Yi Chen replied indifferently, "Oh, I didn't take it to heart." Hearing this, Li Xiaowan felt a bit disheartened. To be honest, she had once believed Mu Wanqing's words and thought of Yi Chen as a useless nobody. As a result, her attitude toward him hadn't been great. Now, she deeply regretted it. After all, she had been rude to him. But Yi Chen treated it as insignificant. This could only mean that in Yi Chen's eyes, someone like her, the eldest daughter of the Li family, wasn't even worth holding a grudge against. It also highlighted the vast difference between them. Seeing Yi Chen's indifference, Li Xiaowan didn't know what to say. She asked awkwardly, "Should I leave?" Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "Since you're here, I have a task for you. Let me know if it's possible." Li Xiaowan's spirits lifted instantly. For Yi Chen to assign her a task meant he considered her one of his own, and he wouldn't hold a grudge anymore. Li Xiaowan quickly said, "Young Master Yi, of course. It's my honor to handle something for you. Even if it's climbing mountains of swords or diving into seas of fire, I'll do it without hesitation." Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, "It's not that dramatic. It's a simple matter. Yi Chen handed the list that Zhang Yi had just compiled to Li Xiaowan. Looking at the list, Li Xiaowan couldn't help but be shocked. The names on it, she knew them all. They were the heads of Xinjiang's top families. Nearly 10 in total. Each one was a figure whose slightest move could shake the entire dragon nation. Li Xiaowan began to speculate. What exactly was Yi Chen planning? Did he want to get to know these powerful figures? Or was he trying to build connections with them? Curious, Li Xiaowan asked, "Young Master Yi, are you looking to meet the people on this list?" Yi Chen replied bluntly, "Meet them? I have no interest." Li Xiaowan asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" Yi Chen said, "In the name of the Li family, notify each person on this list. Tell them they have 1 day to come to the Li family to apologize. Anyone late or absent will have their family eradicated." Boom! Hearing this, Li Xiaowan felt as if her head had been struck by lightning. She stood there in stunned silence. What? Had she heard wrong? These were Xinjiang's true elites. Each wielded immense power. Even as a hidden family, the Li family wouldn't dare go against so many prominent families. But listen to what Yi Chen had just said. He wanted them all to apologize, or face annihilation? What kind of audacity was this? Li Xiaowan couldn't believe what she had just heard. She swallowed nervously and said, "Why, young Master Yi? Did you misspeak? These people are..." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and his tone turned icy. "No need to say more. If you can't make the decision, let Li Zhangling handle it. I'll be staying at the Li family for the next few days. If there's anything, come find me." Li Xiaowan didn't dare say another word. Seeing that Yi Chen was heading to the Li family, she quickly followed and opened the car door, driving him back to the Li family estate. After settling Yi Chen in, Li Xiaowan immediately rushed to find her grandfather, Li Zhangling. At that moment, Li Zhangling was unaware of what had happened and was quietly reading in his study. Li Xiaowan barged in. "Grandfather, something terrible has happened." Li Zhangling looked up, frowning. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Li Xiaowan said, "It's serious. It's about the survival of our Li family. If you hear what I have to say, you might be shocked out of your seat. Grandfather, Yi Chen might be capable, but I think we should keep our distance. He's too reckless." Li Zhangling asked, "What exactly happened? Speak clearly." Li Xiaowan explained Yi Chen's plan in detail. In her eyes, Yi Chen's demand for so many powerful family heads to apologize was utterly unrealistic. If the Li family delivered this message on Yi Chen's behalf, not only would Yi Chen face retaliation from these families, but the Li family would likely be targeted and suppressed as well. This was a big deal. Unexpectedly, after hearing her explanation, Li Zhangling asked excitedly, "Where's the list? Let me see it." Li Xiaowan handed him the list, expecting him to be utterly shocked. But to her astonishment, Li Zhangling burst into laughter after reading it. "Ha ha ha! This is fantastic. Simply fantastic. Our Li family has been stuck at a bottleneck for years, and now we're finally going to rise to the next level." Li Xiaowan stared at her grandfather in disbelief. "Grandfather, are you joking? This is a matter that could destroy our family. How is it a good thing?" Li Zhangling grinned and said, "What if the ones being destroyed are those families instead?" Li Xiaowan was stunned by what she heard. She couldn't comprehend it. Even if Yi Chen truly was the so-called god of the battle department, the battle department was still one of the most critical institutions in the Dragon Nation. Could Yi Chen bypass the Dragon Guard Pavilion's top figures and personally mobilize the battle department's forces to annihilate Xinjiang's families? If that were the case, wouldn't chaos break out? The top leaders of the Dragon Nation would never allow it. And without mobilizing the battle department's forces, what could Yi Chen use to go against so many powerful families? With a worried expression, Li Xiaowan asked, "Grandfather, shouldn't you reconsider this? This is not something to take lightly." Li Zhangling smiled faintly and said, "There's no need, Xiaowan. Represent me and deliver Yi Chen's commands to these families." Helpless, Li Xiaowan had no choice but to go. Before departing, she made sure to bring several of the Li family's top experts, fearing she might not return. That very day, the top families in Xinjiang that Yi Chen had named were thrown into chaos. The Bai family of Xinjiang. All members of the Bai family were enraged. What the hell? What's the Li family trying to do? Has Li Zhangling lost his mind? To dare demand that our patriarch apologize at their estate? Who does he think he is? Just because the Li family is a hidden family, does he think he can do whatever he wants? Patriarch, we must declare war. This insult cannot stand. Our Bai family will not be trampled on. The Wang family of Xingjing. The Wang family patriarch convened all his trusted aides to discuss a strategy. Patriarch, I believe Li Zhangling must be crazy. There's no reason for him to demand we apologize. The Li family is strong, and offending them won't be easy. I heard that the Li family's young lady visited over a dozen of Xingjing's top families. Does the Li family truly intend to oppose all of us? No matter how strong the Li family is, they can't possibly defeat so many of us top families. For a moment, the Li family's actions ignited widespread anger. Everyone thought Li Zhangling had gone mad. The weaker families chose to remain silent and observe. Meanwhile, the stronger families directly responded with defiance. The idea of forcing the Li family patriarch, Li Zhangling, to apologize was outrageous. It was clear that almost no family would willingly yield. As the day drew to a close, Li Shaowan and Li Zhangling sat in the Li family's hall. Since entering the Li family estate, Yi Chen had not shown himself. Li Shaowan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. In contrast, Li Zhangling appeared calm and composed. Li Shaowan glanced at her grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, what exactly is Yi Chen trying to do? The day is almost over, and he hasn't made a single move." Li Zhangling smiled faintly. "Stay calm." That evening, Yi Chen finally appeared. When he entered the hall, Li Zhangling and Li Shaowan immediately stood up and greeted him. "Lord Yi, you finally come." Yi Chen nodded and asked, "Has anyone come to apologize?" Li Zhangling replied, "No, these people are truly courting death." Yi Chen sighed. "Very well. Since they remain obstinate, I can't be blamed. Let's go." Hearing this, Li Zhangling immediately followed him. Li Shaowan quickly said, "Lord Yi, I'll summon the Li family's top experts right away. Rest assured, no matter what, the Li family will ensure your safety." Yi Chen glanced at her, his tone calm as he said, "No need." "No need?" Li Shaowan was dumbfounded. What did he mean, no need? They were about to kill people. Shouldn't they bring more reinforcements? Puzzled, Li Shaowan asked, "Lord Yi, have you already gathered others?" Yi Chen shook his head. "No, just the three of us." "But…" Li Shaowan was completely shocked, almost coughing up blood. Was she hearing this right? Just 3 people? This wasn't a casual outing. They were heading to confront the top families of Xingjing. Every top family in Xingjing had deep foundations and countless martial arts experts. Going with just 3 people? Wasn't this suicide? Li Shaowan forced a bitter smile and said, "Lord Yi, are you joking? With just the 3 of us, one spit from each of them could drown us." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry. It's enough." With that, Yi Chen took the lead and walked out of the Li family estate. Li Zhangling and Li Shaowan had no choice but to follow. The first stop, the Bai family of Xingjing. Since receiving the Li family's warning the previous day, the Bai family had used the entire day to assemble all their forces. After all, the Li family was undeniably powerful in Xingjing. The Bai family patriarch, Bai Feng, had immediately decided to prepare for a full confrontation. At this moment, the Bai family was heavily fortified. Layers of martial artists stood guard at every corner. In the Bai family hall, Bai Feng sat with a calm expression, surrounded by his family's core members. Taking a deep breath, Bai Feng asked, "What's the situation? Any movement from the Li family?" A steward stepped forward and reported, "Patriarch, according to the latest information, the Li family's forces have shown no signs of mobilization. About half an hour ago, Li Zhangling left the Li family estate with a man and a woman." Bai Feng asked urgently, "Which direction did they go?" The steward replied, "It seems they're heading toward us." Gasp! Bai Feng drew in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected the Li family's first target to be the Bai family. Yet his scouts had confirmed that the Li family had not mobilized any significant forces. Just 3 people coming to the Bai family? What were they planning? Bai Feng was utterly baffled and muttered to himself, "Strange. What is Li Zhangling up to? Does he think 3 people can destroy my Bai family?" Hearing Bai Feng's words, the others burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I think Li Zhangling has gone mad. Perhaps this was all just a farce caused by the Li family's young lady, and now Li Zhangling has no choice but to apologize." "That's likely. After all, no matter how strong the Li family is, they can't possibly fight against all the top families. No one believed that just 3 people would dare provoke one of Xinjiang's top families. But as they pondered this, a violent voice suddenly echoed above the Bai family estate. Bai family, come out and face your death. The voice carried an overwhelming killing intent, sending chills down the spines of everyone in the Bai family hall. They had just been speculating that Li Zhangling might come to apologize. But now it seemed they had come to kill. Bai Feng immediately stood up from his chair. Taking a deep breath, he commanded sternly, alert all Bai family members to stand by. If anything happens, kill the intruders immediately. With that, Bai Feng led the Bai family's core members to the front gate, where he saw Yi Chen, Li Zhangling, and Li Shaoan. Bai Feng felt a chill run through him. Was this guy insane? Just 3 people. And they dared cause trouble for the Bai family? Bai Feng stepped forward with an icy glare and said coldly, Li Zhangling, how dare you demand I apologize? On what basis? With just the 3 of you? Bai Feng hadn't been sleeping well these past 2 days, consumed by his fear of the Li family. But seeing Li Zhangling arrive at the Bai family estate with only 2 others, he was utterly stunned. What was going on? What exactly was Li Zhangling trying to do? Looking at Bai Feng, Li Zhangling spoke in a calm tone. Bai Feng, yesterday I conveyed my master's command. Why have you not complied? Bai Feng sneered. Seeing that the Li family hadn't mobilized any experts, he felt emboldened. At worst, he could take Li Zhangling down with him. Scoffing, Bai Feng said, Li Zhangling, are you losing your mind as you get older? Recognizing someone else as your master? Where is this so-called master? Let him crawl out here for me to see. Asking me to apologize? Did you hit your head? Li Zhangling ignored Bai Feng. Instead, he turned to Yi Chen and respectfully asked, Master, how should we handle Bai Feng? At this scene, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Chen. Especially Bai Feng. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Was he seeing this right? This Yi Chen appeared to be just a young man in his early 20s. From head to toe, there was nothing remarkable about him. Yet Li Zhangling, the head of a hidden family, was calling this young man master? What was going on? For a moment, the Bai family members were stunned. Then, they erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? This is Li Zhangling's master? Li Zhangling really has lost it. Recognizing some young punk as his master. Could this kid be the son of some prestigious family? Ridiculous. I know this guy. He's Yi Chen, the one engaged to Chang Shirqing, the eldest daughter of the Chang family. But I heard he's a complete nobody. The Chang family is even planning to annul the engagement. What a joke. The head of the Li family recognizes a loser as his master. Looks like the Li family doesn't deserve to exist anymore. Bai Feng squinted at Yi Chen and asked coldly, so you're that useless, Yi Chen? I don't think we've ever crossed paths, have we? Yi Chen's expression remained calm, entirely unfazed by the Bai family's mockery. He looked at Bai Feng and asked plainly, I'll ask you one question, were you involved in persecuting Yan Shuiyun back then? Bai Feng froze. Then his eyes widened. Yan Shuiyun? He hadn't heard that name in nearly 20 years. Memories surged into his mind like a tide. Yi Chen. Yi? Realization dawned on Bai Feng, and a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. You're that child from back then. The abandoned son of the Yi clan, the offspring of Yi Hichu and Yan Shuiyun? Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp, and his tone grew cold. So you were involved after all. Bai Feng scoffed. Now that he knew Yi Chen's background, his expression grew even more disdainful. An abandoned son of the Yi clan. A son-in-law even the Chang family didn't want. And yet, he dared to dictate terms to the Bai family? Bai Feng sneered, yes, I was involved. What are you going to do about it? Turning to Li Zhangling, Bai Feng said coldly, Li Zhangling, are you trying to destroy the Li family? Do you even know what you're getting into? That incident back then involved far more than just my Bai family. If you're siding with this abandoned son of the Yi clan, you'll meet a miserable end. Li Zhangling snorted. Let's see who ends up dead first. Bai Feng's expression turned icy. Fine. Today, none of you will leave alive. With a wave of his hand, a martial arts expert stepped forward. He was a tall, muscular man with bronzed skin that glistened as if weathered by years of sun and wind. His presence exuded strength and resilience. This was Bai Qi, Bai Feng's younger brother, a true master of the human god realm. Bai Qi glanced at Yi Chen and said, "Abandoned son of the Yi clan, if you kneel before me now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die today. No one who causes trouble at the Bai family ever leaves alive." Hearing Bai Qi's words, the Bai family members burst into laughter. To them, there was no doubt about the outcome. Uncle Bai, just crushed this kid already. Coming to our Bai family to act tough, what a joke. Exactly. An abandoned son of the Yi clan, pretending to represent them? Having Uncle Bai deal with him is overkill. Bai Qi, too, was enraged. At this moment, everyone in the Bai family stared wide-eyed, completely stunned by the scene before them. Bai Qi was one of the Bai family's top martial arts experts, a genuine human god realm master. And yet, Yi Chen had sent him flying with a single slap? What was happening? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This young man didn't seem human. How strong did he have to be to accomplish something like this? Bai Feng squinted, his heart filled with shock. Years ago, Yi Hichu had stormed into the Yi clan alone. His aura and courage had left many of his contemporaries in awe and trembling. Even after 20 years, the mere thought of Yi Hichu's dominance back then still sent shivers down spines. Who would have thought? The young Yi Chen before him, despite his youth, possessed such fearsome power. The Bai family had never suffered such humiliation. Bai Feng's anger exploded. His icy gaze locked on Yi Chen, and he roared fiercely, "You brat, don't get too arrogant. Today, I'll make sure there's no burial place for you." Furious, Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family, was utterly enraged. With a wave of his hand, all the Bai family's martial arts experts emerged in full force. The scene made Li Shaoan gasp in shock. While Yi Chen's earlier display had astonished her. This wasn't just one opponent anymore, this was an outright gang assault. Could Yi Chen really handle so many martial arts experts at once? Kill him. Kill this abandoned son of the Yi clan. How dare he lay a hand on our Uncle Bai? Destroy him. Boom. 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 At Bai Feng's command, the Bai family's martial arts experts drew their weapons. Sword energy slashed through the air, blades gleamed, and mysterious magical runes lit up, interweaving in the sky. As the experts attacked, the world seemed to tremble. The air grew scorching, and the intense battle churned the atmosphere into a chaotic whirlwind. Dozens of experts moved as one, creating a magnificent display. Their techniques alternated between ferocious and delicate, fierce as storms one moment, and gentle as falling leaves the next. Sword energy collided with blade light, producing deafening explosions that struck fear into everyone present. Li Shaoan's face turned pale. As an ordinary person, she was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from so many martial arts experts. She felt an unbearable pressure to kneel. If not for her grandfather Li Zhangling supporting her, she might have already made a fool of herself. At this moment, the dozens of martial arts experts finished gathering their strength. In the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The ground trembled violently, cracks forming as rocks crumbled and dust flew. Anyone facing such a scene would be consumed by endless fear. Yet, Yi Chen remained silent throughout. Taking a deep breath, he slowly channeled the spiritual energy within his body. As the martial arts experts charged at Yi Chen, his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared right in the midst of the martial arts experts. This movement made everyone around widen their eyes in shock. What was happening? Shouldn't he be fleeing? Why was Yi Chen rushing forward, practically delivering himself to his death? Charging into the midst of dozens of martial arts experts was practically suicide. Sure enough, the Bai family's martial arts experts immediately reacted and attacked Yi Chen simultaneously. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from his body. Boom! With a single punch, Yi Chen obliterated the first martial arts expert in his path into a cloud of blood. This scene left the Bai family's experts momentarily stunned. Their bodies froze for a split second. Yi Chen's speed was like a ghost's as he darted among the group of experts. Anyone who came into contact with him was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood. No matter their level or strength, in front of Yi Chen, they were like insignificant ants. Yi Chen grew more and more unstoppable, eliminating more than 10 martial arts experts in mere moments. Hiss! This sight utterly shocked everyone around. The Bai family's experts scattered, desperately trying to distance themselves from Yi Chen, the killing god. Everyone was dumbfounded. How was Yi Chen this powerful? What was his background? It was pure domination. Retreat! Retreat! This kid is insane. He's not human, he's too strong. Get back. Ah. Don't kill me. What started as a siege turned into a one-sided massacre by Chen. The Bai family's experts tried to escape. But how could Chen possibly let them go so easily? With a flash of his figure, he pursued the fleeing Bai family members. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, the entire group of Bai family experts had been slaughtered by Chen. Bai Feng stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in disbelief. These martial arts experts were the Bai family's foundation, their very lifeline. And yet, against Chen alone, they were utterly annihilated. In that moment, Bai Feng finally understood why someone like Li Zhangling, the head of a hidden family, would recognize Chen as his master. Judging by Chen's strength alone, he had likely reached the level of a dragon rank expert. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Bai Feng trembled uncontrollably. The Bai family's experts were gone, which meant Chen could easily wipe out the entire Bai family if he wanted to. An overwhelming sense of fear consumed him. At this moment, Chen walked toward Bai Feng unhurriedly. His expression was calm, as if he hadn't just slaughtered martial arts experts, but had merely crushed a group of ants. Feeling Chen's terrifying aura, Bai Feng's body trembled even more violently. Finally, he couldn't suppress his fear any longer. Thud! He dropped to his knees. The Bai family members who had mocked Chen earlier were now petrified. Seeing their patriarch kneel, they dared not hesitate and followed suit, dropping to their knees before Chen. Bai Feng, still hoping to salvage the situation, forced out words from his dry throat as Chen approached. Yi. Young Master Yi, we don't need to resort to violence. We're willing to. Bai Feng tried to yield. But before he could finish, Chen grabbed his head. Crack! With a powerful twist, Bai Feng's neck was snapped. His lifeless body fell to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. This scene stunned everyone in the Bai family. Chen's icy voice echoed. The Bai family will be exterminated today. Boom! Hearing these words, despair consumed the hearts of every Bai family member. That night, under Chen's orders, Li Zhangling led the Li family's experts to wipe out the entire Bai family. The news spread quickly. In one night, the Bai family was completely annihilated, and no prior warning had leaked. The remaining families were terrified. That very night, the heads of several families, accompanied by their strongest bodyguards, rushed to the Yi clan. After all, word had spread that the one who destroyed the Bai family wasn't Li Zhangling but Chen, the abandoned son of Yi Hichu. This matter had started with the Yi clan. Naturally, they had to seek answers there. The entire elite circle of Xingjing was gripped with fear.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.